The story begins with the image of an immortal lock, accompanied by the announcement from the system congratulating the host for successfully activating the immortal system. Xiao Mu felt as if struck by lightning. Startled, he quickly sat up, anxiously touching his body. I came back to life. No, I crossed over. Moreover, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a fat cat. Xiao Mu recalled that he had died because a fat cat jumped on his head, causing his neck to break. I was crushed to death by its butt. Still dazed, the system notification appeared. He glanced at it. So, the system's reminder just now was, a death evaluation. He grabbed the system screen and shouted in anger. Fraud. What kind of damn system have I been thrown into? What is a death evaluation? Is it to level up by dying? Xiao Mu punched the wall, and the spot immediately cracked from his punch. What's with gaining strength points just from dying? The costs and benefits here are too unfair. Seeing that he could easily punch through the wall made him slightly inclined to believe the system. This strength is quite impressive. System, you might be somewhat useful after all. His spirits lifted a little. Returning to the main issue. What is this skill point? What purpose does it serve? Skill point balance, 1 point. Seeing the notification disappear, he called out to the system. Xiao Mu, with tears in his eyes, spoke pitifully. Even if you want me to die, that would be fine. Why doesn't this system even provide a guide for newcomers? Forget it, I can only explore on my own. Hearing voices approaching, Xiao Mu turned to look, and it was his own corpse. Where did that beggar who died in the street come from? What bad luck. Damn, the original corpse is still there. He stealthily crept closer to his corpse and fumbled for something. Xiao Mu pulled out 2 coins from his pocket, which were also in the corpse. So after I revive, everything on my body is copied one by one to the new body. Doesn't that mean, as long as I'm willing to die hundreds of times, I can earn my first pot of gold through copying? He glanced at his corpse, feeling a bit chilled. But it hurts so much, damn it. But if I don't try, it will be very difficult to start begging in this strange place. Maybe I should give it a shot. Yes, after all, I have died once already, so there's nothing to fear anymore. After that, Xiao Mu tried every possible way to commit suicide. First, he headbutted the wall to end his life. Next, he flew out to take a hit for someone else, resulting in an unexpected death. Then came the most ridiculous death, overeating to the point of dying from being too full. Despite dying 3 times, his stats showed no change at all. Xiao Mu held his head. 3 ways to die, and the difficulty of this one is higher than the previous ones. Why is my rank always F? Suddenly, a notification from the system startled Xiao Mu. Number of revivals in 7 days, 1/5. There are limits to revivals. He trembled all over. It means if I accidentally die after my revivals are used up. Xiao Mu covered his face. It's no different than losing my account in this world. I was cowardly in my past life, dying without making a difference. Am I going to make the same mistake after getting this crossover system? He slammed his fist down on the ground. This absolutely cannot happen. Even if this system wants me to die to level up my abilities, my death must be worthwhile. He was still trembling, but instead, there was determination. There must be some way to die that could maximize the value of his system. Or for me, a newcomer here, to gain a solid foothold. A man knelt on the ground, clutching at the leg of his creditor and crying. Owing money is like being family, do you want me to pay it back? Come and take my life instead. Xiao Mu stood in a corner observing everything and then smiled. This is exactly the way I need to find. The debtor did not heed any of the words and directly kicked the face of the young creditor who was kneeling on the ground, clutching his leg, causing him to cough up blood. Get off me. The debtor walked away. Xiao Mu slowly approached the trembling young creditor, who was sobbing on the ground, and spoke up. I can help you retrieve that money, how about it? The young creditor turned back to look at him curiously and asked, Who are you? Xiao Mu smiled confidently and replied, An expert in debt recovery. The scene shifted to another house. The debtor was extremely aggressive, angrily shouting, "I'm not going to pay, so what? If you have the guts, kill me." As he finished speaking, a shiny sword was pressed against his face, causing him to tremble in fear. His hand trembled as he pushed Xiao Mu's sword away, his complexion, tone, and voice changed immediately. What are you doing? Do you really want to kill me? You are just a kid, not worth a dime. Xiao Mu sheathed his sword, and the debtor sighed in relief. Don't worry, I'm not here to ask you for. Suddenly, he pressed the sword against his own throat. I'm here to ask for my ghost to find you. Upon hearing this, the other guy was stunned, his mouth agape in shock, and he hurriedly shouted to stop Xiao Mu, but it was too late. Xiao Mu had already taken his own life. Don't die in my place. Are you crazy? Once he died, the system also displayed a notification. Xiao Mu's rating had increased. 7 days later, in a room, an old man was sleeping, tossing and turning with a fearful expression. At that moment, a shadow appeared beside him. Noticing something was off, he opened his eyes to take a look. Xiao Mu's face was pressed close to his, slowly speaking in a frightening tone that made the old man turn pale. I've come to find you, to collect the debt. Help. Xiao Mu held the bag of money in his hands and left with great satisfaction. The man he had just frightened was still in shock, shouting in fear, and his voice could be heard even outside the gate. Xiao Mu smiled. It really works. 7 days later, a woman was tenderly giving her sick husband his medicine. De Luong, it's time to take your medicine. Suddenly, the bowl of medicine in the wife's hand disappeared. The husband, surprised, opened his eyes to look. Both of them were startled and looked back to see Xiao Mu drinking the medicine greedily from a bowl. He smiled and turned to face the couple. Although he was smiling, blood was oozing from his mouth. Xiao Mu shivered and gave a thumbs up in approval, but 2 seconds later, he collapsed onto the ground, his mouth bleeding profusely. The wife was shocked to see this, but she was speechless and couldn't say anything more. The husband was fortunate to escape death thanks to Xiao Mu. He jumped out of bed and chased after his wife, shouting angrily. Wretched woman, you truly want to poison me. De Luong, please forgive me, it's all that great official Nan Men's doing, he forced me to do this. An hour later, in a small alley on the street, the husband was in tears, snot running down his face. Unbeknownst to me, my brother was willing to test poison for my sake. I hope you won't refuse these gifts. Xiao Mu also pretended to be moved and wiped his tears, but in his heart, his eyes shone with the thought of money. It's okay, my brother, the people of the Qiao family enjoy helping others find joy. Thus, 3 months passed. Xiao Mu was leisurely sitting in the courtyard, enjoying tea, as gentle sunlight streamed down through the tree branches. By collecting debts and dying in place of others, he not only obtained his first jar of gold after crossing over but also became famous throughout the town for his debt collection skills. Xiao Mu wore a satisfied smile. Moreover, I also discovered that if my death is to protect others, the value of that death will be relatively high. He felt that he was gradually improving. Having died so many times, my body's quality has clearly enhanced. Currently, with this body, my arm strength can reach 250 pounds, far exceeding that of an average person, and I can even run at a speed of 10 meters per second. But there are also new issues. The highest evaluation I can attain based on helping others can only be AD. Xiao Mu cradled his head. If I want to be evaluated higher, I need a higher quality death, a death more noble than Tai Shan Mountain. As far as I know, this world is one where immortals and martial arts coexist. There are many traitors and malicious beings in this world. Yet another dilemma arises. A high-quality death must be fought against these people. The physical talent compared to an immortal martial artist is far inferior. Moreover, coming back to life will not make me young again. Obviously, I will continue to age without stopping. When I am about to die, the system will just watch the jokes, even continuing to play with this little old man. Xiao Mu clenched his fists together, determined. I need skills. Only with skills can I find a new way out. While he was lost in thought, a sweet voice suddenly asked, Excuse me, are you the debt collector Xiao Mu? It was a girl, her eyes covered by a strip of white silk, beautiful like a fairy, walking toward him. Seeing such a beautiful young lady, Xiao Mu was very excited and stood up. Yes, I am Xiao Mu. He recalled the game he used to play on his computer. What a beauty, with extraordinary classical charm. Can't she see? The beautiful girl walked over and said, just like Ning Yi in real life. 6 months ago, the Qiao family in Heyang was wiped out by the martial arts faction, and I was the only one who survived. This blood debt. Her tone was neither fast nor slow as she asked. Can you help me take it back? She leaned down, getting close to Xiao Mu's face, making her request. In return, I can pass down the eternal life fist of the Qiao family in Heyang to you. Xiao Mu foolishly scratched his head and asked, are you really not a Ning? Ken Shui was stunned when he heard the question. On the street, at a meat stall, a childish voice called out, Boss, Weiss, but this did not make the stall owner happy. On the contrary, he was completely furious. He trembled with anger. Is your pork for sale, or are you also selling melons? Hey, is this melon definitely ripe? If not, just chop these 2 melons into minced meat for me, don't let any melon flesh stick to it. Butcher Zhen shot a murderous look at Xiao Mu and shouted, you little brat, did you come here to cause trouble? That's right, you figured it out. So what? Are you going to strike me? Butcher Zhen was completely enraged by Xiao Mu, jumping straight onto the table and raising his knife. I'll chop you into minced meat. Xiao Mu was not the least bit frightened, merely curling his lips into a faint smile. Ha, indeed a man who knows martial arts. Butcher Zhen, you killed the entire Qiao family, and today I will definitely take your dog life. After saying this, he confidently stood up and began to move his arms and legs. Let's do the 8th rhythm of my exercise. But not long after, a spray of red blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Mu also fell backward, but his posture was incredibly relaxed, unlike someone who had just been killed. Seeing the murder he had just committed, Butcher Zhen was extremely panicked. Xiao Mu was dead. He quickly turned around, climbed onto his meat truck, and hurriedly fled. The crowd behind was furious upon seeing this. Damn it, I can't hold back, he killed someone. Don't let him escape. Xiao Mu's body lay there, now radiating a glow. He was resurrected, hiding in a corner not far from the spot. Xiao Mu touched the place where he had been struck, gritting his teeth. It hurt so much. Then he stepped out with a refreshed face. The feeling of being killed really hurt a lot. He approached the place where his body lay on the ground and reached into his shirt to take out his wallet. Dying like this, system, you must give me more benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, the system appeared. After the recent death, Xiao Mu had been upgraded. His eyes brightened. Rank C, the first time the C rank evaluation has been opened. Moreover, in an instant, the eternal life power Accede sect will be fully filled. He scrutinized the information on the screen and pointed at it in confusion. Wait, my skill points have been deducted. So this is the correct way to open the system. Using skill points to exchange for skill proficiency. 5 points for the eternal life power Accede sect. What can these remaining 20 points be exchanged for? System, allocate the dark green points to me, all into the eternal life power. The system continued to display several lines of notifications that made Xiao Mu, who was excited, lose his enthusiasm immediately. The death of the host does not meet the standards. This feature has not yet been unlocked. Until then, the system will allocate points randomly. Tisk, is this encouraging me to die? But right after that, he quickly gathered himself. Alright, it just so happens that there's Butcher Zhen, I can try it out a bit. Shui said that he is the assassin of the martial arts faction and cannot be spared. He must be allowed to kill me a few more times. The wind blew, causing the leaves to flutter throughout the street. Deep in the forest stood a dilapidated house. The voice of Butcher Zhen echoed, Lord, my subordinate couldn't help but kill a little devil today, claiming it was to take revenge for the Qiao family. He was writing a letter to send out, but the Qiao family was exterminated by our martial arts faction 6 months ago, and there is no one left. This is truly strange. After finishing the letter, Butcher Zhen stuffed it into a pigeon. He was extremely anxious at that moment. Could it be that a fish from the Chiao family truly slipped through the net to seek revenge on me? Anyway, all descendants of the Chiao family have been killed, which is the safest. Luckily, I acted quickly. As he was thinking, he suddenly noticed some movement outside. Xiao Mu pushed the door open, startling Butcher Zhen, because he had killed this person earlier. But Butcher Zhen shouted, "Aren't you dead?" Xiao Mu's sharp gaze fixed on him. "I am Xiao Qing, the one you killed was my younger brother, Xiao Mu. We must make you pay the blood debt with blood." With that, he immediately charged forward and took the initiative to attack. See my family's unique skill. Butcher Zhen was caught off guard, quickly pulled out his pig-slaughtering knife, and cursed loudly, "Damn it." Xiao Mu reached out to block his knife. "Your knife is in my hand now." Afraid? Am I afraid? Brother, do you need to check what you are holding before you speak? Xiao Mu, in pain and shedding tears, still smiled confidently and said, "Are you saying you can't defend yourself? Come on, if you have the ability, kill me. Indeed, it still hurts a lot." "No, I can't lose momentum." Butcher Zhen also put all his strength into it, mentally unstable. You two brothers are both mentally unstable. The knife was kept in place. He made a small mistake, and immediately Xiao Mu landed a punch on his face, causing his nose to bleed. The knife couldn't move. Butcher Zhen stepped back. "You are Xiao Qing, right? You truly aren't like your younger brother when it comes to diligently refining your qi." He was angry after being hit. "I underestimated you. However, that won't happen again." 5 minutes later, Xiao Mu was taken down by Butcher Zhen. He gently threw him to the ground. Butcher Zhen had a hard time taking down Xiao Mu. He stood there panting. Xiao Mu, in the role of Xiao Qing, was dead. Butcher Zhen sighed. This guy, for the sake of his brother's revenge, is brave and unafraid of death, truly a man. Although his brain has some issues, at this moment, he had calmed down and whistled to summon a pigeon, wanting to correct the letter he had just written to prepare for sending. He did not notice the transformation occurring to Xiao Mu's body. The situation has changed. If the secret letter is sent now, it will lead to misunderstandings for the Lord. Suddenly, a wooden frame came crashing in from outside. Butcher Zhen hurriedly leaned to avoid it. Xiao Mu was now revived, appearing as a different person. "You dared to kill my brother Xiao Qing, prepare to die." Then he charged forward, intending to attack first. The pigeon was startled again. Butcher Zhen shouted, "That's good. If you are looking for death, then I'll kill you all." Another fierce battle broke out inside the old house in the forest. After the fight, Butcher Zhen was exhausted, kneeling on the ground, his blood continuously dripping onto the floor. Butcher Zhen was out of breath. "Kill the child, provoke the older ones, is it not finished yet?" The body of Xiao Mu was now lying scattered on the ground. How many brothers are there anyway? Is it done yet? When Xiao Mu was revived, he became stronger day by day. Both his physical body and his strength increased. After dying 4 times, he lost 5 points in longevity rights the first time, 2 points the second time with a 20% increase in proficiency. The next 2 times he only lost 1 point, increasing to 40%. Moreover, his evaluation was being downgraded. It seems that the higher the level, the more points are deducted, and the evaluation will be lower. The default randomly assigned points will be less. A person cannot respawn too many times. The system displayed the message, number of resurrections in 7 days, 1/5, only 1 resurrection left. This revenge is very difficult to achieve. He was hiding behind the large statue of Butcher Zhen. No, I can't miss this opportunity. He is currently weakened by the second brother, third brother, and fourth brother. It's the best time to strike. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In the 4th confrontation, I was almost evenly matched with him. Only by relying on the 20% familiarity gained from enhancing my eternal life fist, could I potentially fight, making it worth a try again. Xiao Mu confidently said, let's complete the mission a bit earlier and find Sister Xue to exchange for the next skill. He looked at the body of Xiao Mu lying on the ground. Every little guy looks very similar, each slightly stronger than the last. The strength has increased, and the martial arts are becoming more sophisticated. The person who just died was already nearly equal in strength to me. If another one comes, I fear I won't be able to withstand it. Butcher Zhen hugged his arms, trembling as he slowly stood up. He observed the surroundings, stuttering, surely there are no more. At that moment, a confident voice rang out, causing Butcher Zhen to panic and glance back. Of course there are. He gaped in astonishment at Xiao Mu. As usual, Xiao Mu charged forward, attacking him first with a finishing blow. Heavenly justice descends. Xiao Mu casually glanced back. Butcher Zhen was dead. The money he earned from those repeated deaths and resurrections kept increasing by several bags. Xiao Mu took the letter that Butcher Zhen had just written but hadn't sent and began reading it. This is a secret letter that Butcher Zhen wants to write to the martial arts faction. The intelligence Xiao Qinxue investigated is not wrong. This Butcher Zhen truly participated in the case of the Qiao family massacre in Heyang. For the first time, I died under his knife. I received a C rating. Does the death rating relate to the identity of the person who killed me? If I die at the hands of an evil person, will the rating be higher? I have to verify this when I have the chance. Xiao Mu smiled cunningly. The remaining letter was written in a tadpole-style script, which was hard to understand. I brought it to show to Xue to see if it could be exchanged for some benefits. After completing the task, Xiao Mu went to find Qinxue. He walked to a small alley in the outskirts of Yen City. Xiao Mu stood outside the door and called out, "Xue sister, I'm back." Qinxue heard the call and immediately came out to open the door. She reached out to touch Xiao Mu's mask. Qinxue still looked as beautiful as a fairy. She asked, "Where have you been?" But suddenly, she paused. Qinxue quickly withdrew her hand and turned away in panic. Something's not right. Your voice doesn't sound right. You are not Xiao Mu. No wonder she is a blind girl who has lived alone for more than half a year. The perception is truly sharp. Blood, qi and energy have increased. Apart from the muscles, this body even has the voice of a grown man. Xiao Mu hurriedly pushed Qinxue into the room. Sister, during puberty, all men have to go through this stage. Really? I don't believe it. Do you have any evidence to prove you are Xiao Mu? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu became serious, imitating the expression from when they first met, still asking the same question, "Are you really not from the Ning family?" In this past month, Qinxue's memories came flooding back. Xiao Mu kept pointing out the loophole, asking her again, "Are you really not from the Ning family?" Qinxue still did not fully trust these words of his. She approached and then threw herself into his arms, inhaling his scent. Xiao Mu had an extremely delighted expression, enjoying the embrace of a beautiful woman, feeling close and happy, and he said nothing. After a while of examining, Qinxue finally stopped. She spoke, causing Xiao Mu to breathe a sigh of relief. "Yes, it is really you, it still has the original scent." Qinxue also sat down, crossing her legs elegantly. She picked up a cup of tea and said to Xiao Mu, after the Qiao family was destroyed, "My eyes have been twitching, a sign that the heavenly eye is about to open. No clue can escape it, so don't think about deceiving me. Can you please stop lying?" Heavenly eye. I also know about the revolving eye. Xiao Mu bent down to take out a letter. That's right, the Qiao family only has you left. The legendary martial artist did not kill you, certainly because you are naturally perceptive and extraordinary. Speaking of which, sister, when do you plan to pass on the second chapter of the Eternal Life Fist to me? Don't be too ambitious. To cultivate inner strength, one must first refine blood qi and enhance strength. This process will take at least 5 to 6 years. Hearing this, Xiao Mu immediately showcased his muscles. Aren't I just eager to take revenge for you? Didn't we agree that you would teach me the Eternal Life Fist, and I would avenge the Qiao family? Moreover, I feel that this stage of strength training is nearly sufficient. Qinxue saw him like this and affectionately scolded him for being stubborn. Then she reached out to support his hand. Ken Shui smiled gently, holding Xiao Mu's hand. Sister will check your bones. Ken Shui reached out and touched Xiao Mu's sturdy arm. The first thing she felt was how extremely hard it was, hard enough to startle Ken Shui. Her face turned red, as if she had imagined something inappropriate. Ken Shui exclaimed a bit hurriedly, "Ah, what are you letting me touch?" Xiao Mu was quite confused by Ken Shui's reaction. When she realized she had misunderstood, Ken Shui felt very embarrassed. The arm. What do you think it is? We have only known each other for a month, and you can train like this. Are you a martial arts prodigy? She continued to probe her hand into Xiao Mu's arm. Incredible. Training one's strength is indeed a gradual process, with no shortcuts, but you. Xiao Mu smiled, a somewhat smug smile. Since you can see that my training isn't bad, why not teach me the next step now? He thought to himself, Eternal Spring Fist, the unique martial art of the Qiao family in Heyang. If I cultivate Eternal Spring Fist to perfection, I will reach a realm of longevity without decline. The prerequisite skill is suitable for cultivating immortals. I must complete my training as soon as possible. Xiao Mu felt extremely happy. This is my path of cultivation, immortal has come here. Ken Shui raised the teacup in her hand. Although you have practiced quite well, you have only been training for a month. Butcher Zhen may not have cultivated inner strength, but his arm has the power of several hundred pounds. After you finish training your strength and kill Butcher Zhen, I will teach you the next steps. No need for later. I have finished the task, Butcher Zhen has already been killed by me. Upon hearing this, Ken Shui was stunned, her mouth agape. How is that possible? Xiao Mu leaned back in his chair and scratched his head. Not only did I kill him, but I also found a secret letter on him. Unfortunately, the tadpole characters in the letter, I cannot understand. Ken Shui recalled the scene of Butcher Zhen slaughtering the Qiao family. Tadpole characters. A secret letter. The tadpole characters are a type of secret script used by the martial arts faction for internal communication. It seems you really did kill Butcher Zhen. I didn't expect he could truly defeat Butcher Zhen. Xiao Mu took out the letter. Ken Shui continued, since you have killed Butcher Zhen, I will teach you the next chapter of the Eternal Life Fist as promised. Come sit in meditation before me, and listen as I impart the formula to you. Ken Shui began teaching Xiao Mu the formula of the Eternal Spring Fist. What is real in form is supported by what is formless. What is present in one place is absent in many. Half an hour later, Xiao Mu was meditating. His proficiency in the Eternal Spring Fist had reached 40%. He looked at Ken Shui and thought, the proficiency hasn't changed. Indeed, relying on the reward system is much faster than cultivating on my own. I need to find a stronger antagonist than Butcher Zhen to challenge. Ken Shui presented a small notebook to Xiao Mu. This is the way to decode the secret message in the tadpole. Take a look and translate the contents of the letter for me. Xiao Mu began to flip through it, comparing it to the letter. It seems the letter says that Emperor De Yen will be leaving the imperial capital soon, and the martial arts faction is preparing to summon its members. Suddenly, as he read the next part, his eyes widened in shock. Assassinate Emperor De Yen. Hearing this, Ken Shui immediately jumped up, very anxious. Where will the martial arts faction prepare to assassinate the emperor? When is the emperor leaving? Is there more detail? His small book is not enough. We can only piece it together to read. The specific time and place remain unsolved. Ken Shui sat back down in her chair, and she seemed very angry. The martial arts faction is truly bold. However, if they take action, it is indeed quite possible. Xiao Mu curiously asked, is the martial arts faction that powerful? I only told you before that it was the martial arts faction and the legendary martial artist who destroyed our Qiao family. I haven't mentioned the reason for it. Ken Shui began to recount, the legendary martial artist, known as the second supreme of the martial path in the world. He established the martial arts faction and annihilated many martial path aristocratic families and sects through his own efforts, even taking the secret manuals of martial arts that each sect regards as personal treasures and allowing members within to freely share them in order to enhance their own strength. She recalled, the eternal life fist of our Qiao family is a superlative martial art taught by the first-generation ancestor who lived in the mountains. In the end, we also could not escape their grasp. Ken Shui clenched her fist tightly, filled with hatred, I teach you the eternal life fist, not hoping that you can destroy the legendary martial artist. It is just a hope waiting for you to cultivate it to the point where you can sever its wings. Her whole body trembled. So that I can personally kill that legendary martial artist. Xiao Mu looked at Qin Shui with a grim expression. He thought of something and then smiled slyly, saying, I have an idea, perhaps I can try to sneak into the internal martial arts faction. Qin Shui was terrified upon hearing this. Have you become so foolish from your cultivation that you want to join the martial arts faction? Xiao Mu stood up, slamming his hand on the table with a determined expression. First, I will join the internal martial arts faction, and then assassinate the emperor as an assassin of the martial arts faction. This way, the Dayan dynasty and the martial arts faction will definitely fight to the death. Xiao Mu stroked his chin. If I can't sneak into the martial arts faction, then I will continue to deal with the members of the martial arts faction, trying to obtain their complete plan to assassinate the emperor. At that point, I can also act as an assassin, stirring up trouble so that the martial arts faction bears the wrath of the dynasty, allowing the great revenge of my sister to be avenged sooner. Qin Shui wanted to dissuade him from this idea, but Xiao Mu did not want to listen. A fanciful thought, this is almost a dead end. However, there was an opportunity to become an assassin to assassinate the emperor. If he died as an assassin, perhaps he could be remembered in history. Such a death would surely be highly regarded. He began to imagine countless beautiful illusion realms. Moreover, there was an organization founded by the second strongest warrior in the world, with a large number of skill instruction books on martial arts. Within it, members could easily read, and there was even a complete manual on eternal life martial arts. Wasn't this the perfect training ground I had dreamed of? Perfect. Xiao Mu stood up. If the legendary martial artist was as powerful as he said, seeking revenge would be nearly impossible. At most, he could only cause some trouble for the martial arts faction. So, this was the best way. Qin Shui was very worried and hastily warned him. But you will die. Xiao Mu put on a cool expression. What's there to fear about death? Her hearing was extremely sharp. Qin Shui began to sense that there was no hint of deception, only more excitement and enthusiasm. Was he serious? But what did he want? The manual on eternal life was nothing compared to his life. What else could I offer him? After thinking for a while, she became flustered and blushed. Could it be that he craves my body? Xiao Mu, who was beside her, suddenly found Qin Shui's unusual behavior very confusing. Are you thinking something silly again? Qin Shui didn't want him to know her silly thoughts from earlier, so she denied it, but her face was still very red. I just feel that I can't repay such great kindness. Is there anything I can do for you? Nobleman like Xiao Mu, how could I even think of that? It really shouldn't be. Upon hearing her question, Xiao Mu turned away, putting on a serious expression. Speaking of this, there really is something, and only you can do it. When Qin Shui heard this, she immediately asked, what is it? Xiao Mu pointed at her and smiled cheerfully. Hee, it's a secret. Qin Shui was very puzzled. What was wrong with this person, while Xiao Mu continued to act mysteriously? She sighed. If he is not afraid of death, then let him give it a try. Qin Shui stood up. Xiao Mu looked at her and continued. Are you satisfied now? Speaking of which, do you happen to know if there are any other members of the martial arts faction nearby? Yes. Hearing the question, she immediately mentioned a name. The city lord of Yen City, Guo Yen. A whip struck a young man on the street directly on his back, causing him immense pain. Another passerby was also attacked, which made the people on the street frightened, pushing and shoving each other to escape. They called out warnings to each other. The cruel Guo family is here, run quickly. Guo young master, spare our lives. A young man in a purple robe sat proudly on horseback, his face tilted up arrogantly. His subordinate walked ahead with a whip in hand, wearing a cruel expression. Guo young master is out, do not block the way. Suddenly, that Guo young master glanced towards the side of the road. He smirked wickedly, pointing at a pair of siblings helping an fallen passerby get up, and ordered, someone, bring that beauty over here. The pair of siblings immediately drew their swords upon hearing this. Don't even think about it, you shameless scoundrel, I will not let you have your way even if I die. Suddenly, the senior brother's hand was grabbed. Two large, bald men approached him and spoke. Sir, our young master invites you to talk. The junior sister beside him was extremely shocked upon hearing this, as everyone had thought that the person he wanted to capture was her. The beauty he mentioned is referring to. Both siblings felt a mix of anger and embarrassment when they learned the truth, cursing. Shameless scoundrel. Jiang Lang, I've come to help you. Today, we need to teach that Gui young master a lesson. Hearing this, Gui young master felt enraged, grinding his teeth. He pointed at the junior sister and commanded, "Teach this ignorant woman a lesson for me." His tall and strong subordinates rushed towards the junior sister upon receiving the order. Their method of punishment was to use their bodies to overpower her. The junior sister was forced to the point of struggling to breathe. Gui young master felt extremely satisfied, but he failed to notice a figure above him, preparing to leap down. With a loud crash, the commotion attracted everyone's attention. His subordinates hurriedly yelled, "Young master!" The one who had been whipping everyone now lay unconscious on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Meanwhile, Gui young master was being choked by Xiao Mu, lifted into the air with one hand, while the other held a brick. With difficulty breathing, Gui young master still spoke in a haughty tone. He trembled and shouted, "Little guy, let go of me. My father is the city lord of Yen City." Hearing this, Xiao Mu only appeared more amused. He asked him again. "So what?" His eyes were bloodshot from being choked and having difficulty breathing, yet he didn't forget to threaten him. "My father is coming soon, you cannot escape. When that time comes, I will make sure you wish you were never born." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu appeared very serious on the outside, but inside he was delighted. Could there really be such a good thing? He began to imagine and calculate again. Originally, I intended to act chivalrously, kill the city lord's son, and then wait to be killed by these servants. If I could provoke the city lord to kill me, then my death rating would surely increase to a higher level, right? The system appeared. Immortality, chivalrous acts. Death rating prediction. Xiao Mu's rating was indeed increasing. He noticed the death rating reminder appeared for the first time. So the system agrees with my viewpoint. He smiled with satisfaction. The tall subordinates of Gui young master hurried towards him, while the two brothers, seeing they had help, were extremely grateful, shouting, "Thank you, great hero, for your assistance, but this person holds immense power. We cannot implicate you, hero, run away quickly." Xiao Mu did not pay attention to what they said. He waved his hand and slapped Gui young master hard. The subordinates were terrified upon seeing this. The junior sister was equally surprised to see him dare to hit him. He stopped and pointed at Gui young master's subordinate, ordering, "Everyone stand still, otherwise, I will kill him." At this moment, Gui young master, with red and swollen cheeks from the beating, hurriedly pleaded, "Hero, spare my life. This city belongs to my family, you can ask for anything, and I will give it to you. Please don't kill me." Xiao Mu glanced at him but said nothing. His anger made him hit even harder. "Don't back down. Quickly call your father here." Suddenly, a group of horse riders rushed over, stopping behind Xiao Mu and catching his attention. Leading them was a man in purple, looking quite imposing. At this time, Gui young master weakly called out, "Father." It turned out that his father had arrived. Xiao Mu looked him over and assessed, "He is Gui Yan, seems he is indeed very strong." At that moment, Gui Yan also appeared extremely angry, shouting, "Shut up." Xiao Mu was stunned. Gui Yan truly has formidable martial arts skills, just a single shout can generate such great pressure. Gui Yan's gaze was gloomy as he thought, this little guy still hasn't cultivated internal energy, he's just a training stage martial artist. However, being able to lift someone so easily shows he has greater arm strength. At that moment, Gui Yan also dismounted from his horse and approached Xiao Mu. Each step he took exuded a certain strength. Several of the subordinates standing around bowed their heads respectfully and knelt down. The closer he got, the greater the oppressive force became, causing Xiao Mu to tremble. Why does it feel like being weighed down by a heavy pressure? It's really uncomfortable. His face now showed great discomfort. while Guiyan was being choked by Xiao Mu. Unable to hold back anymore, Xiao Mu shouted, "Stop!" At that moment, Guiyan's strength began to dissipate. His gaze silently scrutinized Xiao Mu. He thought, he's still able to speak. A typical martial artist would be too intimidated to utter a word under such internal pressure. This kid's courage isn't bad. Though he thought one way in his heart, he maintained a different demeanor on the outside. Guiyan smiled amicably and spoke very politely. "Little friend, don't get agitated. If there's something, let's sit down and negotiate. It's true that Gua doesn't know how to educate his child, so I ask little friend to release my son first. Gua will certainly discipline him more strictly in the future." Xiao Mu felt disappointed by his attitude. "Fortunately, I changed to an expression that inspires fear. Why do you apologize as soon as you open your mouth? Isn't it supposed to be about scaring me in every possible way? How can I let you beat me to death like this?" He glanced at the system's assessment notification, chivalrous action, predicted death rating C+, currently increasing. The death rating hasn't disappeared yet. So there's still a chance. Xiao Mu began to execute his plan, pointing at Guiyan's face and scolding, "Your son commits robbery in broad daylight, and you think a mere apology can smooth things over." However, despite this, his attitude remained quite soft, wanting to mediate. "You two are disciples of the Shen Tian sect, right? Gua and Mo, master of your sect, have some connections. I will definitely bring 100 taels of silver as an apology another day. Can you forgive my son's rudeness this time?" The two siblings exchanged awkward glances. "So is this considered a threat?" "Perhaps it is. Yen City is originally Guiyan's territory, and we can't do anything to him." Not wanting to invite more trouble, they had to politely accept Guiyan's apology. "The city lord is being polite. Actually, we, the couple, are new to Yen City, and we have been a bit reckless." The onlookers hiding around were continuously discussing among themselves, are they just going to let this go? What about the person that Guiyang master injured? This isn't just a trivial matter, sometimes it's better to avoid more trouble. At that moment, Xiao Mu angrily shouted Guiyan's name, startling everyone around. He continued to reproach him. Although Guiyan was extremely angry in his heart, he still had to pretend to smile. "You don't think that as long as you compensate with a little money and bow your head to apologize, everything will be forgotten, do you? You seem quite experienced in this. I suppose you've often had to wipe your unfortunate son's backside, haven't you?" He was still gripping Guiyang master's collar, but this wasn't the first time that his son had his bodyguards clear the way by beating people up. It also wasn't the first time he had gone to kidnap someone on the road. The people he beat to disability and killed, what does he think he can use to compensate for that? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, gripping his neck tighter, making it impossible for him to breathe. "I think his life should be used as compensation." Guiyan felt angry in his heart when he had already softened his stance, yet Xiao Mu still refused to let go. This little guy, being soft-spoken doesn't work, really tough to deal with. He spoke up again, but his tone and expression changed a little, seeming like he was running out of patience. "Little friend, don't hesitate to speak frankly, what must be done to release my son?" Hearing this, Xiao Mu let out a cold laugh. "If you want me to let him go, it's very simple." Then he pointed to his own face, "Unless I die." Xiao Mu continued to squeeze Guiyang master's neck, ignoring his struggles. The common people who had been whipped by Guiyang master earlier spoke with gratitude, a passerby, yet willing to speak up for us with righteousness, even disregarding his own life. Guiyan sighed at this moment. "It seems we have nothing left to discuss." As he finished speaking, an old man with white hair and long sleeves gently glided past Xiao Mu's back. You immediately turned your head back. 2 white silk strips were just the old man's sleeves rushing towards you. Guiyan, the young master, was saved and fell to the ground with a thud, while Xiao Mu was tightly bound by the old man's sleeves, forced to bow before Guiyan. Outwardly, you displayed an angry expression, but inside, you couldn't stop cheering. Heroic acts, evaluating death predicted level C+, upgrading, this time it's stable, death assessed highly for the first time in life, I'm here. Guiyan stood there looking down at you and asked, "Little guy, what is your name?" Xiao Mu, forced to lower his head, answered fearlessly, as he was waiting for this death of his. My name is Xiao Mu, an insignificant nobody, no backing or background. Lord Gua, feel free to kill me, don't hesitate, just go ahead, what are you waiting for? Hearing this, Guiyan's eyebrows furrowed and he praised you, on the contrary, you have quite a bit of courage. Then he ordered the old man to release you. This action left both you and the old man utterly astonished. Guiyan continued speaking. His reaction was completely opposite to what Xiao Mu had been expecting. Xiao Mu, you are braver than others, truly not an ordinary person. If you are interested in joining the army and serving the country, you can come to Yen City, my city lord's residence, to register at any time. At this moment, Xiao Mu was silently crying inside, as the script he had painstakingly built was now completely shattered. No, is there something wrong with this script? After everything was resolved, Guiyan took his son and left. Young Master Gua then called out, Father. Guiyan, angered, turned back and struck him hard without hesitation. Young Master Gua fell to the ground from the blow. Guiyan shouted, Shut up. Usually, I spoil you too much, bring him back to me. He then got onto his horse and prepared to leave. Before departing, Guiyan still remembered to remind Xiao Mu, who was standing there in a daze. Xiao Mu, if you have thought it over, feel free to come to the city lord's residence to register. At this moment, Xiao Mu truly felt like he was turned to stone. The bystanders continued to discuss among themselves. Although the city lord's young master is a useless young master, the city lord is still a reasonable person. The city lord is really generous. That righteous young man is truly lucky to have caught the city lord's eye. If he wants to join the city guard, he cannot rely on just one official. Xiao Mu's plan being disrupted made him scream in his heart. After struggling for so long, the atmosphere had reached this point, and I have already thought of my last words. Why am I still alive? The city lord's father really has no peace of mind and does not let me die. Disappointed, he kneels down on the ground. Although the plan has failed, the system's notification still has not disappeared, and his level has not decreased. This caught Xiao Mu's attention. The life lock is still lit. Does that mean the death assessment is still increasing? My death assessment hasn't disappeared due to the city lord's departure, could it mean? He suddenly realizes something but is left confused, asking himself, if I die now, can I still receive a high death assessment like before? But why is that? Is there something different about my current self compared to before? Suddenly, he notices his surroundings. The people were looking at him with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Some clapped, others bowed their heads in thanks, and there were continuous words of praise. He seemed to understand something. I understand now, if I die now, I will die as a righteous young man, angrily scolding the city lord of Yen City on the street, rather than as an insignificant nobody named Xiao Mu. Once he understood, Xiao Mu was overjoyed. So this is the correct way to unlock the system of immortality. As long as I continue to act heroically, my fame and reputation will continue to rise. Xiao Mu stood there, constantly imagining. If I successfully die, I will become stronger. If I fail to die, I can continue to accumulate buffs and enhance my death evaluation. Therefore, whether I live or die, both sides are a win for me. He felt a deep joy in his heart, as if he had soared to the ninth heaven. When the moment of my final death comes, it will definitely be a powerful and high-quality death. The more Xiao Mu thought about it, the happier he became, and his expression grew unusual, leaving those looking at him thoroughly confused. Returning to Gua Mansion. The servant was currently getting ice for young Master Gua to apply on his face, which had just been swollen from Xiao Mu's punch. He was constantly moaning in pain. He turned to Guiyan, crying, Father, why don't you punish that wicked Xiao Mu? Instead, you want to recruit him. Guiyan replied with a serious expression, there is no need to rush, his matters are none of your concern. He recalled the time when Xiao Mu was captured. Looking at the expressions of the people back then, one could tell how much resentment this unfilial child has accumulated among the citizens of Yen City. If I had killed Xiao Mu in front of them at that moment, wouldn't the image of the city lord I painstakingly built be ruined in an instant? Guiyan then smiled sinisterly, it's better to recruit that little guy like we are now. If it can appease the public's anger, we can also gain some commendation. He looked at his son and reprimanded, "You, ungrateful child, should have been punished long ago. Otherwise, you will eventually cause a great disaster. For this month, you are grounded in the manor and are not allowed to go outside." "Why?" Guo Yan replied seriously, "During this time, the current Holy Majesty may visit the Yen City area. Bringing a child to a timeout is to prevent the child from provoking disaster." Guo young master seemed skeptical when he heard his father say that the current emperor would be coming here. He laughed and asked, "Emperor de Yen? Is this news reliable?" Guo Yan smiled, causing him to look at his father in confusion. "How could the emperor's travel schedule be explained clearly to your father? Who knows if it would lead to an assassination?" Guo young master continued to ask his father, "But what about that Xiao Mu? Will he agree to join the Yen City garrison?" "Regardless of whether he agrees to join the Yen City garrison or not, we will have a way to deal with him." Guo Yan leaned back in his chair, smirking as he said to his son, "If he really joins, then it will be even easier to handle." At this moment, he had devised a wicked plan. "Isn't there been a bandit outbreak outside Rongshan City lately? At that time, we can send him to the front lines, he'll just go to his death." Xiao Mu returned and recounted everything to Qin Shui. "You hit his son, and he still wants to recruit you into the Yen City garrison." She seemed to also sense something shady about this, but Xiao Mu appeared unconcerned. "More than half of it is a scam. So this city lord's mansion, I will definitely go." Qin Shui sighed when she saw his determination. She took out a small book from her possession. "Since you insist on doing this risky endeavor, I have a skill here that I can pass on to you." Xiao Mu's eyes lit up when he heard this, eagerly accepting what Qin Shui handed him. "This is the martial path secret technique that my Qiao family has kept, which can injure one's own meridians as a price. The potential of the human body can erupt instantly, causing the inner strength to surge at least twofold in a moment." He held the secret technique in his hand, Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Xiao Mu was overjoyed, his eyes shining like stars. There really is such a treasure as this. Qin Shui turned to instruct him, "Of course, first you must cultivate your inner strength before you can use this method of finding a path to survival in dire situations." She frowned, "Xiao Mu, your actions are somewhat reminiscent of the ancient heroes, and such a mindset is suitable for the martial path, so your martial arts will likely improve faster than those of ordinary people." Despite saying this, she felt very worried about him. Qin Shui was somewhat sad and anxious. "I gift you the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. It's not that I want you to risk your life, but I hope you have the chance to continue living." Xiao Mu looked at her, smiling gently, "I understand." Then he turned to look at the secret technique book in his hands with joy. Qin Shui continued to sigh. The scene shifted to the military camp in Yen City. At this moment, Xiao Mu was practicing martial arts. He held a long spear, training very seriously. He looked at his weapon with great satisfaction. Traditionally, the luck of soldiers is based on making it easier to send out, hoping it would bring good fortune to him. At this time, some old soldiers stood behind him, discussing quietly and appeared dissatisfied. "This is the guy Xiao Mu, he looks like an ordinary talent, right? He's just a peak strength level 9 martial artist, and he can be the team leader. What does he rely on?" Based on connections, because he is well known for his toughness, daring to catch the young master city lord, the city lord praises him for his bravery and unusually promotes him. The two of them became more animated as they spoke. "Just wait, the battlefield will rely on true skills, he won't last a few days." He ignored them and sat down to practice alone. Xiao Mu was satisfied. "Learn another skill, not sure when I can die to level up to A." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Captain," catching his attention. Xiao Mu opened one eye and tilted his head in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man with an eager attitude approached to talk to him. He was often referred to as Old Man Huang. "I heard you want to buy some martial arts skills and techniques." "That's right, Old Man Huang, do you have any?" "Captain, my surname is Bai." The other soldiers standing there mocked Old Man Huang. "With that golden-toothed grin of yours, why call yourself Bai, haha. Just call him Old Man Huang." "Go away, I'm too lazy to argue with you. After quarreling with them, he turned back to Xiao Mu and smiled. Captain, I have a type of external strength technique, do you need it? External strength technique? I haven't cultivated inner strength yet, but having a type of external technique for self-defense would indeed be good. At that moment, an armored old monk approached, laughing and interjecting into their conversation. Captain, shouldn't you first ask what kind of external technique it is that old man Huang is talking about before continuing? What is it? Old man Huang replied confidently with a smile. Xiao Mu, after imagining the scenario, quickly turned to Huang old man and clasped his hands together. I, Xiao Mu, usually love researching the martial path. I want the Iron Sun technique, just name your price. That is also one of the weaknesses of the human body, this weakness must be well protected. Seeing Xiao Mu so excited, Huang old man hurriedly pulled out a book from his robe. What are you talking about, Captain? What's with money and all that? This Iron Sun technique is just my way of showing respect to you, Captain. Suddenly, Huang old man turned his head back with caution. He carefully said to Xiao Mu, 4 months ago, my daughter-in-law was pregnant, but she was struck by a young master on the road, and the child could not be saved. My daughter-in-law is fine, but her body is still weak. Then Huang old man lowered his head. Captain, please take revenge for me, this would also be a kindness of mine. You don't need to say that. I cannot take the skill for free, and I will definitely repay you in the future. At this point, Huang old man was on the verge of tears. What are you talking about repayment? This is me repaying a kindness. From a distance, a soldier ran up to report to Xiao Mu, Captain, Lieutenant of Chu invites you to come. It seems that Xiao Mu had already considered this matter. The scene shifts to the tent of the Lieutenant of Chu. Xiao Mu is now standing straight in front of the Lieutenant of Chu. There is a person outside the city of Rongshan called the bandit Wang Songhe, who is extremely reckless and arrogant. The Lieutenant of Chu raised his hand to break the flag symbolizing the bandits. He shouted in anger, looking very indignant. Just a lowly bandit dares to claim kingship, what a joke. Xiao Mu looked at the Lieutenant of Chu with a very assessing gaze. But he did not say anything yet, as the Lieutenant of Chu continued to express his outrage. Furthermore, this song he has done all sorts of things from seizing land from officials to petty theft, occupying Rongshan. In just half a year, he has committed hundreds of crimes. This bandit is also a lecher, abducting many reputable young women. He blinked back tears, pretending to turn away with a heartbroken expression. Those women he captured, if lucky, could return home, but if unlucky, they would die directly in his camp. Xiao Mu immediately joined in, his eyes blazing. Indeed, he is worse than a beast. This bandit must be eradicated, he cannot be left alive. Seeing your fiery determination, Lieutenant of Chu immediately got straight to the point. Yes, so we will prepare to separate 1,000 soldiers. In 5 days, we will leave the city to suppress the bandits. Lieutenant of Chu patted Xiao Mu on the shoulder, I've heard you're braver than others, so for this mission to suppress the bandits, how about you take the lead? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu immediately clasped his hands together. Lieutenant of Chu held his breath in nervous anticipation, unsure if Xiao Mu would agree. At that moment, Xiao Mu was very enthusiastic and said loudly, I accept the order. He stepped out of Lieutenant of Chu's tent, already understanding everything in his heart. There are 10 captains in the 1,000 soldiers, apart from me, all of them are 9th-grade martial artists, yet they insist on choosing me as the leader. Xiao Mu sneered, calling me braver than others. Is it that the city lord finally made a move? What a flimsy excuse. He clenched his fists, feeling a bit pleased. It's time to face death, let the coin in my hand manifest. Lieutenant of Chu also stepped outside, watching the back of Xiao Mu leave, thinking to himself, is this little guy really foolish or just confident? How can he agree so readily? I must be cautious, any unexpected developments in the city lord's handover cannot occur. 5 days later, in the outskirts of Rongshan, Xiao Mu stood on a high cliff looking down. At that moment, the old man Huang ran over. Captain, I'm familiar with this area, how about I lead the way? If we haven't seen any trace of the mountain bandits here, it could be that they are hiding in the valley to the west. There's a small valley a mile further west. Xiao Mu slung his spear over his shoulder and turned to look at him. Alright, let's go there. Be careful, things are not looking good, hide behind me immediately. The old man Huang felt very touched by the concern, his voice choked with emotion. Captain, you are truly the best person I have ever met. Don't worry, I will definitely not hold you back. Xiao Mu issued a serious order, while the old man Huang nodded vigorously beside him. This is a military order. It's not easy to be out looking for death, I can't let the old man Huang mess things up again. The old man Huang led the way in front, holding a saber, clearing the grass as he walked. He smiled and said, turning to Xiao Mu, Captain, let me tell you, my eldest son has been very strong since he was a child. This year I am only 15 years old and can lift a 150-pound stone. He asked Xiao Mu how he was at 15. Xiao Mu also recounted seriously, but it seemed a little hard to believe. When I was 15, I was killed by one blow from Butcher Zhen. Haha, I don't believe it. Seriously, lead the way, stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, something was rushing towards them very quickly. Xiao Mu immediately noticed it. Then it was not just one, but hundreds of arrows. One could say it was as numerous as a rainstorm, rushing towards Xiao Mu and his group. He reacted very quickly, kicking Huang old man to save his life. Xiao Mu, extremely excited, rushed forward, flashing a confident smile, pointing his lance ahead and shouting, "Tornado, destroy the parking lot." But the scene was not what he had imagined or what he often saw in movies. He was still hit by an arrow, and it hurt a lot. Indeed, TV shows are all deceiving. After the rain of arrows ended, a group of bandits jumped out from the bushes, making Huang old man extremely frightened. They were armed with swords, charging directly at Xiao Mu, wanting to take their lives. Xiao Mu smiled with delight as everything was quite to his liking. Bandits, finally seeing bandits. Just a little more, I'm about to die. This life-threatening lock is starting to shine again. It seems that the more bravely one fights, the more one can enhance their death rating. No one can stop me from seeking death today. Then he charged towards the group of bandits, leaving the soldiers astonished. Come with me, I'll take you down. The scene immediately turned chaotic as both sides engaged in a free-for-all. A soldier seemed to be at a disadvantage against the bandits. He was about to be killed by a bandit's blade and screamed in fear as blood splattered. But fortunately, it was not the blood of the soldier, but that of two bandits who Xiao Mu skewered with his spear like fish balls. The soldier, narrowly escaping death, fell to his knees in terror. Xiao Mu flew in and delivered another kick to the bandits. He looked incredibly fierce, sweeping through the bandits. The soldiers who usually looked down on him now had to open their eyes, turning to each other and saying, "This is too strong." The bandits were also frightened by his strength and ran away. Xiao Mu looked at them fleeing, feeling quite disheartened. Is that all? He calmly pulled the arrow out of his arm and turned back to order his subordinates, "Get the healing medicine and stop the bleeding for me." Huang old man was now kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in front of Xiao Mu, making him feel very awkward. "Captain, you blocked those three for me. I truly have nothing to repay you. Don't. He went to sit down under a tree to let them treat his wounds. Ouch, these bandits are really weak. I intended to take their heads, who knew the enemy was a bit feeble, I can only try harder next time. The old monk was bandaging him while asking, "Captain, is your way of repaying Huang old man really by saving his life?" Huang old man immediately knelt down again, bowing his head to thank Xiao Mu. He smiled and looked at the old monk, asking, "What's wrong, monk? Do you also have a skill you want to sing for me?" The monk clasped his hands in front of his chest respectfully, while Huang old man still kept madly bowing his head. "My secret manual skill, on the contrary, is not something I carry with me. About the city, it is certain to be offered. The officer can block names for the soldiers. This situation is too rare already, so this life of the old man Huang is entrusted to you. It's a small matter, let me eliminate this group of bandits first." He stood up and surveyed the surrounding terrain. The mouth of the valley is narrow and long, with tall trees in the middle. Either the bandits' hideout is in the valley ahead, or there are ambushes prepared in front to lure the enemy deeper. Going further may lead to death. Xiao Mu turned back to ask the old man Huang, "Old man Huang, does this valley have a name?" "No, why is that?" Upon hearing this, he wrote 3 words on the tree trunk, "Lu Mu Valley," to name this place. Xiao Mu smiled with delight, "Since it has no name, let's call it Lu Mu Valley. This name is truly auspicious." Later, which good spot to die in? Are you here to battle or to tour? While they were leisurely conversing, a voice interrupted, "Xiao Mu, why have you stopped? Didn't I tell you to go ahead and scout?" Xiao Mu explained what they had just encountered, but it seemed that the lieutenant of Chu did not want to hear any of his reasons. "We were just ambushed by bandits. In front of us is a mountain valley, afraid there might be an ambush. You are the vanguard, whether there is an ambush or not is something you should consider, right? If there really is, we will naturally come to the rescue. I see you're just cowardly." His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth while asking you, "Or should I say you want to defy the order?" "Defying the order would be better, then I can immediately kill him and complete the city lord's command." But contrary to his expectations, Xiao Mu responded rather obediently, just 2 words, "Obey orders." He turned and arrogantly walked away, despite the blood gushing from his wound and his teammates constantly trying to stop him. "Lieutenant of Chu, listen to me. Thank you. From now on, you will be my good brother. To be killed by an 8th-rank sergeant for defying an order is too wasteful. I want to be a man who defeats the bandits and dies in battle." Then he smiled, "Wait for me to transform the coin, and I will send your brother on your way." But just about 2 seconds later, his face darkened. At this moment, a large number of bandits were rushing down from the cliff. It seemed they had already set up an ambush here. Huang old man was terrified and yelled out. Xiao Mu then turned around and shouted, "Run!" Inside the cave, hundreds of bandits were hiding. "Isn't the number of people we brought enough? What are you standing there for? Run!" When they heard him shout like that, they immediately turned around and ran. But it seemed Huang old man had noticed that only Xiao Mu was not running. Xiao Mu stayed behind to block the bandits so that they could escape. Seeing this, Huang old man and the monk became very anxious. "The captain is risking his life, holding back for us. We should go back." Xiao Mu realized their intention and shouted to stop them. "All of you go, do not turn back. This is an order." Hearing him say, "This is an order," both Huang old man and the monk were at a loss. They stood at a distance, tears brimming in their eyes as they watched him fight. At that moment, the lieutenant of Chu shouted from above, "Do not retreat on your own." He seemed to want to trap them in a dead end. "Whoever disobeys will be killed." Xiao Mu fought while glancing at him with disdain. "If I don't die, then 100 of my subordinates will also have to be buried with me, right?" Upon hearing this, Huang old man shouted loudly. "The captain wants to die, then let's die together." "That's right, let's go." But as they were running towards him, Xiao Mu used his spear to block them. He kicked the bandit in front of him hard and shouted for them to get lost. "You don't want your wife to become a widow, do you? You don't want your child to be bullied in the future, right?" When the old man Huang heard this question, he felt troubled. He didn't want to abandon Xiao Mu like this, and we couldn't just watch him go to his death. Xiao Mu didn't say much and immediately rushed forward to fight. "If you don't want to die, then don't talk nonsense." He charged alone into the crowd of bandits, which was larger than ants. The old man Huang reached out with deep sorrow and called out twice, "Captain." Xiao Mu fought and spoke at the same time, saying what you couldn't. "If you don't dare to speak, let me do it. You can't die." At that moment, an arrow shot straight into his chest, causing Xiao Mu to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Not only was his chest hit, but his back was also pierced by an arrow. The bandits were becoming more and more numerous, and he was standing alone against all of them. Xiao Mu felt as if he was receiving strength from the system. "Want to die? I'll die first." The band of bandits was knocked back by him, while one of them was smashed into pieces. Xiao Mu looked very imposing and said to them, "Don't be afraid." He waved his hand and said, "Come at me all at once." Then he charged into battle with them again. "Come on, bring some more." Xiao Mu became more and more vigorous in his fighting. I can feel a power. The bandits continued to come in larger numbers, but anyone who rushed in was immediately killed by him. He sensed that a force seemed to want to break free from within. As a result, he fought harder and harder, showing no signs of fatigue. Lieutenant of Chu observed Xiao Mu fighting from above. Inner strength, huh? This little guy has actually cultivated inner strength. He frowned and gritted his teeth. A 20-year-old can cultivate the inner strength of a martial artist, either he is exceptionally gifted or has a stronger will. Humph, he has just cultivated a bit of inner strength, yet it is enough for him to withstand a few more breaths. His strikes were incredibly fierce as he charged forward. Lieutenant of Chu observed closely and seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. He has just cultivated inner strength, how can he be so powerful? He watched Xiao Mu continuously radiating power. No, this must be some kind of explosive secret technique, Lieutenant of Chu thought for a moment and then covered his mouth to laugh. It turns out to be using the celestial demon dissolution technique. Ha ha ha, and yet he used such a self-destructing move. He looked at the group of bandits surrounding him with great certainty. This time, he is definitely dead. Huang Old Man was in tears, shouting, Captain. They intended to push forward, wanting to fight. But at that moment, the weapon of Xiao Mu was firmly planted in the ground, and a swirling whirlwind arose, making it impossible for them to approach, while also blowing away several bandits standing nearby. Xiao Mu ordered, You are not allowed to come here. The strong wind carried dust, causing Huang Old Man and the monk to be unable to open their eyes. Xiao Mu stood there, incredibly valiant, with a few bloodshot veins in his eyes. Today, with me Xiao Mu here, no one shall step through this circle. The bandits shouted loudly, Don't be afraid, charge at him. As soon as he finished speaking, they all rushed towards him at the same time. Xiao Mu, undaunted, smiled brightly, and he immediately charged forward. With a swing, he instantly eliminated several enemies. Indeed, the more he fought, the more fervent he became. The group of old men stood outside, watching with great anxiety. Everyone was worried for him. At this moment, Xiao Mu was covered in wounds. Whether from blades or arrows, his clothing was stained with blood and flew towards the old man Huang, who was crying incessantly. He reached out to catch it. All the soldiers in Xiao Mu's group looked up at him from below. They all wept for him, thinking he was already dead. Xiao Mu single-handedly defeated hundreds of bandits, piling their bodies into a mountain. Lieutenant of Chu saw everything going according to his plan. He chuckled lightly, thinking that this time Xiao Mu was finished. The lieutenant of Chu then shouted, ordering, The heroic Xiao stands tall. We must not let him down. Kill for me, charge forward for me. When he arrived on horseback, everything was already over. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. The lieutenant of Chu looked at Xiao Mu standing there motionless. He turned to his subordinates and said, The encirclement is over. Return to the city. Huang Old Man was utterly astonished. About Yen City, what about it? However, these bandits have only managed to flee, they have not been completely eradicated yet. Moreover, the bandit camp has not been located. The lieutenant of Chu seemed unwilling to hear anything more. He turned away. The bandits are numerous, we cannot risk entering. Follow military orders, return to the city. The monk and the old man Huang were extremely upset by his attitude. Now you realize you can't take the risk of entering. Why didn't you come to this conclusion sooner? Are you going to let the captain go to his death? Now that it's come to this, let's bring the captain's body back. After all, we owe the captain's family an explanation. It seems the captain has a blind junior sister at home. Oh, they were originally two siblings relying on each other. After they finished speaking, they moved to wrap a large piece of cloth around the young man's body. Rest in peace, Captain. At this moment, Xiao Mu has been reborn and was looking down at them from above, scratching his head. His appearance now seemed much more mature than before. He looked at the rank notification from the system and was very pleased. Xiao Mu seemed to have attained some kind of enlightenment. It feels like I've trained a lot, no wonder it's a B rank evaluation. The proficiency of the skill can be elevated all at once like that. If we say that level C is the effectiveness of training that can only be achieved through 100% time management efficiency of a person over 10 years, then level B is the effectiveness of 150% over 20 years. It feels incredibly refreshing. Xiao Mu turned around. I wonder what it would be like to evaluate at level A, he. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he thrust the lance into a tree. It was not so much a thrust into the tree but rather a thrust to kill an ant. Xiao Mu smiled contentedly. The excessive benefits brought by high-quality death are indeed formidable. He broke into a cold smile. The lieutenant of Chu was walking in the sun but still felt a chill. Next, we should go thank the good brother for transforming the coins for me. It's getting cold quickly. The troops he led were on their way back to Yen City. The lieutenant of Chu passed by the tree where Xiao Mu had carved his name earlier. He frowned upon seeing the 3 words and asked, "Why are there carvings on this tree?" The people, Huang Old Man and the monk, who walked by quickly recognized it as what Xiao Mu had carved earlier. Lu Mu Valley, this is what the captain carved before. Monk hugged the tree trunk, crying with emotion. The captain had suspected that the bandits were lying in ambush before entering the valley, but he had no choice but to follow orders and proceed. It seemed that by then he had already intended to die. Huang Old Man looked at the body of the boy, which was wrapped tightly, with tears streaming down his face. The captain died because of us. Lieutenant of Chu turned back to them and coldly asked, "What are you carrying?" Lieutenant of Chu dismounted and walked over to where Huang Old Man and the others were. Huang Old Man bowed respectfully and said, "Reporting to my lord, it is the body of Captain Xiao Mu." Upon hearing this, Lieutenant of Chu glanced at the body wrapped in white cloth. "The body of Xiao Mu, you say?" Huang Old Man looked at him with eyes full of hatred and anger, but he could do nothing. "You bastard, do you really not allow us to carry the captain's body?" Lieutenant of Chu also put on a facade of sadness and regret. Captain Xiao Mu died fighting the bandits. He truly should not be left to rot in the wilderness. He approached, pretending to kindly pat Huang Old Man's shoulder. "You should carry it back to Yen City first, and when the time comes, we will arrange for the burial. Isn't it because of you that this happened?" His mouth said that, but in reality, he had a different thought in his heart. This little guy Xiao Mu has killed so many bandits, and all the credit will ultimately fall on me. I should be grateful to him. The more reckless people like him in the military, the better. The lieutenant of Chu smiled triumphantly. Now that the task assigned by the city lord has been completed, the young master will repay the favor and give him the body, treating it as a way to go with the flow. Who knows, the city lord might even promote me to commander. But unexpectedly, he had an even more sinister thought. "Oh, that's right, doesn't Xiao Mu still have a junior sister?" He licked his lips lewdly. "I will definitely take good care of her." But before he could retract his tongue, something swift rushed by and cut it off. Not only was his tongue cut, but he was also stabbed through the chest, instantly taking his life. It was the lance that Xiao Mu had used earlier. The lieutenant of Chu was directly pinned to the tree. At this moment, he couldn't say anything because his tongue was cut, only able to mumble incoherently as tears streamed down his face, his hands trembling forward. A familiar figure was standing above, looking down. The eyes of Lieutenant of Chu were bloodshot, desperately wide open. After struggling a bit, he was completely dead. His subordinates looked up in confusion as their leader, Lieutenant of Chu, had been killed, causing them to panic and fearfully shout, "Ambush, it's an ambush." Huang Old Man and the monk exchanged doubtful glances. Just now, did you see that figure on the mountain ridge?" Then they opened the cloth again, looking at Xiao Mu's corpse still lying there, which immediately dispelled their previous thoughts. "I saw it, it was the mountain bandits attacking from ambush." "Right, it's the mountain bandits." Another voice shouted loudly, "The mountain bandits have returned, there's an expert. There's an expert." All the soldiers heard this and immediately fled, with not a single one daring to stay behind to collect the body of Lieutenant of Chu. Xiao Mu stood high up, smiling with satisfaction. He looked at his hand, so strong. Lieutenant of Chu was an 8th grade martial artist, yet he didn't even notice my thrust. A single B-grade assessment has elevated me above the 8th grade. Xiao Mu sat down, leaning against a large rock. His right arm was continuously bleeding. Moreover, This time I have made every effort to control the celestial demon disintegration technique. It only erupted when throwing the spear. Just losing one arm won't lead to an unexpected death on the spot. This kind of skill that weakens oneself yet can win with a single move is truly born for me. Despite my hand bleeding continuously, I still enjoy it immensely as my experience points keep increasing. Xiao Mu chuckled, covering his mouth. Furthermore, I have killed the lieutenant of Chu. These soldiers will surely find out who the assassin is. In that case, I can immediately die again. But contrary to his expectations, those soldiers shouted to each other, "The bandits have returned." And then they immediately ran away. He looked down and said, "They've run. Why has everyone fled? How am I supposed to die then? I've already played out the scenario in my mind twice, and I've thought through the dialogue. You guys ran away." He recalled that it was Huang Old Man who informed them, "The bandits have returned." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Wait a minute, that sounds like Huang Old Man shouting. Xiao Mu was so angry that he was shaking. "It really is you, Huang Old Man. I kindly saved your life, blocking the blade and spear for you, and yet you put me in a position where I can't find peace. With this shout from you, the one who killed the lieutenant of Chu was not me, but the bandits. How can I receive an evaluation then?" But immediately, he smiled. However, he stood up, turned his head to look at the bandits hiding in the bushes behind. "The bandits have come, and it's not a lie, they arrived just in time." Xiao Mu eagerly turned back. "You really pretended to retreat, hiding in the dark. Here, our Qiao family is not made up of scholarly people, we absolutely will not bow our heads before you bandits. I'm already half dead and very easy to kill. Brothers, quickly come and take my head." At that moment, the bandits looked at the person in front of them who looked exactly like the one they had just killed and were extremely frightened. They turned around and ran away, shouting, "It's a ghost. Hey, weren't you dead? The one before was definitely me who shot, what now? Even the wound is gone." Seeing them run so fast, he chased after them. "Oh no, don't be scared. I'm already dead, now I am the elder brother Qiao Lin, my father." The bandit listened and became very suspicious. "Are you trying to deceive me? Do you need to hear me say what you are talking about? What I mean is that Xiao Mu is my younger brother, and you have killed my brother. You have killed my brother, and I want to take revenge for him." The bandits could not believe it in their hearts. "You really seem a bit older. I just saw you throw a spear and kill the captain of the guards. Do you still believe it? He must be a vengeful ghost. It was that captain of the guards who caused his death, and we are next." After saying this, they immediately turned and fled. Xiao Mu did not want to let them go and chased after them. "Could it really be a ghost? Don't follow us anymore, I beg you." At this moment, while they were chasing each other in the forest, a group of people appeared. The bandits recognized it was the boss, and they were as happy as if they had found gold. "Boss, save us, there is a ghost here." Xiao Mu was even happier than them and rushed forward. "Thief King, if a small bandit can kill a B-ranked target, then if the Thief King kills, wouldn't that be directly upgrading to A level?" He shouted loudly, "Song He, return my brother's life." Wang Song He stepped onto the ground, and immediately Xiao Mu stopped. He looked at him and asked, "You are the bandit Wang Song He, right?" A young boy's voice rang out, "Ha ha ha, brave warrior." He respectfully extended both hands in front, and a stylishly handsome young man appeared and introduced himself as the bandit Wang Song He. "My surname is Wang, my first name is Song He." Xiao Mu looked at Wang Song He with confusion. Wang Song He noticed his gaze, smiled politely but still courteously, embodying a scholarly demeanor, quite different from the rumors. After a while, he turned to lean against a tree and coughed up blood, shocking Xiao Mu. The bandit leader is actually a sickly book reader. Is he pretending? The bandit that Xiao Mu had chased just now hurried over to tell Wang Song He everything. "Boss, he said his name is Qiao Lin, he is the brother of Captain Xiao. He even killed that squad leader." After listening, Wang Song He raised his head and shot a piercing glance at Xiao Mu, causing him to startle and become alert. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he smiled. Captain Xiao is a true hero, I admire him greatly. Xiao Mu quickly took a few steps back. Brother Xiao has killed the lieutenant of Chu, which shows both bravery and cunning. Do you wish to join our Rongshan? Wang Song he gently approached him. Follow me in this chaotic world, and together we will accomplish great things. Xiao Mu pointed at himself, confused, and asked, do you want to recruit me? You killed my brother, are you not afraid of my revenge? Wang Song he is indeed very handsome, radiating a dazzling aura around him. In this world, if you kill me, I would kill you, there is no right or wrong. Xiao Mu turned his head away, using his hand to shield himself from Wang Song he's glow. You are not wrong. He firmly crushed the thought that Wang Song he had. Xiao Mu's spirit soared. But a true man born between heaven and earth should hold his head high and never bow in shame. How could one hide in the mountains and rob to survive? You bandits can do as you please, don't think you can brainwash me. I, Xiao Mu, am merely a judgmental machine for swords. So come and kill me quickly. Just as he spoke with bravado, a group of bandits approached from behind Wang Song he. They looked at each other with angry eyes. What is this guy saying? He looks down on us. Isn't it just killing a captain? He refuses to drink the offered wine and wants to drink the penalty wine. The boss has kindly invited him, and yet he. Xiao Mu secretly smiled in his heart. Yes, get angry and come kill me quickly. Wang Song he raised his hand to signal the bandits to calm down. He still spoke gently to Xiao Mu. Xiao brother, can you guess where so many of us bandits come from? Xiao Mu seemed to know a bit. The tyrannical government is more ferocious than a tiger. Yen City is plagued by famine and poverty. You are all refugees. Speaking of which, I was originally a beggar, starving to death by the roadside. Wang Song he scoffed at this. The tyrannical government is more ferocious than a tiger. The tyrannical government is more ferocious than a tiger. Wang Song he brushed past Xiao Mu, his hand gripping his sword. Xiao brother's words are truly wonderful. Surviving in turbulent times is indeed not easy, isn't that right? Skulls piled high like mountains, and the depths of people's hearts are vast. Although invisible, it makes it hard for people to move. Life is utterly broken. He slowly drew his sword. The bandit Wang Song he vows to become a bandit, opening up these mountains. Wang Song he's sword is sharp, and his green cloak flutters in the wind. Xiao brother, I ask you once more, are you willing to help me find a way for the common people to survive? The atmosphere fell silent. Wang Song he's sword pressed against Xiao Mu's neck. Xiao Mu spoke seriously, but I refuse. He stepped closer to Wang Song he, their gazes sparking with intensity. Actions speak louder than words. You are bandits and rebels. Ultimately, it depends on your character and actions, not slogans. If a name doesn't match the reality, Xiao brother, don't hesitate, come to my stronghold and see for yourself. Xiao Mu thought, this might actually work. Although Wang Song he claims to be recruiting me, once I go to their stronghold, if I know their hiding place and then refuse, they certainly won't let me leave alive. He struggled not to laugh. I'm going to die again. A moment later, Xiao Mu followed Wang Song he to their stronghold. Rather than calling this a stronghold, it would be more accurate to call it a mountain village. You look back and say, how come there are still elderly and young people? Wang Song he explains, they are all unfortunate individuals with no home to return to. When we encounter them, we bring them back and make proper arrangements. Suddenly, he furrows his brow. Yen City appears prosperous, but in reality, it is just an illusion created by City Lord Guiyen. The wandering citizens within the city, regardless of gender or age, are all driven out by him. However, the suffering of the people is not the fault of one person. After the defeat of the legendary martial artist, the fortunes of the Yen country weakened, and the emperor has been trying to curry favor with the immortal, completely disregarding the lives and deaths of the common people. The officials below are even colluding with the enemy. Xiao Mu, hearing Wang Song he mention Yen City, adds, regarding the immortal, I have heard of it before, but I have never seen one. Mr. Wang, could you elaborate on that? From your body movement, it seems you use the eternal life fist. It must be remnants of the Qiao family. Yet you have never seen an immortal. Upon hearing this from Wang Song he, Xiao Mu becomes excited. You know the eternal life fist? Are you from the martial arts faction? Wang Song he laughs in response. The longevity martial arts have an extraordinary background, but only those from the martial arts faction can see through your martial path. He told you to follow him, Xiao brother, this is not a place for conversation, come with me. They walked together to the Taoist temple in the village. Wang Song he opened the door and invited Xiao Mu inside. There was a large stone statue inside, and he pointed at it and introduced, this is the immortal. Xiao Mu was confused, a statue? No, no. This is a Taoist cultivating immortals. In today's world, all Taoist temples will pay homage to immortals. Hearing this, Xiao Mu's expression became dazed. In the cultivating immortals world, high-level martial arts suddenly feel real, like I've been wasting time for so long, is something going on? The gap between martial artists and cultivators is indeed too great. Can the perfected solar yang technique be used to fight? While thinking, Xiao Mu fell asleep peacefully. Wang Song he continued, in fact, immortals and humans are originally from the same root, but immortals are lofty and do not regard mortals as the same kind. He explained, they nurture the human clan, cultivate spiritual crops, plow the spiritual fields, gather followers, and seize the life force of all beings. In reality, mortals have never been protected, regarded as pets. If there is any disobedience, they can be killed at any time. The funny thing is that mortals are enslaved without even realizing it. From birth to death, everything is a resource in the hands of immortals. This makes Xiao Mu think of modern capitalism. Working overtime is a blessing. Young people shouldn't always think about enjoyment. Boss, what kind of capitalist behavior is this? The sense of substitution is very strong. My previous life has begun to get angry over the blessing. He thought, high profits come with high risks. To achieve the highest rank, a battle with immortals is unavoidable. What level can a system encountering immortals play at? Might as well give it a try. Having thought this, he immediately took action. Xiao Mu jumped forward towards the immortal statue. Wang Song he shouted loudly, asking, Brother Xiao Lin, what are you doing? Xiao Mu also shouted back, we are born to be free. Who dares to be high and mighty? He raised his fist straight at the statue's face. I will shatter your immortal statue. You can try to strike me down with lightning. Xiao Mu rushed towards the immortal statue with ill intent, startling Wang Song he. We are born free, who dares to be high and mighty? Hey, what do you want to do? His intentions were all too clear. Wang Song he quickly threw his sword. Just in time, Xiao Mu struck a punch that hit Wang Song he's sword. His sword flew out. Wang Song he managed to stop Xiao Mu and let out a sigh of relief. But man proposes, God disposes. Wang Song he's sword ended up piercing the immortal statue. The statue immediately shattered at the head. Upon witnessing this, Wang Song he clutched his chest and spat out blood. Xiao Mu landed with a fuming attitude, this mountain bandit has a wicked heart, yet he tries to stop me from going to my death. He angrily approached Wang Song he. Wang Song he weakly coughed a few times, didn't you say that immortals are not anything good, so why are you stopping me? Moreover, didn't you just use a spell? Ahem, Xiao brother, don't misunderstand. I only practice magic, not cultivating immortals. The so-called study of his magic is to control immortals. Wang Song he took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. This immortal truly deserves to die. I still want a world without immortals. It's just that Xiao brother is being a bit reckless. Breaking the statue of a god could lead to the revenge of an immortal, or even divine punishment. Xiao Mu didn't believe it, and Wang Song he spat blood in anger. You're trying to scare me, this is exactly the effect I want. It would be best to strike me down with a bolt of heavenly thunder right now. What's wrong with this person? Can't you listen to advice? With blood spewing out, he looked at Xiao Mu with a painful expression, tears streaming down his face. Xiao brother, how can you not be afraid of immortals to this extent? Alright, don't get agitated. You're bleeding so much you can't stop. I get what you mean, be careful in the future. He leaned closer and asked, back to the main topic, if even you want to cultivate immortality and fight against immortals, doesn't that prove that the martial path is blocked? It's strange to think about, unfortunately, at this moment, I don't even have a single cultivating immortal skill to compare. Wang Song, he replied, the martial path emphasizes the body, while the path of immortals emphasizes the divine soul. If we really want to compare strengths, a legendary martial artist, the strongest martial artist currently, has the power to fight against an immortal, but he hasn't reached the martial artist peak yet. Strictly speaking, the martial path has no peak. The strength of an immortal is not only due to their magical abilities but also because of their longevity. Even if immortals do nothing, they can still overwhelm mortals. However, cultivating immortals places great importance on talent. Not everyone can cultivate. Moreover, the process of cultivation is slow. Each time one enters seclusion for training, it could take 10 years, 500 years. His brow furrowed slightly, gripping the towel tightly, trembling a bit. The speed of cultivation on the martial path is much faster than that of the immortal path. If there could be more strong martial practitioners in this world, and if those peak martial artists could break through the lifespan limitations, then why should we worry about not being able to overthrow the rule of immortals? After saying this, Wang Song he spat out more blood. Xiao Mu hurried over to pat his back. Don't be angry, don't be angry. He recalled Wang Song he's earlier words and drooled. So, the longevity technique is actually the way out for martial cultivation. No wonder it's the family treasure of Shue's sister. And now that I have the resurrection system to assist me, I can quickly reach the peak of martial path and combine it with the longevity power of the longevity technique in my undying body. Isn't that the same as being immortal? Xiao Mu suddenly became serious, a halo radiating from behind as he looked at Wang Songhe, which immortal can achieve it in just a few tens of thousands of years. Just give it your all and it will be done. Why does this person seem a bit crazy? Am I mistaken about him? He approached Wang Songhe and asked, let me ask you, Mr. Wang, do you think I have talent for cultivating immortals? This path of cultivating immortals still needs to be sought after, it's something only children would choose. I want it all. Wang Songhe extended his hand, without spiritual roots, one cannot cultivate immortals. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu stepped closer, looking around, which puzzled Wang Songhe greatly. He confirmed that there was no one around, then leaned into Wang Songhe's ear and asked, then may I ask you, Mr. Wang, if my iron body technique has reached its full level, can it be considered as having iron spiritual roots? Xiao Mu pulled Wang Songhe into a corner and showed him. Wang Songhe blushed when he saw what was glowing in Xiao Mu's pants. He stammered, iron spiritual roots. Forgive my ignorance, I can't help you with that. Quickly, retract your magical talent. Wang Songhe blushed and hurriedly turned away. He pointed towards the door, telling Xiao Mu he could leave, leaving him bewildered. Brother Xiao, if there are no other issues, feel free to leave. Where to? Didn't you want to recruit me before? Wang Songhe replied, I know Brother Xiao has great ambitions and is brave and righteous. My small temple cannot hold a large Buddha statue like you. Xiao Mu became shy. Oh, really? Wang Songhe glanced at Xiao Mu, his eyes sparkling behind him, thinking to himself, no, Xiao Lin is indeed too reckless. Keeping him here might ruin my big plans, but if you let me go, aren't you afraid of revealing the location of this mountain stronghold? Aren't you considering killing me to silence me? Wang Songhe shuddered at the question, forcing a smile, unable to contain his impatience. Brother Xiao is not the kind of person to do such things. Moreover, we have already attracted the attention of the officials and originally planned to leave for another place. Xiao Mu realized he couldn't provoke Wang Songhe into killing him, so he sighed helplessly, all right then, I won't delay you any longer in your important matters. We may meet again by chance. Feeling dejected, he left, saying, forget it, forget it. This trip feels like a wasted effort, it's a failure. Let's return to Yen City first, let's go quickly. Maybe I can make it in time to eat my own banquet. Returning to Yen City, Qin Shui slightly opened the door and asked the person outside, who are you? Young Master Gua stood blocking the door, and his subordinate spoke up, our young master is the son of the city lord. Xiao Mu fought bravely against the bandits. The young master has come to comfort your family on behalf of the city lord. A coffin was carried over by young Master Gua's subordinates, and he wore a sinister smile. Young Master Guo looked at Qin Shui with regret. You grew up looking so beautiful, it's a pity you are a woman and also blind. What about Xiao Mu? Why hasn't he returned yet? Upon hearing her question, young Master Guo frowned. Xiao Mu, huh? He laughed loudly with great satisfaction and announced to Qin Shui, Xiao Mu is dead. Qin Shui was taken aback and asked, what do you mean dead? Young Master Guo raised the fan in his hand and tapped it twice. He struck the coffin containing Xiao Mu's body and said loudly to Qin Shui, it means he's dead. Qin Shui staggered back a few steps, I don't believe it. Qin Shui wanted to close the door, saying, Xiao Mu won't die so easily. Young Master Guo hurriedly stopped her from closing the door. He pointed at his own face, oh no, it's my fault for bringing Xiao Mu's corpse here and forgetting to tell you. After saying that, he roughly grabbed Qin Shui's hand and dragged her out the door. With one foot, he kicked open the lid of Xiao Mu's coffin. You are a family member of Xiao Mu, so I must trouble you to confirm something. What do you want to do? As soon as Guo Young Master finished speaking, he immediately pushed Qin Shui's head into the coffin, pressing her face against Xiao Mu's corpse inside. He laughed wickedly. Qin Shui, weak, couldn't resist, I forgot you can't see. Then let me describe what Xiao brother looks like now. Guo Young Master began to describe. Xiao Mu's limbs are all broken, and there are at least 50 wounds from knives and arrows on his body. His face is a gruesome mix of blood and flesh, too horrific to look at. Qin Shui didn't want to hear anymore, so she quickly pushed his hand away. She still didn't want to believe it and shouted, impossible. Seeing this, Guo Young Master leaned his face close to hers, his expression twisted, mocking her voice, impossible, absolutely impossible. This is fake, the corpse is fake, the coffin is fake, I am fake, everything is fake. After finishing his words, he laughed wickedly, if I say it like this, will it make you feel a bit better inside? Qin Shui tightened her grip on her stick, her whole body trembling. Monk, standing beside her, gritted his teeth and cursed, that's too much bullying. He was about to rush in when Huang Old Man stopped him, I have to kill this shameless guy. Monk, don't get worked up, this is Guo Young Master, we have no way to do anything. After all, he can only say a few words. Huang Old Man didn't want to escalate the situation and hurriedly advised, after he leaves, we will help the lady bury the captain and give her some silver, it's best not to let her suffer any more. At this moment, Guo Young Master had lost his patience, such a small reaction. Can't even cry. He clapped his hands and ordered his subordinate to bring over a bowl of hot soup, since that's the case, I will change to a method that lets you feel something. The chicken soup is here. Guo Young Master held the bowl of soup in his hand, a lewd expression on his face. Everyone in Yen City is talking about how brave and chivalrous Xiao Mu is, come and see if this brave and chivalrous soup tastes any different. Hearing this, Qin Shui immediately understood what this soup was made from. She gritted her teeth. Guo Young Master sneered and ordered, someone, feed the young lady some soup. A group of people stepped forward. Qin Shui was frightened and wanted to retreat. Qin Shui's stick fell to the ground. The servants held Qin Shui tightly, and one of them brought over a bowl of soup, grinning wickedly. He pinched Qin Shui's mouth, forcing her to drink. Drink it quickly. Suddenly, the bowl of soup in his hand disappeared. Qin Shui and the servant were both bewildered. The bowl of soup had been snatched away by Huang Old Man, who drank it all in one go and turned back, praising, Young Master, this soup is truly delicious. Guo Young Master, furious, rushed over and kicked Huang Old Man to the ground, scolding, you dog, who do you think you are, daring to steal food? The bowl of soup spilled all over the ground. Monk hurried over to help Huang Old Man, we are soldiers under Captain Xiao, Huang Old Man is not well, and he loves to eat. Young Master, please don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Guo Young Master's face darkened. Huang Old Man turned to the side and began to vomit continuously. Guo Young Master, disgusted, stepped back and shouted, are you done yet? At that moment, Xiao Mu, wearing a hat, walked over and said, it smells so good. Guo Young Master was scolding Huang Old Man when he was distracted and turned to look. When he saw who had arrived, he was left speechless. Who was it? He couldn't see the young master. Xiao Mu reached up and lightly touched the hat on his head. The soup was really delicious. Then he looked up and stared directly at Guiyang Master. Could he perhaps share a bowl of soup? Huang Old Man was extremely agitated, crying and calling for the team leader. Ken Shui was no exception. She called out his name. Xiao Mu. Guiyang Master's subordinate, Fu Uncle, was also startled when he saw that the newcomer looked just like Xiao Mu, who was dead and still lying in the coffin. Guiyang Master was trembling with fear, his face pale as a ghost. It couldn't be. He hurried to the coffin, peered inside, and saw Xiao Mu's body still there, unchanged. He didn't understand what was happening. Guiyang Master glanced at the person who looked exactly like Xiao Mu. What had happened? Just as he was about to collect himself, Xiao Mu suddenly lunged at him. Guiyang Master was terrified as the lance from Xiao Mu hurtled toward him. A thrust shattered the hat. Guiyang Master was once again scared out of his wits. The old man Huang and the monk standing aside were equally astonished. The group of servants holding Ken Shui didn't dare to breathe heavily. Xiao Mu continued to attack Guiyang Master, but this time his strike was blocked by Fu Uncle. Xiao Mu widened his eyes and said, "It's blood qi." His eyes were bloodshot. Guiyang Master looked so frightened that he seemed like a lost soul. Old man Huang and the monk hid in a corner, watching the drama unfold. It seems he really isn't the captain. He's a bit fiercer than the captain and a bit bigger, Fu Uncle questioned. Xiao Mu is dead, who are you? This person's blood qi has been damaged. However, as an 8th tier, why was that last attack so powerful? Moreover, this face looks a lot like Xiao Mu. At this moment, Xiao Mu spoke darkly, "My name is Xiao Lin." He had tears in his eyes and appeared emotional. Xiao Mu is my biological younger brother. As he spoke, he exuded a fierce aura, looking extremely angry. If you disrespect my younger brother's body, I, Xiao Lin, will risk my life to take you down with me. Upon hearing this, Fu Uncle chuckled softly and told him not to boast so much. But he had not finished speaking when he saw that the Guiyang Master had turned and fled. Fu Uncle, let's run. We'll come back another time. Seeing their master had run away, the group of servants also tucked their tails and followed in fear of dying. Fu Uncle reluctantly turned and left. At this moment, Xiao Mu's hand became sharp with pain, bleeding continuously. I fear that as soon as Guiyang Master returns to the City Lord's residence, the supporting special agents from the City Lord's residence will arrive. I must seize the opportunity and die again. Then he deliberately spoke loudly for them to hear. Tomorrow, Xiao Lin will bury the remains of my brother Xiao Mu in the ground, resting outside the city. Fu Uncle glanced at him, thinking to himself, this little guy has a different implication. He will leave the city tomorrow. If one wants to take action, one should find him tomorrow, right? Then he leisurely turned and walked toward the area near the coffin. Ah, I'm just in time to be hungry. I didn't expect to actually come back to eat my brother's remains. The pot of soup that the Guiyang Master had brought earlier was still there. He picked up a bowl and slowly savored it. Huang Old Man and monk saw this and rushed over to stop him. You can't drink this soup. It's your brother's. Huang the old man saw Xiao Mu eating so heartily that he couldn't help but clutch his stomach and retch. Seeing this, he picked up a piece of meat from the bowl of soup and explained to them, "This is pig liver and pig heart, it's not what you think." Do you really believe the words of that young master? Then he looked into the coffin, pretending to be heartbroken and weeping. Huang the old man along with the monk also held each other and cried bitterly. Moreover, I heard that my brother died a miserable death, with his internal organs in tatters. How could there be soup? Then he secretly glanced at the two of them, checking if they had noticed his demeanor. At this moment, Ken Shui also approached him. She touched his shoulder and then began to sniff, startling Xiao Mu. Suddenly, he shouted loudly and stepped back. Ken Shui was very confused by his attitude. The scene shifted to Guo Mansion, where a loud voice rang out from inside. Xiao Mu, the restless spirit of Xiao Mu has appeared. Guo Yan calmly turned back and asked, didn't you say the child was grounded? What is he doing now? Fu Uncle then came over, respectfully saying, Fu, are you coming along too? City Lord, please calm down. The young master is just checking on Xiao Mu's family. But we encountered a person who looked like Xiao Mu, who claimed to be Xiao Lin, his older brother. That young master recalled the face that looked exactly like Xiao Mu's, and his face turned pale with fear. Fu uncle continued, from my observation, Xiao Lin is an inch taller than Xiao Mu, has an identical appearance, but you can tell their ages are different. Hearing this, Gui Yan asked, what is Xiao Lin's strength? I guess he has just reached the 8th rank, with a deficiency in blood qi, even dropping below the peak of the 9th rank, which is nothing to worry about. He stomped the ground angrily. Xiao Mu has just died, and Xiao Lin has appeared. This person is not simple. The emperor is coming, and during this chaotic time, I, the city lord, no longer have the strength to pay attention to such trivial matters. Gui Yan turned to signal, a Fu, you go personally. Remember, if you pull up the weeds without uprooting them, they will regrow when the spring wind blows. Ken Shui stepped closer to Xiao Mu, and he seemed to sense it and turned to look at her. Ken Shui reached out to touch him and moved closer to start sniffing. Xiao Mu felt extremely shy. See, yes, I knew. You started avoiding Ken Shui. Miss, I, Xiao, am now 23 years old. My family already has 13 concubines, each martial artist has 18 types of weapons and 36 techniques. Rain or shine, please have some self-respect. Upon hearing this, Ken Shui stopped, but in her heart, she couldn't help but feel skeptical. At that moment, Huang old man approached and called out, Xiao. Brother Xiao Lin. He placed a bag of silver in your hand. You immediately asked, my younger brother just died a day ago, is the efficiency of the government office that fast? The monk and Huang old man scratched their heads awkwardly because they were lying. Is this really the funeral money that the government office sent? This is of course. Xiao Mu already knew everything and sighed upon seeing them. Seeing this expression, it is more than likely their own money they gathered. Thinking this, you returned the bag of money to Huang old man and the monk. I don't need funeral money, I have no interest in that filthy money from the government. Seeing this, the monk then pulled out a secret manual and asked you, if you don't need the funeral money, then do you need this secret manual? In the past, Bai Fu Zhang Xiao Mu had told me he would protect me thoroughly in the battle against the bandits. If we can return to Yen City, I will give him this secret manual as a token of thanks. Xiao Mu took the secret manual with a delighted smile, another martial art that must be cultivated. He restrained his excitement and adjusted his outfit. Is this satisfying or unsatisfying? After that, the monk and the old man Huang also left. Xiao Mu hid the secret manual in his chest and turned to Ken Shui, Miss Ken Shui, I often hear my younger brother mention you. Tomorrow, I will definitely have a battle with the city lord, and I hope you can leave Yen City quickly to avoid being implicated. At this moment, Ken Shui had moved in close behind him, beginning to smell Xiao Mu all over. He suddenly wore a serious expression, Miss, you are playing with fire. He even acted cool. I, Xiao Lin, have painstakingly cultivated my martial arts for many years, in the prime of my youth, this body of yours cannot withstand it. Seeing that he was still pretending, Ken Shui spoke up, stop acting. She exposed Xiao Mu, you are deliberately speaking nonsense to confuse my judgment. Although I cannot see, I have seen through you. The smell on your body, the sound of your voice, the intonation at the end of each sentence and the rhythm of the footsteps all belong to Xiao Mu. When Xiao Mu realized he had been exposed, he stopped pretending. The blind person cannot see, wanting to exist alone in this chaotic world, must indeed have some skills. Sister Shui, are you really not from the Ning family? It seems I guessed correctly. They went inside together to talk. So, how did you manage to deceive them? Did you use disguise and camouflage? Xiao Mu began to recount the events. It's almost like that. In the battle against the bandits, I was seriously injured and fell into the enemy's front line. My comrades thought I was dead, and then I was lucky to meet immortal Wang Songhe. He saved me and helped me trick them. An extraordinary being in the immortal path, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. He looked at Ken Shui, I remember you used to say every 2 days that in your youth, an extraordinary being said you had a natural sensitivity, that you were extraordinary and wanted to take you as a disciple. However, the Chiao family is a great clan of martial arts and did not want to associate with extraordinary beings. And now you actually acknowledge the immortal path. Ken Shui picked up her cane. Both my eyes are blind. There is no way to walk the martial path, but who knows? She stood in the wind, hair flying, looking just like a fairy descending to earth. Maybe one can follow the path of the immortal. Xiao Mu smiled. So you really want to start the story after a night of annihilation? The heavenly eye will open, and crush the legendary martial artist, right? Ken Shui stepped in front of him and called out Xiao Mu's name. What she said suddenly made him completely confused. Ken Shui told him to lower his hands. She was worried. Outside this city are all Guiyan's people. He himself is a 6th-grade martial artist, along with thousands of soldiers in the military. You have just entered the 8th grade, and because of the dissolution by the heavenly demon, your primordial energy has been harmed. You cannot withstand them. Ken Shui began to act out a grandiose justification. So you lower your hands, let me handle this. Thus, this revenge story indeed should not involve the hands of others. She took out another secret manual from her chest. Xiao Mu was immediately attracted. I will leave Yen City tomorrow to seek the path of immortality. You don't need to fight Guiyan anymore. You risked your life for me, and I cannot repay you. Ken Shui handed the secret manual to Xiao Mu. This 3-character martial manual is for you. It can unleash multiple layers of internal energy, continuously stacking higher. It then manifests an extraordinary force. 3 characters, could it be? Ken Shui spoke authoritatively. This is a skill passed down through generations of my Chiao family. Put your hands down, Xiao Mu, this is the last secret manual I have. Xiao Mu was deeply moved, to the point of tears, calling out, Shui sister. He hugged the book and cried painfully. Ken Shui was somewhat flustered by this. There's no need to react so strongly. Suddenly he fell silent, turned around and asked, oh, right Shui sister, did you forget about what you promised me? He took out another book and walked in front of her. This is the Encyclopedia of Dialogues. Sister has not finished reading for me yet. Xiao Mu extended his hand. You have your path that you want to pursue, and I have my own path. One hand Xiao Mu rested on his waist, the wind blew, and leaves flew everywhere. This path, a grand path, will not give up until the goal is achieved. Ken Shui stood silently for a moment, her hand tightly gripping her walking stick. Okay. I will wait for you for 7 days at the abandoned temple outside the city. Ken Shui's voice was gentle. If you don't come after 7 days, she brushed her hair. No, if you come, we will set off together. Xiao Mu happily left. In his hand was the urn of his own ashes. I am mourning myself, feeling very cheerful. Oh no, he corrected himself, then with a sorrowful face, knelt down, digging the earth while crying. In the distance, a figure silently observed his every move. Little brother, you descended, leaving me alone in this world. What should I do? Xiao Mu kept digging and could not stop crying. That Fu uncle began to put on gloves, his gaze looking extremely fierce. Then he swiftly dashed down from the cliff. Very quickly, he was right behind Xiao Mu. He immediately turned around and threw the urn at Fu uncle, who was about to sneak attack him, causing him to clutch his face in pain and cry out, my eyes. Both of his eyes were bloodshot. Is this the ashes mixed with lime? This is actually the urn of your younger brother. Xiao Mu didn't care and charged forward to attack. This is called brotherly unity, fighting side by side. After saying this, he delivered a decisive blow. The lance he plunged pierced through Fu uncle's stomach. Old thief, go die. Seeing the system appear, Xiao Mu was satisfied. It seems that the setup of not fearing strong enemies and bravely resisting has been recognized by the system. Then let's add a bit of fuel to the fire. Fu uncle was seriously injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was knocked back by Xiao Mu but still tried to fight back. He kicked hard at Xiao Mu's chest. Just an 8th rank, even if I'm blind, I can still eliminate you. With the force of the kick, Xiao Mu's ribs were instantly shattered. He then added another blow, kicking Xiao Mu down the cliff. Xiao Mu coughed up blood, but his expression was extremely satisfied. He raised his hand to give a thumbs up. "Thank you, brother." Fu uncle stood on the high cliff, looking down. His eye was injured by Xiao Mu earlier, so he could only open one eye now. Ordinary brothers dare to offend City Lord of Yen City. Isn't it too easy to eliminate the weeds at the roots? Seeing that everything was settled, he turned to leave. I should return to report. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. Uncle Fu was startled and looked ahead. Xiao Mu stood there, embracing his head. "Old thief, do you think the Qiao family has no one to rely on?" After saying this, he stepped closer to him. At this moment, a mysterious power radiated from him. Uncle Fu raised his hand in caution. "And yet, there's even a twin brother coming here. Luckily I acted quickly, otherwise, would have to face both of you at the same time." Xiao Mu directly used the heavenly demon dissolution technique, leaping forward to strike at him. Uncle Fu nimbly dodged to the side. Is it the heavenly demon dissolution again? His sleeve wrapped around Xiao Mu's leg. Uncle Fu counterattacked. Does your Qiao family really want to die like this? You are nothing more than a beginner at the 8th rank, I can easily defeat you. Blood splattered everywhere again. Xiao Mu was once again beaten to death by him and fell into the abyss. Uncle Fu watched the body fall and let out a sigh of relief. Is that all there is to it? But contrary to his expectations, Xiao Mu appeared once more behind him and spoke up. Hello. Uncle Fu turned around and was startled to see that familiar face. Xiao Mu stood with his hands on his hips, beaming with joy. Here we are again. Spring has come, and Xiao Mu has been reborn. At this moment, Uncle Fu began to feel doubts about life. Countless questions about Xiao Mu's origins emerged in his mind. Is he a twin? A mutant? A demon? How could there be another person? Is he still cultivating immortality? Or have I been trapped in an illusion all along? Is this body an illusion? He looked at Xiao Mu. Is my mind still clear? At this moment, the wound on his abdomen from when Xiao Mu used the spear earlier began to throb with pain. He shouted angrily, pretending to be a god or a ghost. Xiao Mu charged forward to attack first. Uncle Fu immediately took his stance, thinking that disguising himself as the same person could mess with his mind. Xiao Mu said nothing more and directly used the heavenly demon dissolution. Fu uncle spoke up and asked why the people of the Qiao family were extending their hands towards the celestial demon dissolution. Aren't they afraid of death? Aren't they all human? Xiao Mu didn't have time to respond before he was knocked away again. The man immediately launched a deadly strike. Xiao Mu spat out blood. Fu uncle used another palm strike to push him down the cliff. After this battle, he was already feeling tired. Fu uncle panted heavily. It must be a false god, a false demon, all just fake. Xiao Mu reappeared behind him, continuing to use the celestial demon dissolution. Fu uncle turned around, yelling not to disturb his mind. He immediately charged in, wanting to finish him off. Die for me, die for me. After several rounds of fighting, Xiao Mu thought, Ah Fu, are you an expert? You've killed me several times now, and both evaluations were C. Moreover, the rewards were substantial. It's a pity that last time I dropped to D rank, burning points is too obvious. He struck once more directly at Xiao Mu's chest. If you are no longer useful to me, yet still want to eradicate me completely. Xiao Mu grabbed his spear and stabbed him in the side. So I won't hold you back anymore. You thrust deeper and deeper, but he managed to break free. Xiao Mu was also thrown far away. Uncle Fu gasped in pain. Regardless of whether you are one person or not, whether you are a human or a ghost, I will ensure that you absolutely cannot come back to life. As he finished speaking, Xiao Mu appeared behind him. He tightly hugged Uncle Fu and jumped down the cliff. Let me tell you a ghost story. Xiao Mu smirked. I've renewed the number of resurrections within 7 days. The remaining number of resurrections in 7 days, 5 out of 5. He continued to hug him and jumped down the cliff together. He screamed, struggling, "Let me go. You crazy bastard." Uncle Fu continued to attack, causing Xiao Mu to spit out blood. He kept shouting, "Let me go." Uncle Fu grabbed his hand, trying to pull him away. "Let me go." Xiao Mu tightened his grip, not wanting to let him escape. At that moment, he wrapped his legs around Uncle Fu's waist. He squeezed tighter and tighter. "Without hands, I still have my legs, how can I let you run away?" Due to being strangled, Fu Uncle's consciousness gradually faded. But just as he was about to hit the ground, he managed to count the number of Xiao Mu's bodies falling into the abyss: 1, 2, 3, 4. Fu Uncle gritted his teeth. "What? Not as many as I thought." The two of them fell with a thud to the ground. Nearby, two wolves looked puzzled. "Food falling from the sky, is this a gift from above?" Thus, Xiao Mu met his end together with Fu Uncle. Once again, he was resurrected, standing on the cliff. Xiao Mu stretched refreshingly. Mission accomplished. He looked at the stats on the systems panel and was surprised. "Hey, why is it just a D-? There's hardly any growth in skills." Xiao Mu checked. "For now, I'm just an 8th grade mid-tier, and the vortex of Qi hasn't appeared yet." Indeed, the higher the grade, the harder it is to break through. After a while, the system displayed a notification again. "Congratulations, host has activated the bonus reward. Reward, Resurrection Point Setup." By default, the host can choose to resurrect in a location with no one nearby after dying or set a resurrection location for the next death. Xiao Mu was very happy and embraced the notification lovingly. "So I can set up a resurrection point. Having this ability, in the future, I can revive in some places the enemy doesn't expect. The operations have also become more flexible." He covers his face and smiles gleefully. "Hee, with such a good ability, of course, I have to try it quickly." He then directly goes to the Lord's office to cause a disturbance. After thinking, Xiao Mu turns around and leaves. He decides to change clothes in the city first. Of course, the money will be given to the city lord. The scene now shifts to the kitchen of Gua Mansion. Behind the chef who is trying the food, a very scary dark figure suddenly appears. Xiao Mu quickly uses a slingshot to knock out all the people present in the kitchen. The window has also been broken. Xiao Mu smiles and jumps inside through the window. He is very happy to reward himself. Having been reborn many times without ever celebrating, today he will treat himself to a good meal, thanking the important figures. After saying that, Xiao Mu begins to focus on enjoying the bowl of noodles on the table. However, there is a strange noise coming from outside. He has noodles in his mouth, eating while eavesdropping on the conversation outside through the crack in the door. A dog's nose is indeed so sensitive that when it's time to eat meat, it knows to run to the kitchen. Outside, young Master Guo was leading a large dog toward the kitchen. Xiao Mu began to consider the next plan. Acting now would result in immediate detection. There might be a servant I can't see in the blind spot at the door crack. He laughed coldly, wiping his mouth with his finger. "So what if they find out? Am I afraid of dying?" Outside, young Master Guo was extremely furious, kicking the door hard with his foot. Then he shouted loudly inside, "Is everyone inside deaf? Open the door." Just as he turned to speak to his pet, a hand reached out from the crack of the door toward him. This beast only knows how to eat. In the distance, two people were sweeping the courtyard. When they saw young Master Guo suddenly disappear, they were shocked. At that moment, after being abruptly pulled into the kitchen, young Master Guo fell to the ground. Xiao Mu's eyes were glowing red, and he exhaled a plume of smoke. He reached out toward young Master Guo, causing him to tremble in fear. Young Master Guo's face turned dark as he pointed at Xiao Mu and shouted, "Dehei, bite him for me." However, when Dehei faced Xiao Mu, it rolled over on the ground. "Ignore his caresses. Good dog." Xiao Mu held his weapon, pointed directly at Gui Young Master. "Be quiet, you just need to answer my questions." He coldly pressed closer to him. "In this city lord's mansion, how many martial artists have entered the ranks?" "My father is a 6th grade, and there are 2 7th graders, one of whom is Fu Uncle, who just left the city to kill you. And, there's another person named Zhou Wen. 8th grade seems to have 5 or 6 people, but I don't know about the 9th grade." The tip of Qiao Mu's spear had left a long streak of blood on Gui Young Master's neck. He continued to question him, "Do you know about the martial arts faction? Or about the secret departure of Emperor De Yen?" Gui Young Master was so scared that he continuously broke out in cold sweat. "How do you know too?" Not receiving an answer from him, Qiao Mu coldly stared at him and threatened, "Don't waste words. Get to the point." "I'll talk. I'll talk." Then, under Qiao Mu's intimidation, Gui Young Master began recounting everything he knew. "My father said the emperor might come to Yen City in a month, so he told me not to cause trouble recently." "What about the specific time and schedule? If I respond to him now, he will definitely kill me immediately. I must think of a way to lead him out of the kitchen, preferably to my father's place." Gui Young Master trembled as he used his hand to push the spear tip away from his neck. "This kind of important intelligence, how would I know such details? However, I can lead you to my father's study, the original secret letter is there." Of course, Qiao Mu understood his sinister intentions. "You want to lure me to Guiyan, don't you? I'm still worried he won't take action. However, I won't let you live so easily." His eyes flashed with evil energy. "Setting a trap for me, right? Killing you now and then looking for the secret letter myself would yield the same results. Hero Qiao, I can not only help you find the secret letter, but I also know where my father's ultimate secret martial arts manual is hidden. I will give it to you then, please don't kill me." Gui Young Master shut his eyes tightly, trembling in fear. Qiao Mu's eyes lit up as he moved closer to him. "What secret manual?" Gui Young Master panicked and hurriedly said to Qiao Mu, "That secret manual is called the Martial Saint Spirit Treading Secret. My father often practiced it secretly. Absolutely a secret manual of superior martial arts. The name, Holy Martial Spirit, alone is already impressive." Qiao Mu used the collar of Gui Young Master to lift him up, with one hand carrying a spear and the other dragging Gui Young Master outside. "Lead the way in front, don't even think about playing any tricks." The scene has now shifted to Guiyan's study. Qiao Mu was focused on observing Gui Young Master searching the study. After a while, he took out a letter and a book, handing it to Qiao Mu. "Something this important, didn't Guiyan lock it up? Except for me, no one dares to enter my father's study without his permission." Qiao Mu coldly read the contents of the book that Gui Young Master just handed over. "What kind of skill is this? It doesn't teach breathing, doesn't teach strikes or weapons, but teaches intuition, the practice of mysterious techniques, sharp intuition, and seizing opportunities. So vague." He closed the book with a snap, coldly pointing the spear at Gui Young Master's neck. "This skill is so rudimentary, there can't possibly be another half of it, right?" Gui Young Master looked terrified, his face darkening. It seems there's more in my father's secret chamber. Otherwise, how about I take you to have a look?" Qiao Mu threatened him, "Don't pull any tricks." Of course. At this moment, Qiao Mu was following Gui Young Master outside. The two of them were walking down a hallway. Gui Young Master was pondering his plan to deal with Qiao Mu. "Qiao Lin is behind me, as long as I make any unusual move, he'll act. But he can't see my expression. There must be a way to escape from him." One of Gui Young Master's arms was still firmly held by Qiao Mu behind his back. "If anyone in the city lord's mansion can save me, it's only my father and Zhou Wen." He gritted his teeth and glanced at Qiao Mu behind him. "My father isn't in the study, he must be in the secret room. If I can reach the secret room, I will definitely survive." Just then, a man with a sword at his waist appeared before Gui Young Master. "Zhou." It turned out that the newly appeared person was Zhou Wen. He approached and bowed to Gui Young Master. "Young Master." Taking advantage of Qiao Mu's distraction, he continuously winked at Zhou Wen for help. "That's not quite right. At this point, Zhou Wen also noticed Xiao Mu's presence behind Gui Young Master. Zhou Wen immediately touched the sword hilt at his waist. He understands my meaning. He blushed and awkwardly turned his head away. Young Master, please exercise restraint. Don't flirt with me. I am over 40 years old and can take care of myself. I don't like men, and I certainly have no intention of engaging in a love triangle. Ha! Are you saying that? Gui Young Master hadn't finished his sentence when a lance pierced through his chest. At that moment, Zhou Wen finally realized the danger. He stared wide-eyed and gritted his teeth. Gui Young Master used the last of his strength to cry out, "Zhou Wen, save me." Just as he collapsed to the ground, Zhou Wen immediately shouted, "There's an assassin." He quickly drew his sword and charged toward Xiao Mu. "The young master has been killed, there's an assassin." Xiao Mu showed no fear as Zhou Wen approached. He sneered and then used his strength to throw Gui Young Master towards Zhou Wen. "If you want it this way, then have him." At that moment, the door behind Xiao Mu was pushed open by a surge of spiritual energy. Xiao Mu, on alert, quickly turned to look behind him. Gui Yan, filled with furious anger, appeared behind Xiao Mu. Gui Yan was enveloped in a powerful surge of spiritual energy, his eyes wide open, lips tightly pressed, and his face was covered in blue veins from anger. However, Xiao Mu felt no fear. He wore a joyful smile, having achieved his goal. Finally forced you to take action. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Gui Yan grit his teeth and struck Xiao Mu with a palm. With that single strike, Xiao Mu was sent flying, and the kitchen wall was completely destroyed. Xiao Mu bent down, bracing his hands on the ground to stop himself. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xiao Mu was extremely exhilarated, taunting Gui Yan, "Gui Yan, if you have the ability, just kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, Gui Yan charged toward him fiercely. At that moment, Xiao Mu was taken aback as Gui Yan's kick swung towards him. Gui Yan kicked, striking Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu's lance slammed hard onto the ground, creating a small crack. The ground around them immediately shattered. Xiao Mu's previously intact face was now marked with many cuts and blood, yet he seemed to feel no pain and laughed heartily. "Don't hold back. I'm a practitioner of Bo Xian. Such a little strength cannot kill me." Gui Yan was provoked by him. He became furious and charged at Xiao Mu with a punch. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. Gui Yan painfully asked Xiao Mu, "Why did you have to kill my son?" The lance in Xiao Mu's hand was tightly held by Gui Yan. He appeared righteous, advising him, "If good and evil remain unpunished, the universe will have its own intentions." He laughed loudly and continued, "The universe will not punish." Then, Xiao Mu's eyes turned bright red. The situation had reversed. Gui Yan was incredibly astonished when he was knocked down by Xiao Mu. "I have come to take revenge." He propped himself up with one hand on the ground, his eyes filled with evil energy glaring at Xiao Mu. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Mu jumped and thrust his spear at Gui Yan, but he managed to dodge it. Xiao Mu stared wide-eyed, a cold smile on his lips. Gui Yan had now regained his footing. He clenched his fist and closed in on Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu continued to thrust his spear forward. Immediately, Gui Yan raised his hand and deflected his weapon to the side. In Gui Yan's eyes, there was nothing but coldness. He issued a threat to Xiao Mu, "Xiao Lin, after you die, we will hang your corpse at the city gate, exposing it to the sun for 10 days to offer to the soul of my son." He waved his hand, forcefully throwing Xiao Mu backward. At that moment, a group of soldiers rushed over, shouting, "City Lord." At this time, Xiao Mu looked extremely miserable. He trembled in pain, his mouth continuously spitting blood. He smiled, using all his strength to utter a final sentence, "Satisfaction." Gui Yan unexpectedly drew the sword that the soldiers had at their waists, then immediately stood up and slashed at Xiao Mu's arms. Xiao Mu, in agony, gritted his teeth. At this moment, all the tendons in his hands had been severed by Gui Yan. Behind him, Zhou Wen saw the scene and was not particularly surprised. The city lord despises those who provoke him the most. He is likely to cripple all the tendons and veins of Qiao Lin to vent his anger. Perhaps he will use thousands of methods to torture him, making him suffer in life. Gui Yan's complexion was extremely ugly. He raised the sword in his hand in front of him. Next. Before he could make a move, Xiao Mu quickly ran away. His leg tendons were too badly injured, and Xiao Mu immediately fell to the ground. He was in pain, trembling, trying to get up. This old thief, from the very beginning, had no intention of killing me. He wants to torment me. I absolutely cannot let him have his way. Xiao Mu sat on the ground, laughing loudly. A breath of heroism, 1,000 miles of joyful wind. Gui Yan was so enraged that the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked down on him. Little guy, you are surprisingly enthusiastic. He was so astonished that he exclaimed, you can still recite poetry at this moment. Although his face was drenched in fresh blood, Xiao Mu was still able to smile. He sprang up and rushed to attack Gui Yan, heavenly demon dissolution. At this moment, Gui Yan was truly shocked by Xiao Mu. This little guy actually has a killer move left. However, this move of Xiao Mu was easily dodged by Gui Yan. Before the astonished gazes of everyone, Xiao Mu quickly dashed towards the mouth of the well. That's the mouth of the well. Finally, Gui Yan realized his intention, not good. This little guy wants to escape, but he still could not stop Xiao Mu. At this moment, he had slammed his head into the well to commit suicide. Zhou Wen's face darkened. He gaped in astonishment. This person is surprisingly resilient and strong-willed. The sword used by Gui Yan to sever Xiao Mu's tendons has been driven into the ground by him. After seeing the blood left by Xiao Mu at the mouth of the well, Gui Yan clenched his fist in anger. How insolent! With so many people, they let a cripple escape. At that moment, his face was filled with an overwhelming evil energy. Someone, go to the Qiao family and execute all the members of the Qiao family, spare not a single one. Yes. After giving instructions to his subordinate, Gui Yan continued to command Zhou Wen, go retrieve the body. The living must be seen and the dead must be accounted for. Zhou Wen paid his respects and immediately accepted the order, yes. The scene then shifted to the riverbank outside the city. At this moment, Wang Songhe and others were carrying their luggage along the riverside. Suddenly, Wang Songhe was stunned when he discovered something. The bloody body of Qiao Mu floated past before all of them. Upon recognizing the identity of that body, Wang Songhe immediately shouted, "It's Qiao Lin. Quickly pull him up here." Only 3 days had passed since the incident involving Qiao Lin, and the tale of the hero Qiao Lin charging into the city lord's residence, single-handedly killing Gui Young Master, had spread throughout Yen City. After seeing the notice featuring Qiao Mu's drawing, everyone could only helplessly pray for his safety. What a pity. I hope the hero is safe. Xiao Qinshui, wearing a hat and leaning on a stick, stepped out from the crowd. Almost everyone was praying for this mysteriously missing hero, hoping he could survive. In another turn of events, Xiao Mu had also regained consciousness. His face was pale, and both hands were heavily bandaged. After waking up, Xiao Mu puzzledly asked himself, what is going on? Why am I still alive? Upon seeing his heavily bandaged arms, Xiao Mu began to feel pain and tremble. This injury, this pain. After seeing the crowd surrounding him, he felt extremely confused. And is this large group of strangers real? Wang Songhe expressed his heartfelt emotions as he explained to Qiao Mu, "Qiao Lin, I have heard all about what you did in the city. Everyone has the responsibility to save the night, you don't need to thank me." After hearing this, Qiao Mu was so furious that he sat up straight and said, "Wang Songhe, I have no grievances with you, so why do you have to save me? No need to say more, I understand everything." With Wang Songhe covering his mouth, Xiao Mu could only scowl and roll his eyes, secretly cursing him in his heart. What does he understand? Does he want to cure me? Such a malicious heart. In the end, He was so angry that he fainted and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Xiao are you okay? Just give up, don't treat me anymore, consider it my plea to you." Wang Songhe's eyes were filled with tears of emotion. "Xiao do you feel powerless and want to avoid dragging down our camp? Even in such a critical moment of life and death, you still think about those around you. Truly, you are a righteous person." Wang Songhe grabbed Xiao Mu's arm, which was wrapped in bandages, causing him to scream in pain, "It hurts." Wang Songhe sat beside Xiao Mu, crying bitterly, "Xiao I know you are in pain all over right now, living worse than dead, but don't give up. I, Wang Songhe, absolutely will not just sit by and watch a nobleman die like this in front of me. Being alive means having hope, keep going." Xiao Mu's injured arm was continuously grabbed and shaken by Wang Songhe. As a result, Xiao Mu was in so much pain that his soul felt like it was leaving his body. "Oh heavens, please save me from Wang Songhe's clutches." "Huh? How is your wound? It seems to be getting worse." "Xiao hold on a little longer, Xiao." The scene now shifted to 2 days later. Wang Songhe supported Xiao Mu, crying loudly along with others, "Xiao brother, may you live forever." Xiao Mu's soul sat atop a mountain, looking down at Wang Songhe's campsite. "Xiao brother." Soon after, a notification appeared from the system. After seeing the content displayed, Xiao Mu stroked his chin in contemplation. "Although it has taken quite a bit of time, at least I finally died." He then smiled joyfully. However, this ineffective rescue has instead added a bit of a legendary feeling to this death. Even the evaluation has improved, it's not a loss. Xiao Mu closed his eyes and began to gather his energy. The swirling qi in Dantian has appeared. He jumped from the 8th rank intermediate to the 7th rank peak. He raised his hand to show off his muscles. This revival felt as if it had been more than 10 years. The saintly spiritual sect has undergone growth in various martial arts as well. This level of performance is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, a strange noise came from the bushes behind Xiao Mu. A group of strong men slowly emerged from the bushes. Xiao Mu approached and glared at them, asking, "Who are you?" A panicked young man pointed at Xiao Mu, You, why do you look exactly the same? Who are you, and why are you spying on our mountain lair?" Xiao Mu rested his chin in thought. "Brother, I've experienced everything. Each time I come back to life, my blood qi increases, and I seem to mature a bit more. This time, I'll..." Immediately, he fabricated a new identity. "My surname is Qiao, and my name is Qiao Senator. I've come in search of my son, Xiao. Is he here?" After learning about Xiao Mu's identity, the group was very curious. "Wait, Xiao. His father? So young. You don't look over 30 either." Xiao Mu hugged the skill book tightly while joyfully rolling around. "Is this the effect of the Eternal Life Fist?" Sister Shui said that after mastering the Eternal Life Fist, one could be eternally strong. "I didn't feel it was entirely real before, but now I truly understand, and I feel a rich blood essence throughout my body, without any decrease. I must practice the second half of the book as soon as possible." Xiao Mu radiated a brilliant glow and smiled as he asked the 2 bandits, "Sleep early, wake up early, and diligently train the divine skill to protect oneself. Can you take me to see my son? This is..." After a while, at the bandit camp, Xiao Mu's body was lying in a coffin. Upon seeing Wang Songhe crying bitterly, Xiao Mu had to comfort him. "Mr. Wang, my son's death has meaning, he died for a greater cause. There is no need for sorrow." He continued to console those crying below. "The matter of the deceased has been settled, the living must continue to pursue justice." Xiao Mu showed anger, clenching his fists. "City Lord Guoyen of Yen City is responsible for the deaths of my 2 sons. I will go and kill him in a few days." No wonder the Qiao family brothers are so stubborn at that level. It turns out it is because of the father figure like you who taught them. He looked at Wang Songhe and made a suggestion. "Mr. Wang, I can see that although you are a bandit, you actually have the world in your heart. Would you be willing to come down from the mountains to confront Guoyen?" Together we can find a way to save the common people. That sounds very familiar. Xiao Mu thought to himself, I am currently at the peak of the 7th rank, more than capable of fighting Guoyen alone, but the Guo mansion does not only have Guoyen. I still need to find a relatively suitable ally. At this moment, Wang Song he was also assessing him. Xiao Sen, this person has a fairly high cultivation level. If I can borrow his hand to eliminate Guoyen, that would indeed be a good thing. But he is similar to Xiao Lin, acting recklessly and easily ruining things. I should stabilize this person first. Wang Song he stood up, appearing hesitant, and said to Xiao Mu, you can see at a glance that I have the world in my heart, not just an ordinary bandit. I admire you, but when it comes to dealing with Guoyen, this matter needs to be discussed more carefully. We cannot rush into the city lord's mansion. Xiao Mu leaned over to look inside the coffin, then take your time to think about it. Come find me once you've made your decision. Wait a minute, what are you going to do? He revealed his plan. Weren't you saying that Guoyan's subordinate is searching everywhere for my son's corpse? One must see the living, and one must see the dead. I'm going to find someone to take him over there first, to avoid those dogs barking wildly and disturbing your grand plans. After hearing this, Wang Song he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What? You want to deliver Xiao Lin's corpse to Guoyen? Wang Song he chased after Xiao Mu while trying to persuade him. Guoyen acts strangely. He needs Xiao Lin's corpse to hang him at the city gate for all to see. He wants Xiao brother to not rest even in death. After hearing this, Xiao Mu coldly responded, oh, really? He secretly chuckled while covering his mouth. Then my son's corpse is a very good bait. If Guoyen can leave the city lord's residence for this, the tight security will make it easier for us to act. Wang Song he quickly grabbed Xiao Mu's shoulder. Brother, Xiao Lin is your own son. However, Xiao Mu showed no fear. He confidently declared, no need for many words, if I can kill Guoyen, I would willingly take my son's place as bait. After hearing this, Wang Song he's expression immediately changed. He stammered, Xiao. Brother Xiao. Wang Song he cupped his hands in respect to Xiao Mu. No, brother Xiao is righteous, I am ashamed, Wang is not worthy. I immediately arranged for a nobleman with a clean background to present Xiao Lin's body. For the next few days, I ask you to wait for good news in the mountain stronghold. Xiao Mu appeared cold, but in fact, he was very happy inside. I don't dare. We have the leader, and the assassination plan is beginning to take shape. Next, we should think about how to pretend in the next 2 days and how to raise our evaluation. At that moment, in the study of the Guo mansion, a pigeon suddenly landed by the window. Guoyen glanced at the bird. After reading the contents of the letter, Guoyen began to be on guard. Even the spirit envoy of the martial arts faction cannot find the whereabouts of the Qiao family. Could it be that Xiao Mu and Xiao Lin are just decoys? Are you pretending that there is something called the Qiao family behind you? He slammed the letter down on the table angrily, almost got deceived by 2 little guys who haven't even grown enough hair yet. At that moment, a soldier rushed in to report to Guoyen, City Lord, the corpse of Xiao Lin has been found. A physician near Pan Shan town discovered Xiao Lin's body floating in the river. This person recognized the likeness from the wanted poster and quickly came to report. Guoyen slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Where is the corpse? Take me to see it now. Yes. At that moment, in front of him was a wooden coffin. Upon seeing the body inside, Guoyen confidently asserted, this is not a fabrication, this is indeed the body of Xiao Lin. The soldier continued to relay the information he had gathered. I heard that Xiao Lin struggled in that physician's house for several days before dying in pain. Investigate if there's something wrong with that physician. If not. Guoyen looked at the body in the coffin and declared, this city lord will personally hang Xiao Lin's body on the city wall tomorrow. The next day, Guoyan's order began to be widely proclaimed, the city lord has decreed. Today the city is closed, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. In a nearby tree, Xiao Mu also heard the news from inside the city. This old fool Guoyen is quite vigilant, even after hanging the corpse, he still sealed off the city gate. worried that another Qiao family member might slip out among the crowd. He proudly declared, "Fortunately, I had a countermeasure prepared early." Looking back to the day before, Xiao Mu was pointing at a map while discussing plans with Wang Songhe. "Mr. Wang, although you and I have formed an alliance, we still need to act separately. Has Uncle Qiao already made a plan? I need you to sneak into the city, and when Guiyan leaves the city lord's mansion, create chaos to draw the reinforcements' attention." As for himself, Xiao Mu declared, "I will go directly to find Guiyan." He made a gesture across his neck with 2 fingers. "Then I will personally kill him." After hearing his plan, Wang Songhe was very surprised. "Are you planning to deal with Guiyan alone?" "Yes, my mind is made up, don't think of stealing this from me. Beheading someone, no one can compete with me for such a matter." "Not at all." Wang Songhe's eyes sparkled as he tightly grasped Xiao Mu's hand. "The assassination of Guiyan is the most dangerous part of this plan. Unexpectedly, you took the initiative to take it on. As juniors like us overcome all obstacles, my admiration for you is like a rushing river, stretching endlessly." Xiao Mu was extremely helpless and hurriedly stopped Wang Songhe's thoughts. "Stop, stop, stop, Xiao Wang, I just don't want you to steal my spotlight. It's not that great, is it?" He awkwardly scratched his nose. "To be honest, I, Xiao Sen, have always liked being a good person, so don't rob me of the chance to show off. Besides, when you raided Guo Mansion, taking a few secret manuals for me was already a great help. For something so trivial, risking your life, you are even more reckless than Xiao Mu and Xiao Lin." Xiao Mu seriously pointed to a spot on the map. "Let's get back to the main topic. Xiao Wang, you said you encountered my son by the river, right? But he jumped into the well at the city lord's residence and fell into the water." He pointed to a spot by the riverside and shared his assumption. Based on this hypothesis, there should be an underground river passage beneath the city lord's mansion that leads directly to the mountain range outside the city. Tomorrow, you will follow this secret passage, and I assure you that the gods will not know, and the ghosts will not hear. At this moment, Wang Songhe and his group have indeed arrived at the location indicated by Xiao Mu and found an entrance. There really is a secret passage. Wang Songhe tightly held the map in his hand and shouted, "Brothers, today we will sneak into the city lord's mansion, coordinating with Xiao to eliminate the Guo bandits. Let's go." In another scene, Xiao Mu was alone at the top of the mountain calculating the time. He twisted his body to start warming up his muscles. If he calculated correctly, Wang Songhe and the others had probably found the secret passage, so it was time for him to take action. Xiao Mu looked down at the deep cliff beneath him and prepared to jump. This height was dangerous, falling down would definitely result in death. After thinking this, he did not hesitate and jumped straight down. While falling, Xiao Mu commanded the system, revive me at the designated respawn point this time. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the city. Xiao Mu searched for something while feeling amazed at the new function of the system. This ability was incredibly useful, allowing for direct resurrection within the city. After seeing the 2 swords neatly placed in the box, Xiao Mu wondered, how does one put them back together? Master Mu. Master Mu. Guiyan has arrived. A few hours later, Guiyan rode out of the city lord's residence with a group of soldiers. The people on either side of the road were terrified upon seeing him. Then murmurs and whispers began to echo continuously. Didn't they say the city lord was taking young Master Guo for burial today? But why is no one wearing mourning clothes? The commotion in Yen City these past few days, when will it finally end? Upon reaching the city gate, Guiyan shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers, open the coffin, lift the body. Instantly, the lid of the wooden coffin was kicked off, revealing the corpse lying inside. That soldier rudely grabbed Xiao Mu's hair. Then he lifted the body in front of all the townspeople. The chatter among the people in Yen City immediately filled the air. Who is that? How did he die so tragically? It doesn't seem to be young Master Guo. He looks somewhat familiar, like the nobleman who once beat young Master Guo. Really, I heard yesterday that a person named Xiao Lin broke into the city lord's residence. It must be him. After witnessing this scene, Jiang Lang was filled with intense hatred and indignation for Xiao Mu. This was not a burial, it was a public display. Guiyan's methods were truly insidious, using this incident to intimidate everyone. In the future, it was likely that even if there were knights, they would not dare to confront him easily. On the side of the road, a scoundrel kept insulting Xiao Mu. A nobleman? What kind of nobleman could this Xiao be? In broad daylight, he dared to break into the city lord's mansion to kill someone. According to Dayan law, that was a death penalty, deserving of execution. His words were overheard by a few people behind him. They immediately stood up to refute him. Breaking into someone's home and doing as one pleases, hadn't Gui young master done that enough in the past? Exactly, why don't you mention that he violated the Yen law? Now, there are starving people lying in the streets of Yen City, and the city lord remains unresponsive, wanting to enforce the law, yet the first to die should be him. The scoundrel flew into a rage and ordered his subordinates to rush in and attack those who had just insulted him. A bunch of filthy beggars dared to bring up the law, humiliating the city lord. The group of people refused to back down and immediately fought back, expelling the starving people, blocking off the entire city for revenge, causing food prices to skyrocket. The officials and merchants collude, treating human lives as worthless. You will eventually face retribution. However, under the authority of the merchant, they were quickly suppressed. You deserve to starve to death. Aren't rising food prices just a way to make extra money? Isn't the Xianxiang Tower in the city still in need of slaves? Or should I give you a try? Don't, the sour stench of poverty would tarnish my ying. Seeing this scene, the merchant laughed with great delight. People like you should die sooner, reincarnation as dogs would be better than now. That's right, like that Xiao fellow you mentioned. Suddenly, a burst of sword chi appeared, slicing off his hair. Xiao Mu charged straight in, knocking down all the merchant's men. My hair. Immediately, those who had just been bullied by the merchant rushed in to gang up on him. Rotten merchant, it's your turn now. Brothers, let's go. Don't, help. Help, city lord. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly ran to report to Guiyan, city lord, it seems that someone is causing trouble by the roadside. No need to worry, just a bunch of lowly villagers. Tomorrow, we'll catch a few and execute them as a warning. Immediately afterward, a spear suddenly appeared from the crowd, flying straight toward Guiyan. Guiyan glanced back, warily looking behind him. The spear quickly pierced through his shoulder, right in front of everyone's eyes. Guiyan fell straight off his horse. The surrounding soldiers quickly rushed to support Guiyan. City lord, there's an assassin, quickly protect the lord. Guiyan pressed his hand tightly against the wound on his shoulder, clenching his teeth in anger. Just a moment longer, if I had been even slightly slower, this spear would have pierced my head. While he was still kneeling on the ground, a voice suddenly appeared in front of him. Guiyan. Xiao Mu was filled with killing intent, advancing toward Guiyan. You killed my family member and used his corpse to threaten us. This kind of deep-seated enmity. He smiled, pointing his spear at Guiyan. The Qiao family will repay this 1,000-fold. Guiyan was stunned, his eyes wide. Xiaolin. You're not dead. No, that can't be, it's impossible. Xiao Mu smiled. You're wrong, I am his father, Xiao Sr. Guiyan's eyes widened even more. He gritted his teeth in anger. The people of the Qiao family still have accomplices. Damn it. How many people are there in the Qiao family? They said the Qiao family didn't exist, martial arts faction deceived me. In fear, he ordered his soldiers, what are you standing there for? Kill him. Xiao Mu leaped up, channeling his power into the lance in his hand. He even challenged them, come on, don't hold back. The lance of Xiao Mu was blocked by a sword. Several soldiers rushed forward but were easily knocked away by him. From behind Xiao Mu, another soldier charged, die. However, before he could even touch him, that soldier was killed by Xiao Mu with a single move. Sensing the situation was dire, the commander immediately shouted, shoot the arrows. The arrows were fired. Xiao Mu easily deflected them with the lance in his hand. The soldiers of the city lord's mansion immediately set up a defense, formed the formation. Xiao Mu focused his strength into the lance. With just one lance, he quickly swept away all the soldiers of the city lord's estate. At this moment, they began to feel fear in the face of Xiao Mu's terrifying power. What kind of monster is this? Alone, he can break the military formation. What are you panicking about? Our cavalry hasn't even arrived yet. Zhou Wen, while supporting the injured Gui Yan, quickly ordered the soldiers, do not retreat, charge forward. Gui Yan, furious, cursed inwardly, damn it, do the people of the Qiao family fear death at all? Why are they being tangled up by this pack of mad dogs? He also began to doubt Xiao Mu's identity. Moreover, Qiao Sen and Qiao Lin are too similar. Although they say they are father and son, in terms of movements and demeanor, they are nearly identical. Xiao Mu confidently declared, Gui Yan old thief, you can't escape. Zhou Wen immediately set Gui Yan down and charged at Xiao Mu. City Lord, you go ahead, I will hold him off. When he struck with his sword, Xiao Mu easily deflected it. He smiled and questioned Zhou Wen. We avenge our son, why are you here to interfere? Zhou Wen firmly defended Gui Yan, shut up. Your son killed the city lord's son, he hasn't died for his crimes yet. Of course, Xiao Mu was not afraid of Zhou Wen at all. He even continued to curse Gui young master, that little bastard usually bullies the helpless commoners. My son did this to protect the people. Your evil spawn has no right to speak ill of my young master. No wonder you are a dog raised by the Guo family, even the dog's food is 100 times better than that of the commoners. Zhou Wen became furious, swinging a knife, shut up. Xiao Mu laughed coldly, you exposed your weakness the moment you got agitated. This move of his successfully struck Zhou Wen. He was in pain, clutching the lance embedded in his body. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth so hard that veins bulged on his forehead, even if I die, I will never let you advance a single step. Xiao Mu expressed regret for him, you are a good dog, too bad you followed the wrong person. After witnessing Zhou Wen's defeat at the hands of Xiao Mu, the soldiers outside stared wide-eyed in fear. Zhou Wen, a 5th-grade martial artist, fell under his hands in less than 10 moves. Do you want to run? The city lord hasn't made his move yet. At this moment, Gui Yan, holding a sword, appeared behind Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, you did very well, city lord. Gui Yan, brimming with evil energy, stabbed forward. His move actually pierced through Zhou Wen's chest and continued to stab into Xiao Mu's chest. Xiao Mu angrily looked at the sword lodged in his chest, damn it, if I'm being played this time, consider it your victory. He stared straight at Gui Yan with eyes filled with evil energy. Before completely losing consciousness, Xiao Mu looked at Gui Yan and made a determination, next time, I will definitely kill you. In Gui Yan's hand was the sword still stained red with the blood of Zhou Wen and Xiao Mu. He crazily lifted his face to the sky and laughed loudly, this is the outcome of confronting your city lord. Qiao family, no matter how many of you there are, I will kill you one by one. At that moment, Gui Yan's face looked extremely terrifying, no one can shake my position, no one. In a different turn of events, after being killed by Gui Yan, Xiao Mu curiously opened the system to check, let me see how high the death rating is this time. Xiao Mu, a martial artist of the 6th rank in the initial stage. All of his information is displayed on the system notice board. However, after seeing the content within, Xiao Mu was shocked to the point of glaring, what the hell is this? It didn't even tell me that resurrection comes with a penalty to lifespan. Although he vaguely had suspicions, this meant that the period for protecting beginners had ended, and all of his previous debts were immediately deducted, right? If I had known this, I would have just practiced the Eternal Life Fist. He began to feel immense regret. Sister Shui once said that after mastering the Eternal Life Fist, one could lock the blood qi at the peak state of the body, extending lifespan. If I had solely focused on the Eternal Life Fist, I might have already reached completion by now. Xiao Mu imagined this and felt delighted, I am now half immortal. Having thought this, he became even more determined. Luckily, the evaluation was grade A for the generous reward, otherwise, it would have been a complete loss. After that, Xiao Mu decided to go find Wang Songhe. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. Wang Song, he is still waiting for me. As for the lifespan deduction, I'll research it after dealing with Guo Yan. In another development, a loud shout suddenly rang out, not good. City Lord, something has happened at the City Lord's residence. The soldier immediately recounted everything that had happened at the City Lord's residence. A group of people we don't know where they came from rushed out from the corners of the residence. They took advantage of the weak defenses inside and killed all the guards, taking over the City Lord's residence. Hearing the report, Guo Yan was so angry that he glared and gritted his teeth. Guo Yan immediately orders the subordinate, hurry, call all the people back to the city. Yes. At that moment, Guo Yan, leading a strong army, returned to the city. The group led by Wang Song-he, armed with weapons, shouted with determination, don't let him return, we must avenge Qiao nobleman, kill Guo Yan. Guo Yan was so furious that he ground his teeth, a bunch of lowly worms. He pointed his blood-stained sword at them, kill them for me. Leave no one alive, kill them all. After receiving Guo Yan's orders, the soldiers behind him immediately drew their bows. Then, a volley of arrows was shot straight into the crowd. However, before those arrows could get close, they were already chopped down by a wave of sword chi. Xiao Mu smiled proudly and landed on the ground. Seeing him appear, the others were all extremely shocked. Qiao nobleman, you are not dead. At this moment, even Guo Yan was astonished. He stared wide-eyed and gaped, Qiao Sen. No, I clearly killed you myself. Without answering his question, Xiao Mu brandished his spear and charged straight into the encirclement ahead. Guo Yan, come to take your life. Everyone, charge together with Qiao nobleman. Kill Guo Yan and overthrow Yan City. After witnessing this scene, the soldiers of Yan City were in a state of confusion. Brothers, the situation is not in our favor. What should we do? As soon as he finished speaking and turned to look at his teammates, he found that they had vanished. Damn it, where did they go? I don't know if that Xiao guy is a man or a ghost, how can we fight him? Immediately afterwards, without hesitation, he threw down his weapon and armor and ran away. With only this little military salary each month, why should I gamble with my life? The people of Yan City live in misery, and the city lord even wants to kill them. Truly, they are not better than beasts. Guo Yan went mad, ordering his subordinate, don't run, everyone come back to me. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. But his expression suddenly changed out of fear when Qiao Mu charged forward with a spear. He quickly used his sword to parry Qiao Mu's attack. Qiao Mu was extremely excited, laughing loudly, Guo Yan, today's situation is entirely of your own making, you will pay with your life. Guo Yan's eyes widened, and his forehead furrowed so tightly that veins stood out. Is it just you? Taking advantage of Qiao Mu's focus on the attack, he forcefully pushed Qiao Mu's hand away and stabbed his sword toward Qiao Mu's shoulder. At that moment, Qiao Mu felt disbelief. Such powerful sword chi, how can this useless person still be so strong while injured? Guo Yan seemed to have gone insane, continuously attacking Qiao Mu with sword chi. It's all your fault. All my years of hard work and planning have been ruined by you. I want you dead. All of you from the Qiao family must die. On Qiao Mu's side, he had already received a cut on his abdomen from Guo Yan's sword chi. Soon after, his arm was also injured by the sword chi. Qiao Mu leaned on his spear, kneeling on the ground. Guo Yan triumphantly shouted, it's over. He charged forward with the pure young infinite sword to attack Qiao Mu, die. However, as the blade approached, Qiao Mu grasped it barehanded, causing fresh blood to flow continuously. Guo Yan's eyes widened in shock. While holding the sword blade, Qiao Mu slowly stood up. Seeing Qiao Mu's ability, Guo Yan was so frightened that he trembled. You caught the sword with your bare hands, could it be that you have comprehended my swordsmanship? Impossible, this is only the 10th move, you can't do it. However, Qiao Mu only sneered coldly, if it were our first confrontation, I certainly wouldn't understand, but... He proudly stated a fact, this is already our second bout. When Guo Yan learned this news, he stared in disbelief. The second time? At that moment, all that remained in his eyes was the figure of Qiao Mu. You are. However, as he realized this truth, it was also the moment the lance in Xiao Mu's hand pierced through his chest. When the lance was withdrawn from Guiyan's chest, blood gushed out of his body. Guiyan painfully knelt on the ground. Damn! I am the city lord, yet I am treated like a playful monkey. What is this, Xiao Sen? It is actually you. He looked at the smiling young man in front of him and said a name, Xiao Lin. Xiao Mu simply looked up at the sky and boldly announced to everyone, Guiyan is dead. You killed Xiao Sen, Xiao family. Xiao great hero, Xiao great hero, Xiao great hero, Xiao great hero. Xiao Mu closed his eyes, enjoying the praise of everyone. Xiao great hero, Xiao great hero. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became hazy. Blood continued to flow down his face from his head. Xiao great hero. When the last cheer sounded, it was also the moment when Xiao Mu collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Even though Xiao great hero had lost his life, Xiao Mu was still very happy. Good. After putting on a show, he died. This time he could be rated A again. Wang Song he rushed over with a very worried expression. Xiao uncle, are you okay? He easily picked up Xiao Mu and ran away. Don't worry, this time I will definitely be able to save you. Let me go, I don't need you. In the end, all he could do was cry out in despair. Wang Song he, you are really cruel. After being rescued by Wang Song he, Xiao Mu was not at all happy but extremely angry. His face was pale, his lips were tightly pressed together, and he exuded an air of great discomfort. However, Wang Song he did not understand his mood at all. He kept running around Xiao Mu, groping his body. Xiao uncle, you finally came back to life. This body seems so strong, it looks like the recovery is not bad, but your complexion is not very good, it seems like you have accumulated feelings of sorrow. After a moment, he sighed and clutched his chest. Right now, the meridians in your body are almost completely destroyed, your inner strength is less than 1/10 of what it was. It seems you have to rest and recuperate for a long time to recover. Yen City, whether in medicine or martial arts, is extremely backward, I will have to spend some time finding a method. Wang Song he confidently held Xiao Mu's hand tightly. But don't worry, Xiao uncle, I will definitely do my best to treat you, so you don't have to worry. As long as you don't save me, I can act on my own immediately. Then, Xiao Mu decided to leave. You can't provoke them, but you can avoid them. I'm leaving now. We went outside to take a breath. Is Xiao uncle looking for the body double? Hearing Wang Song he mentioned the body double, Xiao Mu immediately became confused. Body double? What body double? Oh no, I forgot, my body double is still outside on the street. Wang Song he saw that he still didn't understand and explained. It's the body double, the decoy, Xiao uncle has made thorough preparations and arranged for someone to impersonate him to deceive Guiyan. That's right, where is that body double now? He clenched his fist and explained to Xiao Mu. Xiao uncle can rest assured, that person bravely sacrificed himself, so we have organized a solemn burial, and his grave has been adorned with chrysanthemums. From now on, every Qingming festival, the joss paper will be properly prepared. Well, I truly apologize for the trouble. Xiao Mu became serious again. He suddenly remembered a question and asked Wang Song he, by the way, is there a base of the martial arts faction near Yen City? As far as I know, there isn't. Wang Song he suddenly remembered and exclaimed, but the Heyang mansion over there has their influence. Heyang mansion. Is it in the north? That's right. Xiao Mu rested his chin on his hand and pondered. No wonder, ever since I practiced the Holy Spirit take quiet, I have felt something alluring in the north. Looking back now, it must be Heyang. The Qiao family is definitely there. He immediately decided to set off for Heyang. Alright. I will go to Heyang mansion right now. Yen City will be left to you, manage it well. Are you going now? But your injury hasn't healed yet, maybe you should wait a little longer. Xiao Mu laughed loudly and patted Wang Song he on the shoulder. I can't get treated here, Who knows, maybe I can find a way to heal in Heyang. That's true. Actually, it's mainly to get away from you, you troublesome guy. Wang Song he quickly spread out the paper, picked up the brush, and began to write a letter. Wait a moment, if Uncle Chiao wants to leave, I can write you a letter of introduction. While he focused on writing the letter, he explained to Chiao Mu. I have an old friend named Shen Qing he holds a position in Heyang Mansion. Helping you find a job will definitely not be a problem. Aren't you a bandit? How do you have an old friend in a governmental position? Are you involved in both the underworld and the legitimate world? Wang Song he seemed unwilling to mention this matter. He only said that they were just colleagues in the past, and there was no need to bring it up. Indeed, if one cannot be an official, one should not be a bandit either. Xiao Mu looked at his unfinished letter and advised him. In the letter, just call me Xiao Mu. I, Xiao Sen, have already killed Gui Yan and do not want too much fuss about it. Alright, I see. After a while, a complete letter was delivered straight to Xiao Mu. Well then, I wish Uncle Chiao smooth sailing. Little guy, you are really not bad. Alright, I cannot be unfair to you either. Xiao Mu carefully tucked the letter into his chest and urged Wang Song he. Let's go. I will take you to share the spoils. The scene then shifted to a room filled with gold, silver, and jewels. After seeing the amount of gold, Wang Song he felt it was extremely unbelievable. This bastard Gui Yan actually robbed so much sweat and tears from the people, he is truly worse than a beast. As for Xiao Mu, he was so excited that he dove onto the pile of gold. I've struck it rich, made a big fortune. After a while, Xiao Mu finally regained his composure. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and then ordered Wang Song he. Xiao Wang, take this money back. What? You want me to give it all to you? Xiao Mu explained to him, there are still many people outside who are starving, we cannot neglect them. Take this money to buy food and distribute it to the people, they will surely be grateful to you. He leaned on the pile of gold and then stood up. Right now, Yen City does not have a city lord, and soon someone will be sent from above. If it turns out to be someone like Gui Yan, Xiao Mu smiled and patted Wang Song he on the shoulder. Why not let you take over Yen City, using it as a base to carry out a grand sacrifice? Wang Song he was so stunned he couldn't speak. Xiao uncle. He was so moved he rushed forward to hug Xiao Mu. Xiao uncle, you truly understand the ways of the world and regard money as mere straw. I admire someone like you, like a river flowing endlessly, never stopping. Stop it, I'm not coming here empty-handed. This secret manual divine skill will belong to me. Wang Song he greatly admired Xiao Mu's discerning eye. Pure Yang and Infinite is one of the peak level skills in ancient martial arts. Really? Let's take a look then. However, after seeing the content in the Pure Yang Infinite, Xiao Mu's expression immediately changed. When Wang Song he saw the content in the Pure Yang Infinite, he could only close his eyes and sigh. Xiao uncle, you are already married, so it seems this book has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? Before I die, my body still looks like that of a 15-year-old child. Xiao Mu sighed in disappointment, but this cultivation method doesn't allow any bit of the primal yang to escape. But I am a man with strong blood qi, how can I endure that? Seeing him so disappointed, Wang Song he took out a scroll and handed it to Xiao Mu. If not, then Xiao uncle, take a look at this blood-flesh transformation. What is that? Wang Song he immediately explained. This is a martial art currently founded by a legendary martial artist. This book is divided into many stages from easy to difficult. The first part of this book includes some disguise techniques, camouflage techniques, and bone-hardening exercises. Inside the secret techniques, if one can successfully cultivate, they can accurately control their flesh and blood, transforming into the shape they desire. Isn't that like the 72 transformations? Oh my, what day is it today? The chances of luck seem to be quite high. He raised his hand to his mouth and pretended to cough. But the content here is too profound, it will take a lot of time and effort to study. Once you recover, we can study and discuss it together. After that, it won't be too late for you to go to the Heyang Mansion. You're trying to pull me into this again. If you keep me here, I really won't be able to survive. After thinking that, he immediately ran away. This favor from Mr. Wang, Xiao Sen will repay it in the future. Farewell. Wang Song. He watched him leave and smiled. Well, there's always a day we will meet again. When that time comes, let him join our plan. On Xiao Mu's side, after running away, he arrived in front of a house. Xiao Mu was very happy as he pushed the door open and called out loudly, "Shui sister." However, at this moment, there was only an empty room. Has Shui sister left? Suddenly, a hand appeared and touched Xiao Mu's shoulder. Xiao Shui approached and covered his eyes with her hand. Where could I possibly go in less than 7 days? Xiao Mu grabbed the arm covering her eyes and laughed loudly. Today is exactly Saturday. That annoying Gui Yan has been taken care of by me. At that moment, both of them spoke at the same time. Sister Shui, why are you wearing that? Xiao Mu, you still have your luggage on, could it be that? After that, they both immediately fell into a very awkward atmosphere. Xiao Mu shyly scratched her head. Sister Shui, I have to go to Heyang Mansion to search for the legendary martial artist and the whereabouts of half a volume of the Eternal Life Fist. So we might have to be apart for a while. Ken Shui was extremely surprised. Heyang Mansion. What a coincidence, I was also planning to go there. Hearing her say that, Xiao Mu began to indulge in self-admiration. Is it really a coincidence? Isn't it because you miss me and want to follow me? Truly a lovesick girl. Who's following you? Heyang Mansion is a place where there are many immortals, a suitable place to accede to a sect and cultivate. Really? Ken Shui, teased by Xiao Mu, got angry and left. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'll go ahead. Hey, I was just joking. Don't be angry, Shui sister. The scene has now shifted to Heyang Mansion, the residence of Shen Qinghe. After Xiao Mu showed Shen Qinghe the letter of recommendation from Wang Songhe, he introduced himself. I am Xiao Mu, introduced by Mr. Wang, and I wish to visit Shen official. Shen Qinghe still maintained a very guarded attitude towards Xiao Mu. Are you really the person he introduced? He said you were severely injured, but you look very healthy to me. Xiao Mu seemed awkward. There is another reason for that. Before coming here, I actually died once more, and in the process, I learned a bit about the Supreme Yang Purity technique and the blood and flesh transformation. Shen Qinghe suddenly remembered something. Right, Mr. Wang, the one who recommended you, where is he currently residing? Mr. Wang is hidden in a very mysterious mountain forest. I only happened to meet him once. After hearing this, Shen Qinghe became even more suspicious. You met him just once and he recommended you. Well, if he doesn't want to reveal more, I shouldn't press him. It's really a pity. Look at the characters he wrote himself. We feel very nostalgic. He began to reminisce about the time he was rescued by Wang Songhe. I remember that year, if it weren't for the remedies he personally wrote, I might not have lived to this day. Shen Qinghe tucked the letter into his sleeve and didn't mention it again. The person he recommended, I naturally trust. However, there are only 2 positions that are still vacant here. One is for a scribe, and the other is for a constable. Choose one. Xiao Mu began to consider the 2 positions and quickly made a decision. The job of investigating cases is relatively free, and I can take this opportunity to move around the city to find leads about the martial arts faction. Then I will choose the constable. After taking on the position of constable, Xiao Mu started to greet and get to know the others. I am Xiao Mu, the new constable who has just joined the sect. In response to his greeting, there were a series of whispers and discussions. Shen Lord is usually indifferent, how could he allow this person to take a backdoor path? What is this person's background? Suddenly, a scolding voice rang out from behind them. Silence. Chening Shui kindly helped Xiao Mu warn the others. Newcomers, if you have arrived at the registration desk, you are colleagues from now on, so you must treat each other well. Now that we have enough people, let's discuss the case. Her expression immediately turned cold. I'm sure you have heard, there is a case involving the demonic object Wu Chang at Heyang Mansion. As soon as Chen Shui finished speaking, the faces of the guards filled with fear. Xiao Mu stroked his chin, wondering, Wu Chang. A demonic object? Chen Shui explained the recent situation. Recently, many demonic objects have been wreaking havoc at Heyang Mansion, endangering human lives. It is said that this demonic object is called Wu Chang and it is a type of demon beast that feeds on death aura. Every time it appears, a life is taken, just like Hei by Wu Chang, which is why it is called Wu Chang. Her face became extremely serious when mentioning the strength of the demonic object. The strength of the demonic object is very powerful, many martial artists want to capture it. Among them, there are many fifth-rank martial artists, but they all lost their lives. However, Xiao Mu appeared unfazed. He laughed loudly. Is it really that powerful? Proving that this demon beast is worth killing. Chen Shui brushed past Xiao Mu, reminding him as she went. However, for this case, we will investigate together with the Xian Tian sect. Xiao Mu pursed his lips, recalling the words of Qiao Qin Shui. What a coincidence, the fact that the Xian Tian sect acquired land from the Qiao family must be closely related to the martial arts faction. He stroked his chin, starting to speculate. The remnants of the longevity fist manual have no clues, perhaps we can start from the Xian Tian sect. If we are lucky, we might even get a chance to find other divine sects cultivating immortals. Suddenly, Xiao Mu was perplexed by a mournful cry. The two constables who had just insulted him were now holding their heads and sobbing. Again. Why do these difficult situations keep falling onto us? Enduring all this bitterness without any reward at all, Xiao Mu quickly approached, curious to ask them. Brothers, why is De Ho Air reacting like this? We are just ordinary constables, how can we possibly handle capturing such demonic objects? The constable was frightened, sighing. Moreover, the most powerful leader among us has only just entered the 7th rank, so this is a mandatory task. Isn't it a bit careless considering the life and death of humans? What can we do? The imperial court is willing to obey the orders of immortal. We are forever the unfortunate ones, you don't need to worry. A girl suddenly appeared, hovering in the air, to reassure them. I heard everyone talking about the case of the demonic object Wu Chang, it seems I've arrived at just the right time. Seeing the girl, the others were very surprised to recognize her as the immortal Mingyu of the Xian Tian sect. Immortal Mingyu descended before Chen Shui and Xiao Mu. Demonic objects are not something you can handle. The crane behind her began to shrink down. Immortal Mingyu smiled and winked at them. All you need to do is to locate the demonic object and inform me immediately if you find it. Therefore, for this task, it will be necessary to trouble you a lot, officials from the Ministry of Justice. Heaven truly has a kind heart. Rest assured, I will definitely find the whereabouts of the demon beasts. Chen Shui angrily scolded them. These guys, working like oxen and horses, are still so proactive. What is this Vajra nonsense? What are these words about energy? We can only handle some trivial tasks. Xiao Mu remained silent. He had a guess. So, why not take care of such a small matter by themselves? Could it be that they want to use this to suppress the court? Mingyu, the celestial being, informed them of some characteristics of the demonic object Wu Chang. This demonic object feeds on death aura, so it often appears near those who are about to die, which means places like hospitals or prisons. If you can't find traces of it in those locations, then everyone can gather those who are near death to use them as bait to attract its appearance. The two constables felt awkward and scratched their heads. Isn't using people as bait a bit excessive? However, Mingyu did not see any issue with this. After all, they are already people on the verge of death, why not let them serve a bit of purpose before they die? Chen Shui coldly spoke. So what will the celestial do if we capture the monster? Heaven is benevolent, I will bring it back to the sect and punish it. Then it will atone for its sins with its body, working hard for our immortal sect, paying for the crimes it has committed. Chen Shui angrily questioned her. What a nice sentiment about heaven's benevolence, it has killed the people of Diyan, and it can still live in the immortal sect. Where is the heavenly Tao? According to the laws of De Yen, killing requires retribution. Celestial Mingyu did not regard the laws of De Yen at all. The laws of De Yen only govern mortals and cannot interfere with the immortal sect. Therefore, these monsters will naturally be handled by our immortal sect. You. In the tense situation, Xiao Mu unexpectedly spoke. May I ask, Celestial? He smiled. What will happen if we are fortunate enough to kill the demonic object during this hunt? Chening Shui looked at Xiao Mu in surprise. Celestial Mingyu closed her eyes and reminded them softly. I have already said, it is very dangerous. If you encounter it, you must report immediately. Xiao Mu approached and patted her on the shoulder. But what if we are being pursued and don't have time to report? Are we not allowed to resist? If by chance we counter and end up killing it, could that be considered a great achievement? Will the sect reward us then? He suggested excitedly. For example, a visit to the sect, perhaps. Mingyu, the celestial being, only sneered. Sect's restricted area. Xiao Mu's request was thus denied. Mortals are not allowed to set foot in there. After being rejected, Xiao Mu coldly pressed her lips together. People from the Xian Tian sect are truly arrogant. It seems we can only find another way to investigate. Mingyu turned to leave. Alright, that's enough for today. I hope you can find clues about the demonic cultivators within 3 days. I will be waiting for good news from all of you. After that, she immediately mounted her crane and departed. Once she was out of sight, the two constables grew anxious. Dao and I, what should we do? Listening to her is a sure way to death. As the magistrate of the De Yen Empire, we don't need to follow the orders of an immortal. Chening Shui ordered them, continue your investigation in the city. Do not overlook any locations and report to me immediately when there are any updates. As for the other matters, I will handle them myself. Understood. Xiao Mu, stay. Xiao Mu was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. Chening Shui turned back to ask him, Shen Lord is always just and upright. The fact that you were recruited here proves that you truly have the ability. So, was what you just did a deliberate provocation, or do you really have a way to kill the demonic object? In response to that question, Xiao Mu continued to play dumb. Daughter, you overestimate me. I was just asking objectively. Chening Shui coldly replied, Oh, is that so? Xiao Mu smiled, of course. After a while, Chening Shui ordered him again, Good, then you should also go look for the sword demon. Understood. Xiao Mu excitedly left. If it's a demonic object that likes to consume death aura, then why not think of death? The scene shifted to the West City Tavern, Zui Xian residence. A man was standing on a high platform, observing below. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Wei Suoxing immediately knelt down upon entering. Your Majesty, there is news about Wang Songhe. The man who was rubbing the imperial ring on his hand spoke. Speak. Wei Suoxing continued to share what he had learned. The detective placed beside Shen Qin he has reported. Shen Qin he arranged for someone named Xiao Mu to act as a constable for the magistrate's office, and the one who recommended him was Wang Songhe. In Wang Songhe's recommendation letter, he did not mention his specific circumstances, and even Shen Qin he might not be aware. He bowed his head and continued, Your Majesty, there are rumors in the court that Wang Songhe has followed the path of the immortals. The man picked up the teacup from the table and said, It's baseless, let it go. He could assert, he utterly despises immortals, how could he possibly cultivate? He stared at the tea in the cup and coldly spoke, but people's hearts can change easily. After disappearing for decades, he acts this way today. I suspect the person he recommended is not a novice. Make arrangements, I want to see what kind of person this Xiao Mu is. The scene now shifted to the temple at Qinghuan Peak. At this moment, Ken Shui is sitting across from a woman. Ken Shui, the last time I saw you, you were still a little child. Ling Ling said gently with a smile, more than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and you have finally come to this place. It truly is fate that has brought us here. Xiao Ken Shui awkwardly spoke up, Ling Ling, I have long known about the Qiao family matters. In fact, there is nothing wrong with both the path of immortality and the martial path. You were born with exceptional intuition. If there are better methods of cultivation, why waste them? Ling Ling laughed heartily. If you don't want to join the immortals, then staying here with me is just the same. Xiao Qinshui had no choice but to agree with her, yes. She looked out the window and thought to herself, what is Xiao Mu doing right now? In another development, Xiao Mu is currently locked up in a prison cell. The guard outside continuously scolded him, behave yourself, if you continue to act recklessly, even 10 lives won't be enough for you to die. Don't worry, even if I die today, I won't leave this prison for a step, Xiao Mu said, covering his face with a wicked smile. After all, this is a rare opportunity for me to commit suicide. Returning to earlier, at the Xiao Chui Pavilion Tea House, the storyteller was passionately recounting tales. All we heard was the hero Xiao Sun roaring, we are warriors, we must move forward and never retreat. After saying this, he pierced through the chest and killed the city lord of Yen City, then resolutely left, leaving behind the towering figure of a hero. Xiao Mu, exhausted, muttered, it's nice to hear, but there are monsters up to no good in the city. The storyteller sure knows how to keep up with the trends. He glanced at the peanuts in his hand and sighed. Initially, I planned to use the rumors in the city to speculate on the movements of the monsters, so I could reasonably go to my death. In the end, I listened for nearly half an hour about my own glorious achievements, truly a waste of time. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out before him, you're one of the constables from the Heyang prefecture, spending the day listening to stories instead of handling official duties. Emperor De Yen smiled as he questioned Xiao Mu, may I ask if this is a lack of responsibility? Xiao Mu pouted, are you teaching me how to work? Of course not, just joking a bit. This person is not simple. He began to speculate about the identities of the two individuals who had just appeared. Their imposing stature and superior aura made it clear at first glance that they were significant figures. Furthermore, the person standing behind him was motionless, yet emanated a strong presence, clearly an expert. Xiao Mu tossed a peanut into his mouth and retorted to the man, how do you know I'm not solving a case? Just like you, who enjoys teaching others, why not go instruct the current emperor to go to war with the immortals? Wei Suoxing shouted in anger, impudent. This gentleman has sharp words and extraordinary spirit. The man twirled the fan in his hand, I am very curious. According to you, he smiled and asked Xiao Mu, what kind of person is the current emperor? Xiao Mu chewed on a peanut while silently cursing the emperor in his heart, who else could it be? It's someone deserving of death. The conspiracy to assassinate my De Yen emperor has yet to have a chance to be carried out. He was even waiting for the emperor in Yen City. It was rumored that the emperor would pass through Yen City, but he hadn't seen any sign of him. After killing Gui Yen, the court still had not issued a warrant for his arrest. At first, he had hoped to be executed by the authorities. Xiao Mu stroked his chin, and he came up with a guess. That's right, this is definitely an opportunity. These two could be local officials. If I stand in front of him and curse the emperor, then be convicted and die. He showed a wicked smile. I will surely become famous throughout the world, the assessment of my death won't be bad either. Having thought of this, Xiao Mu stood up, looked up at the sky, and began to praise the emperor. The current holy sovereign, he is indeed a rare wise ruler in 1,000 years. Everyone in the tavern looked at him with confusion. Emperor De Yen covered his mouth with a fan and smiled. 1,000 years encountered. Isn't that a bit too high of an evaluation? Xiao Mu winked at him. Not too high, not too high. Look, how beautifully his reign title is named, Yonghua, Yonghua. The emperor surrendered to the immortal without fighting, compensated for the money to lick his feet, so the war will never break out, isn't that Yonghe? Wei Suoxing was so angry that he rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. How can there be such reasoning? You dare to say the emperor is a coward? Criticized by Xiao Mu, the emperor forced a smile. But the immortal's power is too great, even the legendary martial artists have failed and had to retreat, the entire elite troops and the whole army have been annihilated. Could it be that the current emperor is focusing on the bigger picture, and there are some things that can only be compromised? Are you saying that the emperor is playing a grand chess game, right buddy? Xiao Mu said something that hit the emperor's heart. Losing means suffering the consequences. If there are no other choices, naturally, one can only compromise. But compromising to keep oneself in the shadows is different from completely bowing down as a subordinate. He began to cry and lament before the emperor. In Yen City, 5 out of 10 households are abandoned, the people are desolate and have to become bandits. His next words made those present here incredibly dissatisfied. However, the city lord of Yen City may have been suffering in silence, and the court is even less aware or concerned. Xiao Mu was so dissatisfied that he stood on the table. The emperor is said to receive the mandate from heaven to take care of the people on behalf of heaven. He smiled, curling his lips into a cold grin. The meaning behind that is to regard the people as livestock, to please the immortal, and to arbitrarily cut resources. The suffering populace, the weakened imperial authority, who knows how many Yen cities have been created. Xiao Mu was not afraid at all and continued to berate the emperor. What a heavenly ruler among thousands. At this moment, Wei Suoxing could no longer contain himself. He slammed the table and shouted, "Such treason, such ridiculous speech." Xiao Mu was not to be outdone and retorted, "Why are you so agitated? Everyone knows the emperor nurtures immortal. He even set up immortal offices in every major city, always welcoming the wealthy to visit, clearly acting in a way that couldn't be more obvious." Those outside witnessing this scene were astonished. Whose warrior is this, daring to openly insult the current sage ruler like this? It's far more exciting than telling a story 100 times over. Xiao Mu even waved at the emperor. "You are practically riding on my head while insulting me. Surely you have recognized my identity and are deliberately trying to harm me." In other words, these words might also represent the intention of the former Minister of Justice, Wang Songhe. The emperor's gaze turned cold. He recalled the scene when Wang Songhe knelt down pleading with the emperor. Once upon a time, Wang Songhe died for advising the emperor, insisting that one must never yield to the immortal before passing away. Nowadays, the situation in the world is exactly as he said, and he has recommended this person. Wei Suoxing went mad, pointing his sword at Xiao Mu. De Yen issued a decree, stating that anyone who insults the holy sovereign in the market will be executed after being interrogated. Not to mention other matters, this person is truly skilled in psychological manipulation. Even Zhou Xing, who is usually calm, was provoked. Xiao Mu arrogantly pointed at himself. "For the words spoken, I will bear the consequences alone. The disaster is unrelated to others, I will take responsibility by myself. And this self-destructive crazy action, what on earth is it?" The emperor closed his fan, stopping Wei Suoxing. "Let it go." He actually did not punish Xiao Mu. In the end, he still did not understand the great affairs of the state, just babbling nonsense. "Let's end it here for today, farewell." When he left, Xiao Mu was shocked to the point of disappearing. "What is this? My neck has been cleared, and yet you just let me go like this?" He reached out, wanting to grab the 2 people in front of him. "Don't go, I can curse even more fiercely." Suddenly, a soldier burst in, shouting vigorously, "Who is Xiao Mu?" Xiao Mu's eyes immediately lit up. I am the one. Someone accused you of speaking nonsense about the government at the tea house, slandering the court, waiting for me to come and arrest me, right? Hurry up and catch me, I absolutely will not resist." After being locked in the prison, Xiao Mu eagerly asked the jailer, "Brother, when are you finally going to kill me? Surely you're not really waiting until after autumn, right?" "Waiting until after autumn would be too long, you should take advantage of every day and hour, can't waste the people's tax money. Now is the time to do it, no need to choose any time. When executing the sentence, I hope there will be a bit of excitement, I am someone who enjoys a bit of noise. Who would want to seek death like this? Doesn't he know he can't die, there are still people protecting him above? Who is strong enough to dare protect someone who insults the emperor?" At that moment, a whip flew before Xiao Mu. "Behave yourself, this is a cell for death row inmates, you have no chance of getting out." Xiao Mu leaned against the wall behind him. Through the words of the 2 men, he could be sure, the death row inmate. "Then I've come to the right prison." He looked at the person in the neighboring cell who was incessantly coughing and then realized, I remember that the monster Wu Chang likes to eat the souls of those about to die, right? The man in the neighboring cell continued to cough and suddenly stopped as he noticed something. The shadow on the wall had changed. A monster with green eyes was staring intently at him. It turned out to be just the shadow of a cat. The cat, which looked incredibly cute, kept looking at the man and meowing. The old man smiled and stroked it. "So it's just a cat, you startled me. Why did you come here?" He used his weak strength to stand up, trying to get the cat outside. "This prison is a place of the underworld, even rats come from the netherworld, it's not clean here. You won't be able to reap anything good by coming here. Come on, let me see you out." However, before he could take the cat out of the cell, he weakly fell to the ground. Xiao Mu looked worried and asked him, "Sir, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just peachy." The old man confidently pointed to his skinny, stick-like arm. He was once a saint of thieves, specializing in robbing the rich to give to the poor. He was quite a renowned figure in the underworld. "But I see that he is injured, and not lightly at that." "Nonsense. How could a saint of thieves like me get injured from just a fall?" The old man arrogantly laughed loudly and continued to boast to Xiao Mu. "Recalling the past, I fought alone with a wealthy family's strange opponent for hundreds of rounds with my sword. If it weren't for a moment of carelessness that led to my capture, I would still be a renowned hero in the underworld." "Sir, stop bragging, now it's just a fading reflection." As he spoke his last words, his eyes became hazy and then blank. "There was even a time I robbed goods from a merchant. When I was young, I lived in a shabby hut. After a while, the old man finally collapsed and died. Is anyone there? Someone has fainted." The cat he was holding suddenly approached the old man's corpse. Its eyes glowed green, and it let out a meow. Xiao Mu realized something was wrong. His eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed that the little cat was absorbing all the death aura from the old man into itself. Xiao Mu immediately stood up and shouted, "What are you doing?" He raised his hand to check the old man's breath lying on the ground. Finally, Xiao Mu could confirm the state of the man. He is dead. He coldly glanced at the little cat beside him. "I never mentioned that the death aura of a human can enhance the power of monsters." A glimmer of evil energy flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes directed at the demonic object. If I'm not mistaken, that demonic object Wu Chang, he had just finished thinking when the little cat had transformed into a gigantic demonic object. It bared its sharp teeth and slowly approached Xiao Mu. "It's it." Of course, Xiao Mu was not afraid at all. He even waved his hand provocatively. "Good. Come on, kill me." The demonic object exclaimed in surprise. In its eyes, Xiao Mu wore a very wicked smile, and around him was a lot of death aura. "Come here, don't you like to eat death aura?" As the demonic object drew closer, he clenched his fist. "This is more like it, we can't just die and let it end like this." However, the demonic creature suddenly reverted to its small form and jumped up to hug Xiao Mu's arm. Seeing this scene, he could only stare blankly, astonished. Xiao Mu angrily grabbed the cat's tail, trying to pull it away from himself. "Get away. You're the Wu Chang monster, killing without a second thought, yet you resort to these petty tricks like acting cute. Do you still need cat dignity?" The cat continuously rubbed against Xiao Mu's arm, and its expression seemed quite satisfied. What is this expression? Is the cat also into guys? Suddenly, he had an idea. Wait a minute, this monster feeds on death aura. It's following me, could it be that I'm about to die? Just then, a commotion broke out outside the cell. Where is the prisoner surnamed Xiao being held? This way, please follow me. The guard running to flatter the magistrate said, "Dear magistrate, rest assured, no criminal can escape this prison." The guard pointed at Xiao Mu and introduced, "Dear magistrate, this person is the criminal who insulted the emperor. When will he be interrogated and executed? Can it be done quickly? I can hardly wait anymore." The magistrate actually bowed his head and apologized to Xiao Mu. "Xiao Lord, you must be joking, it was just a misunderstanding. I came here to ask for your release." Xiao Mu, upon hearing this, became angrier instead of pleased, throwing the door open. "Release me? What kind of joke is that? I nearly died at the edge of life and death, and nothing happened. The prison chief and the magistrate were sweating profusely, watching Xiao Mu in a panic. The magistrate wiped his sweat with a handkerchief while ordering his subordinate, "We handled this incorrectly. Xiao Lord, it's only natural for you to break out of prison, hurry and remove his cuffs." "Understood." The magistrate looked at Xiao Mu with fear, thinking he could escape, but he didn't. Instead he insulted the emperor, and still, someone came with an imperial edict to rescue him. "This Xiao Lord has an impressive background, and we cannot touch him." Xiao Mu suddenly spoke up, "There's one more thing. Please go ahead." He looked at the corpse of the old man and ordered the county official to let this old man rest in peace. He couldn't even survive after falling once. "Xiao Lord is truly a kind-hearted person. I will definitely arrange for him to be buried properly." Speaking of which, the cat that was clinging to him and refusing to let go has now disappeared. Where did that cat demon go? "Xiao Lord, please come this way." The scene has now shifted to outside the yamen. 2 days, just 2 days. Shenqing, he was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. "You went out and caused trouble while holding an official position and got caught. Then what will happen to the reputation of this county office?" Xiao Mu patted his chest and sincerely explained to him, "Sir, you know me. I intentionally caused trouble to solve the case, went into the dungeon to investigate and collect evidence. I hope you can trust me. I absolutely have no ulterior motives." Shenqing, he was moved and rubbed his hands, "So that's how it is." Then, he pointed at Xiao Mu and scolded him even more fiercely than before, "Do you take me for a fool? Do you need to insult the emperor in front of everyone before going into jail?" Chening Shui suddenly interrupted them. Shi and Shenqing, he continued to scold Xiao Mu. "Xiao Mu, in order to save you, it was the first time I used that privilege. I even went to the governor's office myself, apologized to Lu Lao Dong, and even brought a gift to compensate Governor Lu. If it weren't for the face of Mr. Wang, who would care about him?" At this moment, Xiao Mu showed great sincerity and bowed to Shenqing. He, "Thank you, Lord. You and Wang Song he are just the stones under my feet on that self-destructive path. Enough, remember to be careful with your words and actions in the future." Shenqing, his expression was extremely serious as he recalled the situation at that time. "Although I went to save someone, I heard from Lu that someone had already used the imperial order to demand that he release the person before I arrived." He looked at Xiao Mu with a very vigilant gaze. "The imperial order, that is the holy decree issued by the emperor to the guards, conveying the orders of the emperor. Could it be that the person above him is the emperor? Did the emperor order him to scold me?" A terrifying guess suddenly sprang to his mind. Could it be that the current emperor has such a strange preference? Hasn't he always scolded him already? Shenqing, he sat down in a chair. "All right, let's get down to business. Do you see that monster in the prison?" Xiao Mu then recounted everything he saw to them. "Yes, a demon. There is a cat demon with a mix of white, black, and yellow colors, about this size, that appeared next to a death row inmate. After the cat demon consumed the death aura of the inmate, it grew larger, even taller than a human. But I didn't see it harm anyone." Chening Shui stroked her chin and began to analyze what Xiao Mu had just said. "Every time the monster Wu Chang appears, someone definitely dies. That point matches. Previously, some of the victims bore wounds caused by claws, which indeed resembled wounds inflicted by a cat-like monster." Xiao Mu recalled the cat he encountered and rebutted Chening Shui. "The perpetrator might not necessarily be the Wu Chang monster." "Why do you say that?" He smiled and offered a hypothesis. "Could it be that the cat demon is simply attracted to death aura? That's why it appears at the crime scene, leading to the misunderstanding that it is a monster that kills." Chening Shui was also quite surprised by his hypothesis. "What you mean is," she realized Xiao Mu's inference. "Is there another monster?" At this moment in the immortal sect, a winged white tiger was diving down to attack the people below. The two girls shouted in fear, "Mingyu, senior sister. The bitch Tan Fai Ho of the holy girl is truly too fierce, we can't train it. Moreover, whenever senior sister goes out, it goes wild, and we really don't know what to do anymore." Suddenly, an angry voice echoed behind them, "Don't be ridiculous. Taming spirit beasts is our responsibility. If Holy Girl holds us accountable later, none of us will be able to bear the consequences. Mingyu approached and patted the head of the bitch Tan Fai Ho. You foolish ones. If we don't let this fierce tiger go crazy, how can I prove my beast taming skills in front of Holy Girl? How can I achieve merit? Moreover, Holy Girl will be in seclusion for at least a month. This matter isn't too serious. She smiled at the bitch Tan Fai Ho and came up with a plan. Next, let's take advantage of those mortals and capture the cat demon Wu Chang. My status in the sect will surely rise to a new level. The scene has now shifted to night. Chening Shui was instructing her subordinate. This time the action aims to capture the Wu Chang demon beasts. She continued to assign tasks to them. Xiao the constable saw it last night at the western prison, so the focus must be to search the western area of the city, leaving no corner unchecked. After that, they began to act accordingly. Understood. Everyone, follow the plan and sweep the streets for the hunt. Roger. At this moment, Xiao Mu was walking alone on the street. Suddenly, the shadow at his feet began to change. Xiao Mu bit his lip as he looked at the cat clinging to his leg. He sat down and pet its head. Indeed, since I left the prison last night, I've felt you following me. With you sticking to me like this, do you see me as a long-term financial source? Xiao Mu suddenly remembered Xiao Qin Shui. You smell like this reminds me of Shui's sister, but she is much cuter than you. Chening Shui unexpectedly appeared behind him. Xiao Mu, what's going on? Is that cat? Upon seeing the stranger, the cat immediately took off. Xiao Mu quickly jumped up to chase after it. That's the cat demon I was talking about. He was running and shouting to Chening Shui, it has gone towards the western suburbs. Keep chasing, I'll go to the right to cut it off. No, it will go left. The two of them stood on the ground and started to chase after the cat. It had jumped down. Catch up. At this point, they stopped in front of a house. Xiao Mu began to feel that something was very strange. Lost the trail. No, this cat demon is very agile, it should have escaped from us long ago. Why is it keeping a distance that is neither far nor close, as if trying to lure us in? Chening Shui recognized this building. This place, the inspection by the police station, is a newly established gang, it is the territory of the Qi Shui gang. Does the boss know about this? She explained further to Xiao Mu. The gang leader Jiang Long is a level 6 martial artist, his strength should not be underestimated. Suddenly, Xiao Mu smelled something. He raised his hand to cover his nose. The smell of blood is too strong. At this moment, in the courtyard of Red Dragon Hall, Jiang Long was talking to someone. Leader of the Qi Shui gang Jiang Long, greetings to the immortal. Jiang Long respectfully bowed to the person before him. It is truly an honor for me to be able to serve one of the 9 great immortal sects, the Xian Tian sect. If the immortal can allow me to join the sect soon, so that I can cultivate and learn the art of immortality, I will definitely obey your orders. Mingyu smiled and took something out from her sleeve. Since you have shown such sincerity, I will naturally give you a chance. She took out a magic weapon and said to Jiang Long, however, wanting to join the immortal sect means there are martial artists as numerous as the sand of the Huanghe River, and I cannot easily accommodate you. Only when you pass my trial will I accept you. A trial? Mingyu explained, the grade only represents the level of inner chi of a martial artist, I want to see your actual combat ability. Don't worry, it's just a light trial, and it can't attract too much attention. Jiang Long looked at the white celestial tiger in front of him and began to feel frightened. This, Mingyu smiled, provoking him. Are you scared? You can give up if you wish, but the art of immortality. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Long's fighting spirit ignited. No, immortal, you misunderstand. I just accidentally killed it. Rest assured, I will definitely control it to a moderate extent. A moment later, Jiang Long was drenched in fresh blood, lying under the claws of the white celestial tiger. Spirit, save me. In the end, he died under the claws of the demon beasts. Wuchang demon beasts can smell death aura, which only appears on those about to die. The death aura on you, a 6th rank martial artist, is truly very strong. If it catches the scent, it will definitely come here. Mingyu unexpectedly laughed proudly. Alright, let's keep him alive for now. If we kill him, the death aura will quickly dissipate. However, the eyes of the white celestial tiger were still filled with evil energy and did not listen to her. Mingyu also began to feel uneasy. In the past, feeding it blood and flesh would make it obedient, but today, could it be that this 6th-rank martial artist is a great tonic for it, triggering its savage nature? Suddenly, a meowing sound rang out behind her. Mingyu took out a storage bag and directed it at the cat demon. You have indeed come, surrender willingly. However, the white tiger was faster than her. It quickly used its wings to fly towards the cat. When its claws struck down, the cat demon managed to jump to safety just in time. Mingyu's face immediately changed. She began to worry, this is bad, the little tiger has lost control. If others find out. At that moment, the cat demon had lured the white tiger outside. Chening Shui hurriedly shouted, look up there, the tiger demon. Indeed, there's another demon beast. Chening Shui ran ahead and ordered Xiao Mu, follow me. When they approached the tightly closed door, she kicked it open. But upon seeing Jiang Long's body on the ground, she regretfully realized, we're one step too late. What? Chening Shui coldly stated what she knew, that tiger demon is definitely a spirit beast raised by the Xian Tian sect. Spirit beasts are usually controlled by cultivators, and the beast tamer must be here. Xiao Mu finally understood what she was thinking. You mean, the incident with the Wuchang demon beasts was caused by the Xian Tian sect? Suddenly he noticed something. The cat demon had now been defeated by the white tiger and was falling to the ground. Xiao Mu hurriedly jumped up and hugged it. He smiled proudly, a hero saving a cat, truly perfect. However, at that moment, the white tiger had appeared behind him. Chening Shui immediately used her stealth technique. Xiao Mu and the demon cat Pilg, frightened, were suddenly pulled away by her. Halfway through, Chening Shui turned back to remind Xiao Mu, the tiger demon is too strong, we are not its match. I can move quickly and buy some time. You go call for reinforcements. She pushed Xiao Mu forward and urged him, hurry. Just as Chening Shui finished speaking, the tiger demon's claws reached out. She quickly turned around to prepare for battle, but the sight before her made her eyes widen in fear. It's over. Without hesitation, Xiao Mu charged forward, using the celestial demon dissolution. Xiao Mu passed Chening Shui and rushed straight at the tiger demon, delivering a punch. He suddenly said something very confusing, sorry, boss. Xiao Mu looked at Chening Shui and smiled, I can't let you take credit for my achievement. Chening Shui angrily questioned him. Xiao Mu, didn't I tell you to call for reinforcements? No, boss, you go call for reinforcements, I'll handle the backup. Wei Suoxing, sitting on the tree watching them, also felt extremely angry. Foolish, it was clearly possible to run and bring them to the door, and now look what happened, both of them are going to die here. He closed his eyes and recalled the Emperor's instructions. The Emperor wants to keep this person alive, if they die here, it wouldn't be good. Wei Suoxing opened his eyes wide, yet he sensed something. The real killer controlling the tiger demon is still here. Mingyu stood at the top of the tower looking down. She was astonished by Xiao Mu's strength. Those bothersome constables, I already said that when encountering a demonic object, they must not confront it directly but should report to me immediately. I didn't expect someone so reckless to charge in. She smiled, feeling very excited. Well, it's just a level 6 mortal martial artist, they can only serve as a nice meal for little tiger. Once little tiger is full, I'll take it back. Wei Suoxing gritted his teeth, looking at Senior Mingyu with disdain. The Emperor does not want to create conflict with the immortal right now. If I act rashly, I only fear that it will bring a lot of trouble for His Majesty. After being knocked down, the tiger demon continued to stand up. Well, I can only act according to the circumstances. The tiger demon, infuriated, charged towards Xiao Mu. Immediately, 3 sharp claws from the tiger demon appeared before his chest. Xiao Mu covered his chest and stepped back. This tiger demon is really powerful. Just the act of using its claws to create a wind blade has already broken through my protective aura. His eyes lit up as an idea struck him, dying under its claws will definitely bring great benefits. Come on, use your strongest move to kill me. The tiger demon glared, opened its mouth wide, and began to gather strength. Then, it roared and attacked Xiao Mu. Faced with this powerful force, Xiao Mu did not evade but stood his ground. Alright, let me die a joyful death. However, before he could feel joy, he was pulled back by an arm. Chening Shui angrily scolded him, "What are you worrying about? Get out of the way, don't disturb me. Let me go and die." She continued to remind Xiao Mu, "The tiger demon is very strong, you can't recklessly confront it head-on. You can only rely on body movement to control, find the loopholes, and then strike a fatal blow. Now I will pass on to you the spiritual principles of the hidden movement. Be careful to observe my actions closely, remember well." After saying this, Chening Shui began to impart the skill to Xiao Mu. Harmonize the energy. The essence of void is the essence of reality. Step into the void and you will enter the void. Celestial realm cycles, the circulation returns. However, Xiao Mu at this moment was being choked to the point of nearly suffocating. "Please, if you want to teach me, let me down first, then teach." In this situation, even a celestial being wouldn't be able to learn. Xiao Mu glanced at the system panel beside him. After seeing the content in it, he exclaimed in shock, "Is that even possible?" As the tiger demon's claw swung towards him, Chening Shui immediately threw Xiao Mu away. "Xiao Mu." She touched the hilt of the sword at her waist, then drew it and attacked the tiger demon. However, this strike did not harm it, the sword even shattered. This tiger demon has profound internal strength, ordinary swords and blades cannot harm it. Chening Shui quickly dodged the tiger demon's attack. Although the hidden movement can avoid its attacks, but it also cannot inflict any damage on it. Continuing like this, even if Xiao Mu has mastered the shadow step, we will still definitely lose. Mingyu laughed proudly, "You are overestimating yourself. That is the spiritual pet of the holy girl, impervious to water and fire, blades cannot pierce it." She smiled, "You just need to obediently wait to be devoured. For mortals like you, this is a great honor." At this moment, the tiger demon opened its mouth wide and charged at Chening Shui. Just as the shadow step finished loading, Xiao Mu immediately used the heavenly demon dissolution and lunged at the tiger demon. He smiled with great excitement. Seeing him rushing forward, Chening Shui quickly intervened, "Go away, you can't beat it." The tiger demon immediately attacked Xiao Mu, but he was able to easily dodge all of its strikes. He thought to himself, "Greedy, give me more time." To the astonishment of the tiger demon, Xiao Mu suddenly appeared above its head and then jumped down to land a punch on its head. Chening Shui gasped in shock. Even Wei Suosheng, who was observing from the outside, was equally astonished. He began to speculate. The internal force of the recent attack exceeded that of a 6th-level martial artist. Could it be the divine demon's disintegration? Furthermore, he combined it with an extremely fast body movement, increasing its power exponentially. Wei Suosheng began to feel apprehensive of Xiao Mu. Along with the reckless fighting style, solely offense and no defense, this Xiao Mu was indeed a ruthless individual. Chening Shui stared in disbelief, wondering, is this how our family's secret technique, shadow step, is supposed to be used? She recalled how Xiao Mu utilized the shadow step and doubted herself. Shadow stepping with concealment, quick and agile movements, how could it be used so violently by him? Have I been training wrong all these years? Xiao Mu took out a sword and shouted, "Die." Just then, Mingyu appeared to stop him. "Stop." She commanded Xiao Mu, "That tiger demon is the spiritual pet of the holy girl from the Xian Tian sect, hand it over to me." However, Xiao Mu merely smirked coldly, "What does the immortal sect's rules have to do with a mere mortal like me? This evil monster has harmed countless people, according to the law of the court." He shouted and slashed the sword straight at the tiger demon. "It must be killed." Wei Suosheng was astonished. Dead? How could he dare to decisively kill that tiger demon? How could a brash martial artist like him accomplish what even the current emperor would not do? Mingyu paled with fear. You. How could? The sword in Xiao Mu's hand was now stained red with fresh blood. The evil monster that killed has been eliminated, but the one who let the tiger kill and disrespected the lives of the people, he pointed the sword at immortal Mingyu, must pay with their life. Mingyu's eyes widened in terror. She furiously confronted Xiao Mu. If the spiritual pet of an immortal causes trouble, it is naturally the immortal's responsibility, not for a mortal like you to intervene. Furthermore, you have falsely accused me of a crime deserving of death. Chening Shui suddenly spoke up. False accusation. Then may I ask immortal Mingyu why you are here? Her gaze turned icy. To catch a monster or to release one? Mingyu waved her hand to summon a paper crane. Impertinent. Does the whereabouts of this immortal need to be explained to you? You acted recklessly without reporting to me, hindering the work of immortal and harming the spiritual pet of the holy girl. She left while leaving them with a threat. All the people in the government office can await death. Chening Shui murmured Mingyu's words. You acted without reporting to me, hindering the work of immortal and harming the spiritual pet of the holy girl. At that moment, Xiao Mu suddenly fell to the ground. Chening Shui anxiously supported him. Xiao Mu, are you okay? Cheer up a bit. Save me. Don't worry, I and the Lord will definitely find a way to cure you. We will make it work. He used his last bit of strength to say one sentence before losing his life. Don't save me. Xiao Mu. At this moment, the demon-pilled cat sat on a tree branch, so full that it let out a burp. Its expression was extremely satisfied, not like those about to die who only eat a few bites of death aura to fill their stomachs. This time I really ate to my heart's content. The death aura on that constable was truly impeccable in purity. Thinking of being held by Xiao Mu, its face immediately turned red. Moreover, last night he saved me too. So special, so lovely. The cat demon suddenly showed great regret. Unfortunately, that constable ended up gravely injured by the tiger demon. I even followed him all the way to the yamen, but in the end, I was still one step too late. On the way, the death aura had disappeared. It sighed and hugged a branch. Who said that I, Miao, was Wu Chang, feeding on death aura? Being noticed by me also means the day of death has come. I will probably have to live alone for the rest of my life. Suddenly, something fell to the ground, startling it. Xiao Mu sat on the ground, in pain, rubbing his head. It hurts so much. Why is this resurrection location in a tree? He's not dead yet. Immediately, the cat demon jumped over and hugged Xiao Mu tightly. Xiao Mu angrily pinched its face. Why is it you again? Are you really planning to cling to me without letting go? In the end, Xiao Mu had to accept being hugged by the cat demon. Forget it, if you like me this much, then I'll just consider you my lucky charm from now on. He looked at the system panel in front of him. Let me see how the death assessment is this time. Huh. With such scraped skin and scales falling off, it only gets a B rating. Xiao Mu stroked the cat while rubbing his chin. Is it that my influence after death is not significant enough? It can't be, this case has surely been reported by Chening Shui. The fairy of the Xian Tian sect releases demon beasts to kill people, while the constable Xiao Mu risks his life to slay the demon beasts. This can be considered a heroic act, right? He suddenly came up with a conjecture, unless this case was suppressed midway. So basically, no one knows about this. No wonder these cultivating immortals are so arrogant, they are certain that the court does not dare to make a big fuss. Xiao Mu immediately had an idea. Alright, if the officials do not dare to cause trouble, then let me do it. After all, I am no longer a constable. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After achieving a minor success in the Eternal Life Fist, each resurrection grants me a reward to enhance my blood chi, but my appearance does not change much. Is it because the blood chi has stabilized at the peak of the body? Each resurrection consumes my lifespan, but the progress of the Eternal Life Fist prolongs my life. Xiao Mu laughed out loud. Now that I have achieved success in the Eternal Life Fist, I wonder how many more years I can live. He stood up and started to leave. Let's go, Wu Chang, we will change clothes and head to the Xian Tian sect to capture someone. The scene had now shifted to the Xian Tian Daoist temple. Xiao Mu looked around and guessed, is this not the courtyard of the Heian Xiao family from before? Today is the 15th, many pilgrims are indeed coming to the Xian sect to light incense and pray to the gods. At that moment, the argument in front of him successfully caught his attention. Please, immortal, help me. My son and daughter-in-law were killed by a monster a few days ago. The old woman continuously pleaded with the man in front of her. That day, my granddaughter was hiding in the cupboard, and she was so scared that she has now become foolish. I beg you, immortal, to save my granddaughter, and I promise I will come to the temple every day to light incense and make offerings. However, the man reminded the old woman, you cannot make noise in the immortal temple. Can't you see your fifth-rank lord is above still lighting incense? Go wait in the back. Immortals are busy too. Inside, the man continued to plead to the immortal, I beg you, immortal, to bless my 9th concubine with a healthy son. Outside, the old woman kept banging her head and pleading, I can't wait any longer, this is my only relative. I beg you, I prostrate myself before you, please help me, divine being. I've told you several times, wait. If you keep making a fuss, I won't be polite. Suddenly, a voice rang out to stop him, wait a minute. Mingyu stepped closer and asked the old woman, you just said your son was killed by a monster, and this girl next to you witnessed the whole thing? Senior sister. The old woman affirmed, that's right, the child was frightened and fainted until today, but after waking up, she has been like this, not hearing others call her. The old woman sadly asked Mingyu, divine being, has my granddaughter's soul been eaten by the monster? Mingyu confirmed, indeed, there are symptoms of soul loss. She turned to the two women and said, please follow me inside the hall, I will personally treat the girl. Really? Thank you, divine being. Just then, Xiao Mu appeared to stop the old woman, Grandma, you can't go with her. He bluntly exposed the evil of Mingyu, the beast that committed the crime, which has caused many murders in the city. Is this Mingyu immortal? Mingyu was astonished to the point of staring. Xiao Mu. Wasn't he nearly killed by the little tiger? How can he appear here unscathed? What does he intend to do? Immediately outside, there were many whispers. Is he talking about the case of the demonic object Wu Chang? I've heard that many people have died. The immortal of the Xian sect is killing people again. It can't be true, right? That's the immortal from the Xian sect who always protects the Heyang region. Mingyu approached Xiao Mu and laughed loudly. Isn't this Xiao the detective from the Yamen? As an official of the Yamen, you must be impartial and just in everything you do. If you say I unleashed monsters to kill people, then may I ask if you have any evidence? Others immediately echoed her, that's right, there's no evidence but you're slandering. Moreover, you're just a small detective, do you intend to capture an immortal? That's right, even our current sovereign wouldn't dare. Come on, stop talking nonsense. Mingyu immediately explained to the surrounding people. Everyone, there was a misunderstanding between me and this constable, which is why he came here to slander me. Officials of the public office are not allowed to intrude into the area of the immortal sect without permission. Xiao Mu, not only have you trespassed unlawfully, but you have also tarnished the reputation of my immortal sect. She smirked coldly, so what punishment shall I face? Xiao Mu coldly looked back at the celestial Mingyu. At that moment, the dazed girl suddenly pointed at Mingyu and shouted, it's her. The girl seemed to have come to her senses and yelled, Tiger, attack the tiger, parents. After finishing her words, the girl immediately fell to her knees, hugging her head with both hands and letting out a piercing scream. The old woman quickly approached and embraced the girl, softly comforting her. Good girl, have you regained your composure? It's okay, Grandma is here. The crowd around Mingyu immediately gathered and whispered among themselves. This little girl just pointed at Mingyu, right? One person said. I've heard that the Xian sect raises spirit beasts. A hesitant voice spoke up. Could it be true that she unleashed demon beasts to kill? If the holy girl of the Xian sect finds out, won't she? Upon hearing the crowd's discussion, her face turned grim, and she trembled all over. In the end, she unleashed her spiritual energy to disperse the crowd and shouted loudly, shut up. Her face was filled with fury as she demanded, how dare a bunch of mortals disrespect me? Do you want to die? Saying that, she turned and pointed at Xiao Mu, shouting, and you too, Xiao Mu. As a magistrate's assistant, you dare to lead a disturbance in the immortal sect. This crime is punishable by death. Today, you won't survive to leave here. All those in the magistrate's office will be punished together. Hearing this, he calmly removed the fabric wrapping around the spear, saying, "Oh. But I am not a constable in the government, I am Xiao Mu's brother, Xiao Chi-Fu. If the public law cannot manage the immortal." With the spear in hand, he aimed straight down at her from above, stating, "Then let me, Xiao Chi-Fu, take charge." She flinched when the spear tip was right in front of her. In front of her, the male disciple who had been holding a sword earlier blocked the spear with his own sword to protect her. The lines on his forehead furrowed as he shouted, "You foolish madman, daring to attack my senior sister Mingyu." Then he swung his sword, transforming it into dozens of long swords that thrust straight at him, yelling, "Watch me chop you into 8 pieces." Xiao Mu, with the spear in hand, charged forward without hesitation, shouting, "You came at just the right time, let me see the strength of your immortal sect." Suddenly, he was startled and exclaimed, "Wait, this is swordsmanship. You are a martial artist, why are you acting as a lackey for the immortal sect?" The other man dismissed this, immediately shouting back, "A martial artist is just an ordinary mortal, but I want to obtain the orthodox divine sect of the mysterious school, to achieve the path of immortality." The whole body of that guy immediately emitted a huge surge of power, tearing his clothes apart. He burst into loud laughter, arrogantly saying, "Just perfect, today I'll kill someone to make a contribution, the holy girl will definitely take me into the sect, just watch my supreme technique." The celestial event was dissipating. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit in the face by a punch from Xiao Mu, shattering his teeth and leaving his face bruised. The force was so strong that it sent him crashing into the sect's wall. This is what we call being weak yet wanting to show off. In an instant, his head was lodged deep into the wall, creating a large crater. Xiao Mu's arm was covered in red mist. Seeing the state of that guy, he laughed and said, "Celestial event dissipating, I know this." Suddenly, he turned around to see a talisman flying towards him from behind. Mingyu was standing far away, motionless, and was channeling spiritual energy. Her face was contorted with rage as she shouted, "Go die, Xiao Chi-Fu." The bright red spiritual energy from her hand immediately urged the talisman, and a large flame burst forth from it. The flame quickly surged toward him and then rushed directly at the arm holding the spear, surrounding him completely. Xiao Mu calmly looked at the large flames surrounding him and started looking for a way to escape. Finally, he threw the spear back and quickly rushed out of the large fire. In that blaze, the spear he left behind quickly began to melt. Seeing this, he was startled, unable to believe it, and thought, "The spear is melting already. Is this the power of the celestial technique?" Suddenly, the pain in his hand made him jump. A small flame had caught on his hand and was now burning continuously. His eyes widened, and he thought, "I've been caught." The fire quickly flared up, fiercely engulfing him. He wrapped his arm around the burning one and threw his head back, letting out a piercing scream. Nearby, Mingyu saw him engulfed in flames and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, saying, "How does it feel? This is the true fire talisman given to me by the holy girl. Usually, I wouldn't even dare to use it. The fire it releases can destroy souls and erode bones, just a slight touch, and there's no going back." Her face was filled with malicious glee as she laughed loudly and said, "Before it turns you to ashes, this fire will definitely not go out. This is the punishment you deserve for daring to provoke the immortal sect." Saying that, she burst into a loud laugh. His burning feet took one step forward as he said, "Don't extinguish it." Xiao Mu unleashed the heavenly demon dispersal, completely erupting, quickly stepping towards Mingyu, his eyes shining with ruthlessness as he shouted, "Then let it burn, after all, you have to die today." I was startled to see the red mist surrounding me, horrified I cried out, "Are you crazy? You are just a mortal, why would you deliberately confront me?" The corner of his mouth slightly opened, his voice hoarse as he said, "Why? Because you are an immortal who has done many evil deeds, following demons, following the evil Tao." His hands, which were being burned, also gently clenched as he said, "Even if I die today, I hope the principles still exist in this world." Saying that, He charged forward quickly, spreading his arms towards her, laughing loudly. "Qiao family Qiao Chi Fu, please accept your death." When he embraced her, both of them were immediately engulfed in flames. She could only look up to the sky and scream. Immediately, Mingyu felt the flames burning her skin, and she raised her hand to the sky, unable to believe as she shouted, "Impossible, I am an immortal. How could one die at the hands of a mortal?" As she was completely engulfed in flames, she still raised her hand towards the peak of the mountain and cried out, "Save me, senior brother, senior sister, why don't you come down? Why won't you save me?" Xiao Mu stood upright, watching her body being completely devoured by the fire. He looked at his own outstretched arm and thought, "Fortunately, I had previously devoted all my points to the eternal life technique, which allowed me to barely withstand the severing fire. Even so, this body is already in bad shape." Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the grandmother and granddaughter in the crowd, thinking, "But that's a good thing." Looking at the two of them and the onlookers who were concernedly watching him, he silently said to himself, "At least Mingyu will no longer have the chance to act against that grandmother and granddaughter. Moreover, publicly defeating an immortal could be considered a way to showcase my abilities and regain my stature in front of everyone." He tilted his head slightly to embrace this death, quietly adding, "Additionally, dying with dignity, reduced to ash in this severing fire, will surely receive much admiration." Suddenly, a flash of light cut across that burned arm, startling him to open his eyes wide. The sword was plunged forcefully into the stone barrier, carrying with it the spark of the severing fire. He was in immense pain after his arm was severed by the sword, clutching his arm and crying out mournfully. The two women watched him and gasped, shouting, "Xiao great hero." The crowd immediately exclaimed, "It's over, the Xian Tian sect has come for revenge." A man in a yellow outfit pointed at him and shouted loudly, "Wait, look at Xiao great hero." Xiao Mu stood straight with his entire body dark, covering the severed arm with his hand. Hearing the loud commotion around him, "The flames on him have disappeared." Another person exclaimed in disbelief, "Really? It's all thanks to the celestial treasure." "No, it must be the protection from above." Another person continued, "That's right, Xiao great hero killed that evil immortal, he has immeasurable merit, the flames from that evil immortal cannot burn him." He glanced at the sword embedded in the barricade in front of him, thinking, "That's right, the thing that made the flames disappear was that flying dagger." Seeing his arm lying on the ground continuing to be burned by fire, he pondered, "The dagger severed my arm that was attached to the flames, cutting off the source of fire means it cannot continue to burn. It seems that the one who acted did not want to harm me but wanted to save me." But, he looked at his own condition. His hair was burnt, his appearance was ruined, his clothes were completely burned, and his underwear could not be burnt. He angrily shouted in his heart, "Why didn't you act sooner? Now that I'm in this state, I might as well be dead." Xiao Mu immediately turned to the crowd and asked, Everyone, can someone lend me a pair of pants?" The crowd's eyes lit up as they raised the pants in their hands, loudly saying, "No problem. Xiao hero, wear mine." Another person also replied loudly, "Xiao great hero, infuriated in slaying the evil spirit, truly a heroic figure. If you don't mind, I am willing to offer you my family's cherished underwear." His voice trembled, gracefully refusing, "You should keep that for yourself." He looked at the crowd and softly advised, "The Xian Tian sect definitely won't let this go. You should all hurry and leave to avoid getting involved." The crowd immediately said worriedly, "But Xiao great hero, you are seriously injured, you might as well come with us." Xiao Mu closed his eyes and assured, "Don't worry. Go, I have my own way to escape. Anyway, the immortal is not my opponent." In the end, the group hesitantly agreed. "Alright, Xiao great hero, you must take care of yourself." He turned his head and glanced into the forest, clenching the back of his pants, shouting loudly, "Alright, everyone has left, can the expert in the forest finally show up?" His expression darkened, but he still forced a bright smile and said, "A life-saving grace must be repaid like a flowing spring." Inside the forest, Chu Xing looked at the emperor beside him and inquired, "Your Majesty, you told me to save his life, but why does it feel like he is not happy at all?" He raised his fist and replied doubtfully, Indeed, it is hard to predict, just like his brother Xiao Mu. The emperor's voice echoed in lament. I never expected that he would actually go against the immortal for the case of the Wu Chang demon beasts, even willing to risk his life. Even a martial artist knows to protect justice in the world, and while I am an emperor, I do not dare to go against the will of heaven, so how can I bear the responsibility of a son of heaven? Xiao Mu stood outside the forest, still continuously shouting loudly, come out, I will definitely thank you properly. Chu Xing listened to him and immediately knelt down to plead for mercy. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, your majesty has deep plans, your position is different from mine, of course you cannot act recklessly like him. He looked up at the emperor and sincerely recounted. In fact, I know your majesty always cares for the world, it's just that the immortal forces are strong, and you have to endure humiliation and suffering. He glanced at him and replied softly, what's wrong with enduring humiliation and suffering? On the contrary, I want to take revenge more decisively like him. Alright, you go take him away, don't let the people of the Xian Tian sect find him. I do not want to stand by and watch a nobleman meet misfortune. His voice rang out clearly in response. Suddenly, a strong wind swept from the top of the mountain, drawing in the appearing clouds. Chu Xing and the emperor were immediately startled and stunned in place. His face turned dark, silently groaning, there's no time left. Elsewhere, a hand gently lifted a white chess piece on the board and said, Ming Yu is dead, the true bone fire talisman has also been used, and he died at the hands of that mundane martial artist. Under the cherry blossom branch in the courtyard, two people dressed as disciples of the Xian Tian sect were sitting opposite each other playing chess. The man playing the black chess pieces replied to her, with mediocre talent but always eager to compete for affection, it's no wonder you encountered this misfortune. It's just a pity to tarnish the reputation of our Xian Tian sect. The man with a red birthmark on his forehead added, this year, the person in charge of guarding Xian Tian Temple is senior brother Qi Yang, right? But he's off traveling, so it seems this matter must be handled by me and you. The one holding the white chess piece continued, that's true, after all, Xian Tian Temple is a Taoist temple dedicated to incense. If we don't deal with that brute, the incense will surely decline in the future. You and I will definitely be reprimanded. The man glanced and saw a purple light flying across the mountain peak, with the courtyard filled with dancing peach blossoms. As the voices of the two echoed, it seems we don't need to do anything else. Let's continue playing chess. That's right, since the soul partitioning fire talisman has already been used, she will definitely sense it. In another place, a young girl flying on a sword, accompanied by a sea of peach blossoms, appeared before Xiao Mu. She is the holy girl of Xian Tian sect, Wu Qing Xian. She looked at him with contempt and asked, who are you? A flash of light appeared in Xiao Mu's mind, and he was startled, pondering to himself. Who is this woman? If the martial saint can sense her, she must be someone from the martial arts faction. How can she resonate with a cultivator? Thinking of this, he replied, a person seeking the principles of sword Tao and distinguishing right from wrong. May I ask who you are, miss? The corners of her mouth slightly opened without any emotion as she said, insipid. Wu Qing Xian raised her hand, creating a massive sea of flames and said, the immortal sect acts, even if wrong, it becomes right. The sea of flames quickly surged toward him, engulfing his entire body. Xiao Mu was covered in the sea of flames, letting out a humph. He laughed loudly from within the sea of flames, saying, this fire is 10 times stronger than Ming Yu's. It seems you are indeed the holy girl that Ming Yu mentioned. Very good, today is the 15th, a suitable day to offer incense and honor the divine. Inside the sea of flames, looking out, he could only see her figure suspended in midair. He calmly said, I hope the incense of a mortal like me can be accepted by the celestial. She watched the ashes rising, mocking him in her heart. This person possesses the saintly martial spirit. Stay quiet. Ha, the martial arts faction has fallen to the point of sending a low-level martial artist to stir up trouble. Ming Yu's death wouldn't be regrettable, but after all, she is one of mine. At this moment, I cannot afford to lose even a little bit of my authority. Wu Qing Xian glanced into the forest, filled with suspicion. The two auras hiding in the woods have vanished. They ultimately transformed into a purple light heading up the mountain, and I thought to myself, fine, let them go, now is not the time to create unnecessary trouble. Elsewhere, the cat demon Wu Chang lay in Xiao Mu's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, "Meow, this time I've found a treasure. This human can actually come back to life multiple times, this heavy death aura has already killed me, meow meow." With one hand, he opened the system panel, frowned, and glanced below, saying, "I say, buddy, don't just focus on eating the death aura, you should lend a hand when fighting too." Wu Chang emitted a perplexed sound from his hand. Meow. He thought to himself, this cat isn't good at fighting, but being cute and cuddly works. Xiao Mu looked at the system panel in front of him and smiled brightly. "But this reward is acceptable, dying is worth it." The system board displayed the message, "Dying means nothing. The mundane do not worship the gods, do not offer sacrifices to heaven and earth. Skill reward points for this death, 56 points, remaining skill points, 56 points, number of revivals in 7 days, 3/5 skills. Longevity cultivation skill proficiency, 100%, martial saint spirit tearing technique mastery, 100%, celestial horse dissolution great technique proficiency, 100%, literary butterfly wave skill level, 100%, blood and flesh metamorphosis access sect, 100%, iron claw Sam proficiency, 100%. See more rewards for increasing blood chi. Xiao Mu sat cross-legged, with a bright golden light emanating from his chi si, and he smiled with joy upon seeing it. The chi si in his dantian was swelling, already at the 4th level martial artist. One more step and he could practice godhood. Currently, he had 2 skills beneficial for practicing godhood, only the longevity cultivation skill and pure yang infinite technique were left, and both were incomplete. He glanced at the system board. The progress of the Holy Spirit technique reached a 100% mastery. Deep down, he thought to himself. The Holy Spirit technique is a secret method of spiritual cultivation designed for low-level martial artists, still different from true martial arts techniques. Xiao Mu closed his eyes, and a beam of golden light shot out from his forehead. He speculated, if the holy girl of the Xian Tian sect can sense me using the Holy Spirit technique, it means she has some connection to the martial arts faction. I need to investigate her to see if I can obtain information about the method for the lower volume of the Eternal Life Fist. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Found it." At the residence of the holy girl of the Xian Tian sect, Spirit Spring, Wu Qing Xian was soaking in the bath when she suddenly seemed to sense something and thought in surprise, someone from the martial arts faction is sneaking in. In the holy girl's temple in some village, the villagers knelt inside, bowing before the portrait of Wu Qing Xian, continuously praying, "Holy girl above, radiant sacred fire, bless the holy village to dispel illness and eradicate evil spirits." The wisps of smoke from the incense drifted up and directly struck her forehead. Her eyes emitted a purple light. Wu Qing Xian was soaking in the hot spring, looking at her palms, frowning and thinking, the effectiveness of absorption at this distance is too low. To break through foundation establishment, I need significantly more willpower and vitality. Suddenly, she seemed to sense a movement, turning her head to look towards one side suspiciously, thinking, there are people from the martial arts faction sneaking in. Behind a rock, a dark figure was quietly observing. It turned out to be Xiao Mu. He covered the mouth of a maid with his hand and whispered, "I didn't expect the holy girl of Xian Heavenly Lord to be in such an ordinary place. After encountering the martial servants at the gate, I now highly doubt the true value of this holy girl." The girl, frightened, tightly grasped his hand and exclaimed, "Spare me, Lord of Ghosts. I am just a servant that my father forced into the sect. There are debts to be repaid, the one who burned you is the holy girl, I am innocent." Xiao Mu put on a frightening demeanor and threateningly said in a low voice, "I ask you, you must answer honestly. Otherwise, I will take you with me." The girl, seeing this, was terrified and stammered, "Ah, I will tell you everything." He let her go, his hands raised threateningly, "All right, I believe you. But if you dare to play tricks." The maid, startled, glanced at Yu and said, "Certainly not, my father is the district chief in Heyang. As long as you don't harm me, I will ask him to perform the best ritual for you. Yu impatiently shouted. Stop talking nonsense, what is the background of your holy girl? The girl wiped her tears with her hand and sniffled, replying, The holy girl was once a disciple of the legendary martial artist. Her name is Wu Qing Xian, and she is also the adopted daughter of the legendary martial artist. Your doubtful voice rang out. Isn't the legendary martial artist the one who opposed the heavenly lord the most? Can his adopted daughter even enter the sect? The girl's voice emerged, slowly recounting. The demon lord doesn't know. 40 years ago, the legendary martial artist lost to an immortal, after which he resigned and founded the martial arts faction before vanishing. Even now, not even the elders of our sect can find him. The martial path has thus declined. After the major martial path families were eliminated by the legendary martial artist, the scattered martial cultivators have also lost their way. The girl paused for a moment and then continued. Later, about 10 years after that, our holy girl joined the immortal sect. Although the holy girl cultivates the martial path, her talent for the path of immortals is also exceptional. Less than 5 years after joining the sect, she had surpassed all her peers. Later, the elders elected her as the holy girl, becoming a role model for martial artists throughout the world. At this point, her eyes sparkled, her hands clasped in front of her chest, and she exclaimed, Since then, more and more martial cultivators have joined the immortal sect. The holy girl lord is my idol. Although I was pressured by my father, it was actually because of the holy girl that I was able to break my prejudices and join the immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu's expression was one of speechlessness. He closed his eyes, brought his hands to his head, and thought quietly. It really is a golden strategy to buy horse bones. No wonder some martial artists are willing to serve as servants for the immortal sect. But cultivating immortals is not that easy. Martial artists who join the immortal sect are merely lowly slaves, with no opportunity to engage with the core of cultivating immortals. His eyes gently opened, looking straight ahead as he contemplated. But Wu Qing Xian joined the Xian Tian sect over 10 years ago, so the eradication of the Qiao family must have nothing to do with her. Therefore, her place probably doesn't hold any clues about the art of eternal life. Thinking of this, he suddenly pointed at the maid, causing her to jump and ask, What do you know about the martial arts faction? Have you ever seen the holy girl practicing any martial path skills? Or did she teach you anything? The girl tilted her head, her two fingers pointing at each other, hesitantly explaining, My abilities are not enough, I'm not even worthy of the holy girl's teaching. I must work twice as hard, take good care of the spirit beasts, and worry about the holy girl's meals and living conditions, not eating, drinking, or sleeping. That way, I will surely earn her affection. Upon hearing this, he panicked and shouted, Why does this entire immortal sect seem like a cult, brainwashing people like this? He clasped his hands in front of his chest and seriously asked, So where is Wu Qing Xian in terms of realm now? The girl laughed loudly, not noticing a talisman flying towards her from behind as she answered, Our holy girl is exceptionally talented. This time, in her seclusion, she is about to break through the foundation establishment. Xiao Mu reached out, forcefully grabbing the maid's hand and pulling her toward him, much to her astonishment. Just after he threw her back, a huge fire broke out in front of him. Behind the dissipating smoke and dust of the fire, there was the hazy silhouette of a beautiful young woman. Wu Qing Xian stepped forward, gathering red spiritual energy in her hand, coldly stating, Talkative. Xiao Mu entered a state of alert, looking at her and pressing for answers. If I hadn't acted quickly just now, your little girl would have turned to ash. The maid sat up, shocked, exclaiming, Aren't you a ghost? He did not respond but continued to ask, What does the holy girl consider a human life? A mere insect? Her brows furrowed, she exclaimed in confusion, It's you. He muttered to himself, Here we go again with the explanations. Then, he raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed, ahem. With a bright expression, he pointed at himself, confidently fabricating a story. I am Qiao Zhong, and the person you burned to death during the day was my younger brother, Qiao Chi-fu. Our Qiao family has always been loyal to the country, taking the prosperity of the world as our responsibility, unafraid of death. You killed my brother, and I have come here to take revenge on you. A fierce fire blazed up, and he hurriedly jumped to evade it, shouting loudly, again. Seeing that she was about to summon more flames, Xiao Mu immediately stopped, shouting at the top of his lungs, "It was just a joke, we are all members of the martial arts faction. Why does senior sister need to be so impatient?" Deep down, I thought that I couldn't die too quickly and needed to extract more information first. In Wu Qing Xian's hand was a talisman that was burning fiercely. She coldly scolded, "No one is as foolish as you, sooner or later you will die at the hands of a legendary martial artist. It would be better if I helped you free yourself now." Xiao Mu looked in horror at the huge flame, raised his hand to stop her and asked, "What does senior sister mean? I've never even met a legendary martial artist, why would he want to kill me? Is there something on me that shouldn't be there?" He raised a finger, understanding the answer. "Ha, I know, it's the sacred martial spirit technique, both you and I practice the sacred martial spirit technique." She didn't respond and kept her head down, unable to see her expression. Seeing her reaction, he immediately laughed loudly, spreading his arms to show off, "It seems I guessed correctly because the sacred martial spirit technique has feelings. You think I'm someone sent by the legendary martial artist to kill you, and you betrayed the legendary martial artist by joining the immortal sect to break this skill, am I right?" Wu Qing Xian's lips were tightly pressed together, her eyes looking down, remaining silent without saying a word. Her whole body emitted a purple light, summoning a sword, and asked, "During the day, the Feiyu guards saved your brother's life. Are you people of the Emperor? Has the martial saint already touched the Emperor de Yen?" Xiao Mu looked at the sword, stunned, thinking, that flying dagger actually belongs to the Feiyu guards. The expert who saved me this morning was from the Feiyu guards. But I have no connection to the Emperor, I even scolded him before. Why would he save me? Wu Qing Xian raised the burning talisman and asked, "Where is Emperor de Yen?" He gaped and replied, "I said I have no idea about any emperor, do you believe me?" She threw the activated talisman back at him fiercely, coldly shouting, "Then you are of no use anymore." As he saw the talisman approaching, he laughed and used the stealthy movement technique to dodge, thinking, "What's wrong with this holy girl? One wrong word and she resorts to violence, it seems I can't get any information out of her, time to retreat." The maid suddenly rushed in and struck him from behind with a palm. Xiao Mu was startled and exclaimed, "You." The girl blinked back tears and mouthed, "I'm sorry." The talisman flew in, striking your chest. Then, it erupted into a large flame that enveloped you, causing you to let out a painful scream. The fire quickly consumed your entire body. The maid was startled and immediately knelt on the ground to plead. "Holy girl, please spare my life, I promise I won't say anything. I will write a letter to my father, asking him to find a way to build more temples for the holy girl to provide more offerings." Wu Qing Xian glanced at the girl, coldly reminding her. "Remember your identity well. If you cause any more trouble, this holy girl will turn the entire Lu mansion to dust." The girl bowed her head, her emotions unclear, and answered, "Yes." After a long while, in another room at the Xian Tian sect, Wu Qing Xian stood before a jade pendant radiating light. "Son Elder, there are suspicions that the Feiyu guards have appeared beside Emperor de Yen in Heyang City." From within the jade pendant, a voice responded. "Understood, holy girl, please continue to focus on your cultivation and advance to the foundation establishment stage soon." Upon hearing this, she closed her eyes, thinking to herself. The Xian Tian sect has been looking for the emperor for a long time, this intelligence must surely be a contribution to the sect. Perhaps we can exchange some miraculous pills to help our cultivation. Her eyes opened wide, determinedly telling herself, "I must quickly raise my cultivation." Thinking of the spirit tablets worshipped like the great virtuous profound heaven immortal, she thought, "One day I will join the ranks of immortals in the Xian Tian sect." At that moment, it was a quiet night in Heyang City, in front of a small tea house, the torches were brightly lit. Mo Zong was standing in front of an excited crowd telling stories. The person named Xiao Chi Fu was burned by a strange fire and thus turned into a lost incense stick. In the flames, he screamed loudly, "This lost incense stick of mine even immortals can't withstand." Immediately, shouts erupted from the crowd in response. Alright, Xiao Chi Fu is indeed a hero of the human world. At the back of the crowd, Xiao Mu held a cup of tea, leaned against one side, and smiled, saying, "This is so comfortable. Drinking tea while listening to others praise me, this feeling is truly fantastic." Suddenly, he frowned as he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Then he frowned and said, "But being burned to death really hurts, especially twice. Dying and leaving nothing behind. The second time being burned to death, I was still rated C, what a motherf *** king loss." The system panel appeared before my eyes, death evaluation this time C, burned too much incense, suffocated to death. Skill reward points for this death 10, remaining skill points 46, remaining life points available 55. Number of revivals in 7 days February 5th. Immortal skill cultivation in heavens might perfected 100%. Mastery of the unholy spirit blade technique perfected 100%. Holographic swordsmanship sect affiliation 100%. Other rewards increase blood chi. Seeing the system panel, I shouted in anger. Although I want to die, I absolutely cannot die in such a meaningless way. Wu Qing Xian, next time we meet, I will definitely take you on your journey. Xiao Mu calmed down, brought the teacup to his lips, and fell into deep thought. But thinking it over, Wu Qing Xian may fear the legendary martial artist, yet she dared to publicly join the immortal sect. It's very possible that the legendary martial artist has a scheme to place Wu Qing Xian within the immortal sect, and she is seizing this opportunity to escape the control of the legendary martial artist. I closed my eyes, silently questioning, so what exactly is peculiar about this Saint Martial Spirit technique? After finishing his spiritual sensing, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, thinking of the places where those people were. He thought, if I hadn't sensed, I wouldn't have known that Heyang City concealed so many people from the martial arts faction. The moonlight illuminated all of Nanzhou, the Qingming mountain range, and Xiantian sect, creating an extremely mysterious scene. Inside a large room, the elders of Xiantian sect gathered to discuss. Leading the group, elder son of Xiantian sect spoke up, Wu Qing Xian has sent word that Emperor De Yen has appeared in Heyang City. Upon hearing this, Elder Tian Xing of Xiantian sect clenched his fist excitedly and said, "Finally, it has come. Our plan has succeeded halfway." Deacon Qi Yang of Xiantian sect continued, "According to the agreement, after half a month, Emperor Yonghua will disguise himself as an ordinary pilgrim, go to the peak of Qingming Mountain, and bow before the statues of the immortals of Xiantian sect. But for the past month, he has been evading us, and I couldn't make contact either. Could it be that he intends to go back on his word at the last minute?" Elder son stroked his beard unhappily and said, "To be able to hide his whereabouts, the sect leader has taken the heavenly treasure, the celestial mirror, and stationed it in Zhongzhou. Close the eyes of the 8 great immortal sects. Today he dares to send the Feiyu guards to save a mundane martial artist who dared to invade Xian Quan." Elder Tian Xing stood up in anger and shouted, did he really think that he had considered the pros and cons, allowing the Yen to exist under the control of the immortal sects until today? The 9 great immortal sects were aloof and had wiped out all the elite of the Yen 40 years ago. If they wanted to change the dynasty, they could do so with a wave of their hand. The deacon of Xiantian sect, Qingyang Taoist, spoke up to advise that Elder Tian Xing was correct, but the ancient scriptures state that the fate of emperors is determined by heaven, and those who do not have a connection with immortals cannot achieve immortality. People like us who cultivate immortality are extremely cautious about the fate of emperors and must avoid it if we can. Elder son immediately responded in a deep voice, avoiding is a fact, but it is also a fact that one does not necessarily have to sit on the throne. We cultivators of immortality need all the resources of the mortal world, including the offerings and the power of prayers. What good is being a ruler of the mortal world? It is merely being the king of a bunch of monkeys. His eyes showed contempt as he said, "We should be the ones controlling the kings." The elder stood straight and calmly said, "It's okay, no matter what, after half a month, he will have to kneel, if not willingly. By then, our Xiantian sect will be the first immortal sect to receive the prostration of the De Yen Emperor, marking a prosperous era, standing at the top of the 9 major immortal sections." Elder son reached for the teacup on the table and said, "Now is not the time to create trouble, we should occasionally let the emperor have a bit of relaxation to show the generosity of our immortal sect. Since Wu Qing Xian has already used the fire to kill people, we naturally need to let her help the emperor maintain face. Taoist Qi Yang quietly asked for clarification. What do you mean, uncle? He lifted the lid of the teacup and replied. Initially, we established Wu Qing Xian as the holy girl just to use her as bait to eliminate the legendary martial artist, to make him vanish from this world. Unfortunately, after so many years, the legendary martial artist still hasn't taken the bait. He glanced at his reflection in the tea and asked, if that's the case, what use is there in keeping her? The next morning, in another place, Chu Xing appeared behind the De Yen Emperor, clasping his hands to report. Your Majesty, I have investigated, and the person named Qiao Chi Fu has no connection to the Qiao family. He Yang was eliminated by the legendary martial artist. He stood silently facing the emperor and continued speaking. Meanwhile, in Yen City, there were rumors that both father and son of the Qiao family were noblemen, embodying the demeanor of ancient chivalrous heroes, whose family teaching was to die in the righteous path. Among their family's martial arts heritage was a unique skill called the Heavenly Demon Dissolution Technique. The sound of the emperor's astonishment echoed above the ornamental fish pond as he asked, is the familial skill the Heavenly Demon Dissolution? Does this family not fear extinction? He responded, this minister is also unclear about that. A flash of lightning struck in his mind. Zhu Xing looked up at the red light flashing above his head and loudly exclaimed, Your Majesty, there is an outsider coming. A person dressed in red descended from the sky before the vigilant eyes of the two. He approached step by step, casually greeting, Xian Tian sect, Qi Yang visits Emperor De Yen. The emperor, wearing black boots, stepped forward, smiling brightly as he inquired, is the immortal of Xian Tian sect here for something? In his heart, he wondered, I prolonged my journey to Qingming and disguised myself while traveling, how could I suddenly be exposed? Qi Yang continued with a smile, I naturally came to urge the emperor to set off. In about half a month, from Heyang to the Qingming mountain range, it's probably time to leave, isn't it? His voice lowered as he recounted. By the way, yesterday a mere martial artist dared to invade Xian Tian Temple. I heard that the emperor and the Feiyu guards beside him seemed to have done something. The emperor's expression immediately changed, and he gasped. Zhu Xing thought in astonishment. When I saved someone yesterday, I only used an ordinary throwing knife, with no distinct features of the Feiyu guards. How could they have discovered it? No, Wu Qing Xian is a disciple of a legendary martial artist, well versed in all martial arts in the world. His brows furrowed, beads of sweat appeared as he internally blamed himself. She recognized my throwing technique, that is the signature throwing skill of the Feiyu guards. The emperor glanced at him, who was lost in self-reproach. What a blunder, I didn't expect that despite the caution Zhu Xing and I took, we still left a loophole. So, this time, the Xian Tian sect intends to use this matter to criticize and warn me, right? In his heart, he harbored resentment. This is truly an outrageous bullying. But now I cannot find a second way to escape from this kneeling situation. Outside, I pretended to panic and replied, Immortal, please don't blame me, yesterday was. Qi Yang immediately interrupted, what happened yesterday was the holy girl's biased actions. Xian Tian sect is a righteous sect, they always act fairly and will naturally handle things justly. He smiled and made a decision, therefore, Xian Tian sect has decided to strip Wu Qing Xian of her holy girl status and expel her from Heyang City. Hearing this, the emperor furrowed his brows tightly. He looked at him with suspicion, secretly analyzing, why is that? Are the cultivators of Xian Tian sect easier to talk to than those of other immortal sects? Moreover, they actually care about right and wrong, what are they hiding in the end? Qi Yang flew into the air and instructed, if this matter is settled, you should set off immediately. He paused, looked at him, and reminded, we will meet at Qingming Mountain in half a month. Then he transformed into a red light and flew straight up into the sky. In a small alley, Mo Zong was quickly traversing the alley with lightness skill, and his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, glancing back and shouting, you have been following me all this way, why hide? Come out and meet me. Xiao Mu's feet appeared step by step, responding, "Don't worry, I mean no harm." He then clasped his hands in front of his chest and introduced himself. "I am Xiao Zhong. I heard you are the one who gathers information about He Yang the fastest, so I've come to inquire about some news." Mo Zhong excitedly stepped forward, grabbing his hand and exclaiming, "Xiao Zhong, you are also from the Qiao family, it can't be wrong. You look just like those great heroes from the Qiao family." Xiao Mu replied awkwardly, "Well, I am indeed from the Qiao family, and you are." He excitedly shared, "My name is Jiang Shen. I was insulted in the streets of Yen City by the son of Guiyan. Thankfully, those great heroes from the Qiao family came to my aid, and I am very grateful." He thought to himself, "Oh, it's you. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have recognized you." He patted his chest and brightly recounted, "Since then, I have been traveling everywhere to spread the word about noble men like the Qiao family, encouraging more people to rise against the decayed dynasty and those deceitful immortals." He scratched his face, asking in confusion, "Aren't you afraid of offending the officials and the immortal sects?" He turned his head confidently and said, "Not at all, trying to capture me is not that easy. When you were following me earlier, you must have realized that my identity is not ordinary." Xiao Mu nodded in agreement. "Yeah, not only do you wield a sword, but your body movement is also extraordinary. You're definitely not an ordinary storyteller." He smiled and introduced himself, "That's right, I am from the Ting Chao Pavilion." The two stared at each other in confusion without saying anything. Finally, Xiao Mu scratched his nose and asked suspiciously, "What is the Ting Chao Pavilion?" He replied disappointedly, "So you don't know?" Mo Zhong's voice explained, "When the legendary martial artist wiped out the old martial arts world, the Ting Chao Pavilion survived that ordeal. Our pavilion's master is the renowned Bak Hu Sin throughout the rivers and lakes. He has ears and eyes everywhere, gathering all information from various corners of the martial world. The lists of weapons and the heroes' rankings circulating in the martial arts world were all created by our pavilion's master." The boy's face remained calm as he continued to scratch his nose and asked, "Oh, so you do intelligence work?" Mo Zhong was drenched in sweat, silently thinking, "Wow, such a cold reaction." "Besides speaking," he said, "it's somewhat similar." He raised his hand to touch his chin, snorted lightly, and said, "It's all because of those idle folks in the halls lately, creating a ranking of beauties in the martial world, summarizing the year's worst and even a guide to the Jiangnan brothels, which has affected the reputation of Ting Chao Pavilion. That's why you haven't heard of it." Upon hearing this, the boy's expression became serious as he took out a book and a pen, looking very earnest, writing down and saying, "Please elaborate on those things you mentioned earlier." He was left speechless, unable to believe it, internally screaming, "So the thing you are interested in is this?" Outside, it was silent with no response. Mo Zhong replied with a smile, "I'm mainly responsible for spreading the truth of the martial world. I really don't know much about those strange rankings. However, recently the Xing Xian Order of the Martial Arts faction is recruiting those who have cultivated the Holy Spirit tactics. In response to the martial arts faction's hunt order, those who achieve meritorious service will be taught the supreme skill of the legendary martial artist." Xiao Mu focused intently on his finger, and his voice rang out asking, "And their hunt target this time is the holy girl who has joined the mystic sect. That year betrayed the legendary martial artist, Wu Qin Xian." Thinking of the image of her surrounded by assassins attacking, he immediately turned and ran like the wind, leaving behind a single line, "Thank you, brother, I'll treat you to tea someday." As he ran, he suddenly realized, no wonder Qin Yang Mansion suddenly has so many people from the martial arts faction, they are all targeting Wu Qin Xian. If I can secretly participate in this hunt, there's a good chance I'll receive the next part of the Eternal Life Fist, and perhaps even join the inner circle of the martial arts faction. The corners of his mouth slightly curled as he thought, whoever gets Wu Qin Xian's blood must be me. The sunlight illuminated the entire outside of Yunchang Pavilion. Inside the room, Xiao Mu was sitting and enjoying tea. Not far away, 3 other people each sat at their own tables, nobody spoke to each other. He raised the teacup to his lips, secretly thinking, how strange, there are so few people, and they want to deal with Wu Qin Xian like this, they are simply offering their heads to others. A bearded man appeared before his table and asked with a smile, "Little brother, from your appearance, you don't seem to be a member of the martial arts faction. Are you also here for skill training like me?" He glanced at him and smiled, asking, "Big brother, how should we address each other?" "Did you come to find me for something?" He replied with a bright smile, "Little brother, you can call me Hu old man. Anyway, the envoy hasn't arrived yet, so I'm just here to have a brief chat." Hu old man sat down on a chair, looked at him kindly and said, "You look young but are already a 4th grade martial artist. You must have superb internal skills, right? To be honest, I'm not hiding anything from you. The skill I practice is a top-tier skill obtained from the martial arts faction. Although it's only half a volume, it's really effective. Additionally, I have an exclusive secret technique that we can discuss further." Xiao Mu picked up a cup of tea and replied, "All right, but only half a volume. I guess I'll have to engage more with the martial arts faction in the future." He thought to himself, half a volume again, it seems many secret techniques are retained in part by the martial arts faction. For martial artists to progress further, they surely have to work for them. He raised a finger to the sky, laughing loudly and said, "Half a volume is already very good. In the past, top-tier skills were all in the hands of the major martial sects, and those with lesser talent couldn't access the core skills. It is much better now, just by completing the task, one can receive rewards. Moreover, half of this advanced martial arts book is enough for many people to train hard for a lifetime." He shouted toward the outside, questioning, "To be honest, we've been sitting here for half an hour already. Why hasn't the important envoy Xing Xian shown up? When will we set off to catch Wu Qing Xian? Are we afraid?" A figure nearby suddenly laughed loudly, saying, "This little guy doesn't know the extent of the heavens and the earth. How can he be disrespectful to the envoy?" A young man holding a sword continued, "The envoy has a thorough plan to deal with Wu Qing Xian. Why should someone like you speak meaningless words?" A man with a goatee reached up to touch his beard and looked toward him, saying, "Wu Qing Xian is not only the holy girl of the immortal sect but also a disciple of a legendary martial artist, skilled in the fire talisman technique. Yesterday, she burned to death a high-ranking martial artist. That person was from the Qiao family, which has recently become very famous in the martial world. The Qiao family has such power that they can insult the emperor and still face no consequences." Xiao Mu, overhearing the compliments from behind, secretly laughed and feigned shock, exclaiming, "Oh, is it really that impressive?" The man in black, wearing a hat that covered his entire face, approached and said, "If you are afraid, you can leave. After all, the legendary martial artist only imparts skills to those who have made the greatest contributions." A seductive voice came from inside the hat, "Reducing one opponent increases the chance of earning merit even more." The bearded man, the young swordsman, Hu old man, and Xiao Mu exchanged sharp glances. The boy gently placed his empty teacup on the table. Instantly, the young man lunged forward with his sword aimed directly at Hu old man. The bearded man charged in, shattering the table as he attacked the boy. He swung his fist towards the boy's chest, forcing Xiao Mu to retreat. Just as the punch landed, a surge of energy appeared to block his fist's advance. His eyes widened in surprise, thinking, "Iron cloth shirt." He pulled his hands back, unleashing strength that made the veins in his arms bulge, shouting, "Very well. Let me show you the power of my iron-breaking divine fist." He struck hard at the boy's chest, exclaiming, "Let's see if your skills can surpass my divine fist." After speaking, he let out a loud laugh. Xiao Mu continuously raised his hands to block his attacks. In his mind, he silently thought, "The continuous punches are relentless. The strength of this master is not ordinary, but at most, it is only about 50 to 60% of mine. Defeating him is not a difficult task." He glanced at the man in black, who emanated a heavy aura. He thought, on the contrary, that guy over there exudes the aura of a strong man. Surely others have noticed this, so no one dares to take action against him. He reached back to grab the spear, silently deciding, "If that's the case, I will pretend to be dead first." Gripping the spear tightly, he leaned to the side to dodge and quickly charged toward the man in black. The man with the goatee did not manage to react in time and slammed hard against the wall. Xiao Mu held the lance tightly, aiming the sharp tip at the back of the man in black. That guy swiftly drew his sword with incredible speed, and with just one move, his sword snapped in half. Tables and chairs around them shattered into pieces, and dust filled the air. With a wound on his face still bleeding, Xiao Mu smiled slightly and asked, clearly able to kill instantly, but you chose to hold back. He glanced behind him and said, so you intentionally baited us to take action. Just to test our skills, am I right? Xing Xian Envoy. He was extremely surprised when he heard Xiao Mu mention his name. The old man and the young swordsman suddenly stopped, the bearded man staring wide-eyed in this direction. The man asked in astonishment, how did you figure it out? The boy holding the spear explained, there is not only one person practicing the Holy Spirit's technique here. It's not easy to identify someone mixed in among these people, but if you pay close attention, you can recognize the aura you emit is far greater than ours. The most important thing is, the man was taken aback when he heard the boy continue, you carry the Xing Xian Envoy token of the martial arts faction. The man was startled, thinking, was that just now a test to uncover my outer garment? I didn't even notice. He immediately humbly asked, your skills are impressive, may I ask your name? Xiao Mu clasped his hands and introduced himself, I am Xiao Zhong. He silently decided, for now, I will continue to use this name. When the old man heard this, he immediately shouted, Xiao, the heroic Xiao who has recently become famous in the world is you? The boy clutched his chest and replied with a feigned look of sorrow. Indeed, the one who was burnt to death was my biological brother. Xing Xian respectfully continued, so that's how it is. Little brother came here to avenge senior brother. This action will not be easy. Martial artists who lack strength can only sacrifice themselves in vain. If you rashly attempt to challenge, I hope you will forgive me. Fortunately, all of you have reached the 4th rank and should definitely be able to eliminate the traitor Wu Qing Xian and receive a generous reward. The group immediately replied, you are too polite, we will definitely do our best. One of them pointed to the horses outside and said, very well, I have prepared horses at the inn, we cannot delay, let us set off quickly. The group rode off at once. Xiao Mu curiously asked, tell me, where is Wu Qing Xian now? It seems she is no longer in the city, I cannot sense her anymore. Xing Xian reassured, don't worry, the soul-capturing master Ci Cheng along with several other 4th-rank martial artists have gone ahead and located Wu Qing Xian. The old man immediately interjected, I know he is a renowned expert who has been famous for many years, specializing in hard techniques and reckless moves. It can be said to be one of the top strong ones among the 4th rank. Along with the sound of the wind, the sound of that name rang out. There is a saying that internal energy has its limits at the 4th rank, but Ci Cheng has practiced to become a martial saint with the spirit-destroying decision. A legendary martial artist once said that this secret technique is a measure of whether a martial artist can step onto the path of divine cultivation. He was astonished and said, so that's it, indeed a strong one. Suddenly, in the distance, there was a corpse pierced by a wooden stake, slowly being burned. The group of Xiao Mu rode past, and Xing Xian exclaimed, it's Ci Cheng. The old man who gritted his teeth in discomfort and shouted, they used a wooden stake to pierce him and burn him alive. That demoness is truly cruel to the extreme. He remained silent. Xiao Mu stared at that spot and calmly said, Wu Qing Xian deliberately slowed down the burning speed, aiming for us to see the scene of him being burned alive, thereby creating intimidation. The old man who asked in astonishment, how does Xiao brother have such experience? He stammered in response, well, our Xiao family studies this very thoroughly. In his heart, he silently thought, having been burned to death twice, how could I not have experience? Xing Xian turned his horse and shouted loudly in one direction. There was a new feeling, deep in the forest, there was a village where Wu Qing Xian was chasing after someone. The group of Xiao Mu, upon hearing these words, quickly urged their horses to follow closely behind that person. The night enveloped the entire village of Holy Girl, with only the Holy Girl temple still lit. Wu Qing Xian stood straight before her altar, murmuring, Great Tao 50, Heavenly Flame 49, human concealment is the most mysterious. In her hand, she held a piece of jade pendant that was emitting a voice, Wu Qing Xian, although you have made mistakes and been expelled from the sect, losing your status as Holy Girl, every challenge is a test. As long as you can return to the Xian Tian sect headquarters at Qingming Mountain, you can still become a disciple of our Xian Tian sect. Hearing this, she angrily threw the jade pendant to the ground, standing tall and falling into deep thought. Knowing full well that I would be hunted by the martial arts faction after leaving Xian Tian Temple, and taking away my divine weapon, yet still asking me to go to Qing Ming Mountain, I see that you simply do not want me to survive and return. Suddenly, a small boy standing behind the door carefully called out, "Holy girl." His gaunt, dirty face was full of hope. "Are you the holy girl? I heard from my mother that you are the one who saved all of us. You are a very good immortal." She turned her head and wondered, is this child sent by the Lu mansion to bring refugees around to the Holy Girl village to provide offerings and prayers for me? From behind the boy, Lin Ant gently appeared, placing her hand on his back and asking, "Why did you run over here?" "Holy Girl, please forgive this child for his rudeness." The boy turned to look at her and excitedly shouted, "Lin Ant, look, the Holy Girl is coming out of the painting." She waved goodbye to the boy, reminding him, "Quickly go back and find your mother, don't run around at this late hour." The boy left while saying, "Goodbye, Lin Ant." Wu Qing Xian looked at Lin Ant and asked, "Did you bring that child into the village?" She replied, "They were all refugees from other places affected by disasters. Seeing them suffering and hungry, I brought them all here." Later, the county magistrate started sending money and support, so this village gradually became stable. She turned to look at her intently and asked, "It has been so many years since we last met. Is the holy girl doing well?" She calmly replied, Thank you mother for your concern." She immediately denied it, saying, "The holy girl is just joking, how could a commoner be lucky enough to be the mother of a celestial being? I have 2 daughters, but many years ago." She asked emotionlessly, "They're dead?" Upon hearing this, her mother's eyes widened in amazement. Wu Qing Xian slowly recounted, "Back then, the legendary martial artist, wanting to seize the secret manual, destroyed the sects throughout the world, and eventually came to our Lin family. To protect the adults and children at home, my mother offered me, a talented martial artist, in exchange for the legendary martial artist. But in the end, she could not protect the Lin family. The legendary martial artist adopted me only to use me as a resource for his martial path." Lin Ant, hearing this, panicked and lowered her head, mumbling, how could this be? At that time, he clearly agreed with me." She, paying no attention, walked past her, slowly stating, "Violating the rules of the martial path, the legendary martial artist didn't even regard the laws of the mortal realm, let alone care about the life of a person. I entered the immortal sect to cultivate only to escape his control. Now the sect also ignores and doesn't care about me." She tilted her head to look at the moon in the sky and said, "But I never blamed my mother, never have blamed her. 10 years ago, my mother established the Holy Girl village to help me cultivate, but I have tried every possible way and still cannot break through. Currently, I am being hunted by the martial arts faction, struggling to preserve my life, and I came here just to see my mother one last time." She turned her head and snorted lightly, sarcastically saying, "The holy girl is merely a wildflower with a fragile fate." Aunt Lin lowered her head to listen, her face showing no emotion. Wu Qing Xian took a step forward and said, "In the coming days, I hope my mother will take care of herself." She looked at me in silence, suddenly shouting to my back, "Holy girl above." A crazed expression appeared on her face as she spread her hands toward me and shouted, "The common woman dares to ask the holy girl for blessings." On another side, the group of 5 Xing Xian envoys and Xiao Mu had appeared in this village. The man with the goatee frowned and said, "This spooky, eerie village, are we just going to rush in?" The Xing Xian envoy beside him immediately spoke up to stop him. "Don't rush, let's discuss our strategy first." Looking at a group of dark figures ahead, he immediately shouted, "Wait, someone is coming, it's the assistant Wu Qing Xian called for." A voice responded, "It's just the villagers, don't panic." A small, thin boy appeared at that moment, smiling as he ran over to ask, "Uncle, are you here to find the holy girl?" The old man, who, immediately smiled and squatted down, waving his hand, "That's right, little friend, can you take me to see her?" The boy quickly activated the talisman in his hand, creating a sea of fire surrounding him, and replied, "No, you are the bad guys." He was startled, watching the burning hand reach toward him. Xiao Mu, seeing this from behind, swiftly pulled him back and shouted, "Get away." A small flame quickly latched onto the arm with the glove he was wearing. The old man who quickly reached for the dagger strapped to his back, yelling, "Stand still, don't move." He swung the dagger to chop the flame down to the ground. The boy looked at the hand, now just a piece of the glove that had been cut away, and praised happily, "Well done, old man, you struck it down with one chop." The real bone-burning fire also disappeared. "Teach me." The old man smiled and said, "It's just stripping away the outer layer that has caught fire, it's just a little trick." He held the dagger tightly, looked ahead seriously and said, "Let's not say anything yet. That demoness must have sensed our arrival and prepared an ambush, daring to exploit children, truly shameless." The voice of the boy exclaimed in shock, "The people in this village have been deeply ingrained with the doctrine, it's hopeless." The villagers clutched the talisman, their faces frantic as they shouted loudly, "Protect the holy girl, die without regret. Protect the holy girl, die without regret, the sacred fire, burn away my wretched body." Aunt Lin led the way, raising the talisman to activate the flames, shouting, "Protect the holy girl, die without regret." Her eyes widened as she yelled, "Protect the holy girl." The crowd, completely surrounded by flames, rushed forward fearlessly, shouting in unison, "Die without regret." Xing Xian looked at the oncoming crowd and immediately shouted excitedly, "It's the real bone-burning fire, retreat, don't let the fire touch you." Damn it! This demoness actually resorted to this trick. The old man's feet quickly jumped up and charged towards the crowd. His sword swept horizontally, taking down a large group of people, yet his body remained untouched by a single flame. Xiao Mu, witnessing his swift swordsmanship, exclaimed in amazement, "Incredible! He can even avoid the essence of fire. How can the old man who do that?" A young man quietly explained, "His sword technique is akin to cutting through bone to butcher cattle." "Old man who is a descendant of the leader in the path of the sword?" he asked doubtfully, "The leader of the sword path?" Observing his valiant sword skill, he began recounting. Before and after the War of Immortals, a legendary martial artist was ranked 11th in the hero ranking of martial artists. At that time, the person ranked 10th was a swordsman with the surname Hu. Upon hearing this, he was astonished and exclaimed, "Oh, he's even stronger than the legendary martial artist of old. From now on, I must seek out Old Man Hu to learn from him." Old Man Hu swung his sword violently at the people blocking his way, shouting loudly, "Everyone, let me handle this. The demoness must be hiding nearby, the rest is up to you." Aunt Lin, standing behind, was engulfed in flames, yelling, "Holy fire, burn away my decayed body." Her eyes welled with tears, her whole body ablaze, she raised her hand forward and whispered, "Protect holy girl, die without regrets." Her hand pointed towards the old man who rushing in, as if that hand was reaching through time and space, directed at her once petite daughter. Tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks. Her pupils gradually dissolved, sinking deep into past memories, then slowly closing her eyes, ultimately transforming into a frantic obsession calling her daughter's name, Xin. Waves of blue energy surged directly towards Wu Qing Xin in the temple. Suddenly, her expression changed. She opened her eyes wide, clutching herself, trembling all over, softly calling out, "Mother is dead." Her pristine white teeth bit tightly on her lower lip, unable to believe she shouted, "How could this be?" Finally, she held her chest with both hands, tilted her head back, laughed maniacally, and shouted, "Why is there so much willpower? Why didn't you die earlier? With this much willpower, it will surely help me break through Foundation establishment." Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred, sweeping dust into her face. Xing Xian rushed in, shouting, "The old man is right, she is indeed here." The man with the goatee shouted, "Demoness, your day of death has come." Seeing Wu Qing Xin, the man with the goatee charged in first, yelling, "This achievement is surely mine." She cast a spell, creating a phantom purple sword that flew towards him, shouting, "Seek death." The tip of the sword immediately pierced his throat, sending him to the afterlife. Xing Xian, wielding a sword, quickly rushed towards Wu Qing Xin, shouting loudly, "The demoness is formidable, divide into three paths of attack. Xiao Mu and the young man in blue immediately split into two sides and charged forward. Seeing this, she immediately raised her hand to form a seal, gathering spiritual energy. He was startled to see her create two clones rushing towards him, and he thought, is this the clone technique I encountered in the Mach Deep village? He saw the sword slashing towards him and quickly grit his teeth, leaning to dodge, then counterattacked fiercely into her head. The tip of the spear easily shattered the clone, piercing through her head. From the head of the clone, a powerful flame began to erupt. Xiao Mu's eyes widened as he looked at the flame before him, thinking, it's not right, this transformation is made from the fire of the sorceress. You and the group of Xing Xian envoy are all engulfed by that flame, emitting cries of pain. Wu Qing Xian hovers in midair, looks up at the sky and laughs loudly, saying, those sinners who have been burned will descend to hell, burning for eternity. Then, she breaks through the roof and flies straight up high. She hovers in the high sky, using her voice to resonate throughout the village. The mortal world is full of suffering. The Dayan administration is too weak to endure. The taxes in the city are too burdensome. Only my holy girl village offers those in pain a chance for rebirth, the true paradise on this earth. The villagers see her, excitedly shout, then kneel down in reverence. Look, it's the holy girl has appeared. Thank you, holy girl, for guiding us soon to the land of bliss. Thank you, holy girl. The crowd tightly clenches the talismans in their hands and shouts loudly, fire of the celestial beings, burn away worldly sins. The holy flame blazes, incinerate my withered body, lead us soon to the realm of bliss. The hands covered by the flames all rise high, directed towards Wu Qing Xian, shouting loudly. The holy flame blazed fiercely, incinerating my battered body. It guides us to soon reach the realm of paradise. Her face darkened as she looked at the people below, laughing and talking, very good, keep it coming. Soon enough, I can break through Foundation establishment. Ha, you think you can kill me with a bunch of ants like you? Where do you get the guts to come before me seeking death? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she turned to look behind. Xiao Mu, holding a spear engulfed in flames, rushed forward using the celestial demon dissolution technique and shouted, Demoness, die. On another side, a civilian was screaming in agony when a sword lightly sliced across his throat. The surrounding civilians, engulfed in flames, continued to scream loudly, guide us to soon reach the realm of paradise. The old man held the sword in his hand, muttering, Tisk, can it stop already? Suddenly, a massive wave of energy carrying thick dust rushed past his eyes and then slammed hard into the structure in front of him. Within the dust, Xiao Mu, holding the spear, and Wu Qing Xian, wielding the sword, were engaged in combat. The old man who glanced back and said, even if the body is burned to ashes, there is still the strength to fight, risking everything against Wu Qing Xian. Truly a resilient person. Wu Qing Xian wielded her sword to dodge his attacks, startled as she questioned, it's you again. Clearly, I had burned you to death long ago. Why? Why? How are you still alive? Why are you immortal? He forcefully threw his spear forward, leaping up and shouting, I don't mind dying. Xiao Mu, his entire body engulfed in flames, clenched his fist and charged towards her, adding, but you won't live either. He continuously punched at her with both hands. Angrily, she used her sword to fend off his blows and scolded, the fury of the foolish, a foolish battle, daring to dream of using your body to resist magic. Once you are reduced to ashes, I will be the one who wins. One side of Xiao Mu's face was burned, he moved close to her face, gripping her wrist tightly, saying, you won't live to see that. At that moment, from behind her, 3 men led by the old man who charged in unison shouting, Xiao brother, we are here to help you. Brute like us must be like you, kill her, extinguish the fire, and set off together. The 4 attacking blows from 4 people coming from 4 directions struck hard towards Wu Qing Xian's body along with the shout, Demoness, die. A surge of power from her body created a great light that blasted the crowd away. In the space filled with flames, the Xing Xian envoy knelt down, clutching his chest. The young man in blue gritted his teeth, one hand holding his chest, glanced forward not far away. The old man's face darkened as he gripped the hilt of his dagger tightly. In front of him, amidst the dissipating black smoke were the figures of Qiao Mu and Wu Qing Xian. She stood upright, emotionless, and said, "In the end, I still have no destiny with the immortal path." You used your hand to stab the sword straight into her stomach. Under the moonlight, her low voice rang out. "Kill me, do you think you can live?" Xiao Mu, with one side of his face burnt, looked up at her and said, "Everyone here knows the truth that the essence of separating fire is immortal and indestructible. Killing you is because you have done too many evil deeds." She quietly used talismans to covertly heal herself, while loudly mocking to buy time. "We are ungrateful, a group of foolish people practicing the sacred spirit. Take quiet. Sooner or later, you will all have only one way to die. Have you ever wondered why those who practice the sacred spirit take quiet have a connection with each other, and why all martial artists can learn it?" Her face was filled with madness as she shouted, "Because it is originally a special secret technique created by the legendary martial artist to facilitate hunting high-ranking martial artists." The fire's glow obscured half of his expression, and Wu Qing Xian's voice rang out as she recounted, 40 years after the Immortal War, the legendary martial artist roamed the 9 continents, gathering 3,000 outstanding martial path talents. They became the disciples of the legendary martial artist. Some even became adopted sons and daughters. She excitedly shouted, "The legendary martial artist taught them the best skills, the most profound martial skills, which of course included the sacred spirit. Take quiet." She continued to reveal the greatest conspiracy. However, those who practice the sacred spirit. Take quiet will ultimately become resources for the legendary martial artist. The legendary martial artist kills them and then seizes their cultivation. Wu Qing Xian lowered her head and looked at the sword at her waist, asking, "The 3,000 disciples of the legendary martial artist. How many people do you think are still alive?" The young man in the blue shirt widened his eyes as he listened to her continue speaking. "Even if you hide to the ends of the earth." The old man also furrowed his brows upon hearing her say, "The legendary martial artist will also rely on their instincts to kill everyone." Wu Qing Xian, with a crazed expression on her face, yelled loudly, "The world is vast, from the martial world to the temple, from the mundane to the immortal sect, there is no longer a place for your existence and mine." Suddenly, the sword that was thrust into her stomach twisted around, causing her to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiao Mu, holding the sword high, looked down and said, "I am listening, keep talking." Wu Qing Xian, blood spilling from her mouth, shouted excitedly, "Don't you understand? We are merely stepping stones on the martial path of the legendary martial artist." The young man in the blue shirt was startled, silently listening to her shout, "I am you today, the you of tomorrow." His eyes widened as he heard her plead, "Spare me. I have a chance to resolve this calamity so that we will no longer be shrouded in the darkness of death." He calmly pulled the sword out forcefully. She lost her support and slowly collapsed. Wu Qing Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped, "You." Xiao Mu watched her fall and smiled, saying, "If I die, so be it." A crazy gleam flickered in his eyes as he continued, "Anyone who kills me will only make me stronger." He stood tall, looking at her, mouth open wide, dying without closing his eyes. From afar, the villagers looked at her corpse lying on the ground, excitedly shouting, "The holy girl is dead, it can't be, this is impossible." They immediately shouted in denial, "It's not that the holy girl is dead, she has ascended. The holy girl has ascended. From today onward, our village is no longer the village of the holy girl, but the village of fairies." With that, they burst into laughter. Xiao Mu watched the crowd leave and couldn't help but feel moved. "They say it's hard to put out a fire, but I find that it's people who are harder to predict." He held his sword and slowly approached the 3, asking with concern, "Are you all okay?" The young man in blue stood up and replied, "I nearly couldn't hold on. Luckily we killed Wu Qing Xian, so the fire is much weaker now." Xing Xian also chimed in, saying, "But old man who is seriously injured and has lost all his strength, so he can no longer help us." In the dark night, the sound of that name continued to echo. "Everyone, try using your inner energy to see if you can hold out a little longer, then we'll continue thinking of a way to extinguish this fire." The group immediately responded, "All right, we hear you, master." The 4 of them sat closely together, concentrating on regulating their breath, completely silent without a sound. Xiao Mu smiled as he looked at them, secretly thinking, you guys keep it up, I'm already halfway in the coffin, just waiting for the end result. If we deal with the holy girl this time, the evaluation should be fine. Hu Old Man turned to him and said, Xiao Old Man, if you manage to kill the holy girl this time, it will be a great achievement. He held his chest with one hand, looking at him sincerely and praising, you can impress Hu Old Man only a few times, and you are one of them, especially since you weren't enchanted by Wu Qing Xian in the end. Your attitude of treating life and death lightly is even more admirable. Upon hearing this, he immediately smiled brightly and replied, Hu Old Man is overpraising me, without you, I don't think we would even pass the challenges of our villagers. Xiao Mu raised a finger to remind him, ah, right, you once agreed to teach me the Tao, remember? He burst into laughter and said, don't worry, once we get into the city, I will immediately. Suddenly, a sword pierced through Hu Old Man's chest from behind. 3 people looked at him, immediately spitting fresh blood, collapsing, and startledly yelling, Hu Old Man. From a distance, talismans carrying flames quickly flew over, engulfing the group in fire. The Xing Xian envoy immediately shouted, it's the real bone-dissolving fire, Wu Qing Xian is not dead yet. A slender hand manipulated the flames, Wu Qing Xian's voice echoed, humph, you bunch of brutes think you can kill me? She floated high above, surrounded by the talismans, disdainfully saying, you only use the most basic spells to conceal vitality, and any peak martial artist cannot detect it. Although I have suffered a fatal injury, I can fully recover just by relying on these talismans. This is the way of the immortals, martial arts will never surpass it. Her eyes widened, hand controlling the talismans, coldly saying, you martial artists are only worthy of kneeling beneath our feet, just like legendary martial artists. Suddenly, a sigh of disappointment echoed in the space, and her eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. A pair of eyes looked down from above, holding her in the palm of the hand, saying, Qing Xian, we have brought you into the Xian Tian sect to cultivate for over 20 years, how much time do you think we have given you to perform? The corners of Wu Qing Xian's mouth trembled as he opened and closed them. Martial. Xiao Mu was startled to see the old man who sitting up from behind him, saying, I originally thought you could show some skills, but the result. Under the blood moon, the body of the old man who rapidly changed, emitting a bright red light, asking, is that all? Wu Qing Xian looked at the legendary martial artist standing in front of him, unable to shout, no, it can't be, it absolutely cannot be. His foot containing a surge of red power stomped down hard on the ground. The legendary martial artist released a force that pushed everyone back, shouting, can't you recognize me without this outfit? Then so be it. Xiao Mu stared at his own arm, his eyes wide in disbelief, thinking, this LY fire was extinguished so easily in the blink of an eye. The young man in blue could not help but exclaim, his aura is 100 times stronger than Wu Qing Xian's. Xing Xian shouted in excitement, it must be him, it's definitely him. Standing firm under the moonlight, radiating a strong aura, he said, legendary martial artist. Wu Qing Xian trembled all over, stammering to call out. You. He created a dark illusion with eyes facing her, asking again, why can I break the two-way perception law of the legendary martial artist? Why couldn't you sense me before? Why can I unilaterally conceal my whereabouts? She was startled to see him so close. The legendary martial artist's face darkened, arrogantly shouting, you are not worthy to ask me. Wu Qing Xian, frightened, knelt on the ground, her head pressed against the earth, crying out, I am sorry, foster father, I was just too shocked by your cultivation. Meanwhile, she secretly calculated, I was really too foolish, just because he couldn't do it 20 years ago doesn't mean he can't now, so he must be even stronger than before. He looked at her, his expression unclear, stating, I named you Qing Xian, hoping you would have a pure heart realm, but in your heart realm, there's a slight lack of warmth. The martial path of refining the spirit and the foundation establishment of immortality can't do anything. Are you afraid that after breaking through, you'll still die at my hands, causing your Tao heart to completely crumble? The legendary martial artist reached out and said, all right then. If you want to live like this, then I will give you a chance. Wu Qing Xian was astonished and raised her head to say, thank you, foster father. Her expression froze, becoming stiff, standing in place as she heard him say, defeat me. The legendary martial artist, with a serious face, told her, "Prove that you have the right to continue living." Wu Qingxian was immersed in fear, blankly thinking, "After all these years, I have poured all my efforts into avoiding him, living in fear, but this day has finally come." He extended his hand, gathering red streaks of power, shouting, "Now, a disobedient and useless child must be killed." Her foot pressed against the ground as she intended to rise and think. "He is this serious, if I cannot win, I will surely die." Wu Qingxian spread her arms, taking a stance to gather spiritual energy facing him. Xiao Mu frowned and looked over, thinking to himself, "Does Wu Qingxian want to risk it all? This will be a good opportunity to closely observe the strength of the legendary martial artist." The eyes of the legendary martial artist became sharp, staring at her. Wu Qingxian pushed hard against the ground and launched herself rapidly toward the legendary martial artist. He ground his teeth, thinking with suspicion, "How dare she make a direct move? Do you want to compete in martial skills with the legendary martial artist?" He looked at her in astonishment. Surprisingly, she quickly dashed past him and jumped onto the rooftop to escape. He exclaimed in confusion, "What? Is she running away?" Wu Qingxian gritted her teeth, thinking, "I can't win, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." She gazed at the empty space before her, telling herself, "Return to the immortal sect, bow my head and admit my guilt, no matter how much humiliation I endure, as long as I can keep my life, I will do anything." Suddenly, the legendary martial artist swiftly glided over and appeared before her. His eyes darkened, flashing with a dangerous red light. He grabbed her head and pushed down firmly. Xiao Mu was startled, turning around and gasping, "So fast, is this what a martial artist can do?" The legendary martial artist stood on the rooftop, lifting Wu Qingxian's head in midair with one hand, saying, "Years ago, I saw your decent talent and had some expectations for you. Now, even your escape speed is so ordinary, sparing your life back then was truly a mistake." His arm revealed prominent veins, beginning to absorb the power from her body. His voice echoed, instructing. "Fortunately, mistakes can still be corrected." The legendary martial artist paid no attention to her pleas. "No, please, adoptive father, give me one more chance, I want to continue living." Wu Qingxian's eyes widened, bloodshot, tears streaming down her face. She shouted loudly, "On what basis? On what basis must I die? I just want to live. The immortal sect treats me like a discarded pawn. You see me as food for nourishment. Do you know what it's like to live a lifelong fear?" Her mouth gaped open, her face quickly hollowing out, she yelled, "There will come a day when you will be like me, unable to die in peace." The legendary martial artist absorbed the power from her, causing Wu Qingxian to quickly wither away. He raised his hand and forcefully threw her body to the ground. The young man in blue was horrified, his eyes wide as he looked at her corpse. As it fell, Wu Qingxian's body quickly became a skeleton. He grimaced and muttered, "It seems we will meet a fate similar to Wu Qingxian." Xing Xian beside him asked, "Are you scared now?" The man calmly replied, "Every martial artist in the world wants to defeat the immortals with martial arts. Everyone in the world knows that only a legendary martial artist can do this. The principle of the martial arts faction is to use supreme force to exterminate all immortals and bring about peace for all." Both of them were startled when they heard Xiao Mu from behind continue. But after the legendary martial artist was defeated, the first thing he did was to slaughter all the martial families at that time. He looked up at him on the roof and said, "The strong will wield their blades against the stronger, while the weak will wield their blades against the weaker." The young man in blue shouted in panic, "Xiao brother, what are you planning to do?" He casually continued, "If you can't kill immortals, then turn to kill your own people. Do you truly believe you can bring peace to the world?" The face of the legendary martial artist darkened as he asked, "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Xiao Mu calmly replied, "A true hero does not seek to live at the expense of others, he may sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Facing the immortals, sacrificing hundreds or thousands of martial families, or your 3,000 disciples and 100,000 capable men, if all of them can sacrifice." He pointed directly at him and shouted, "Then why don't you, legendary martial artist, die?" The two men looked directly at each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. The legendary martial artist laughed loudly and said, "Interesting, really interesting, little guy, you are more interesting than Wu Qing Xian." His eyes emitted a bright red light as he said, "Come up here, accept your fate." Hearing this, Xiao Mu proudly shouted, "Come down here, let me accept my fate." The legendary martial artist plopped down on the roof and said, "Go, find a weapon you can use yourself." He sat still, arms crossed, saying, "I'll wait for you." Xiao Mu immediately turned to the spot where the lance was embedded in the ground. He kicked the lance, sending it swirling up into the air towards himself. Xiao Mu gracefully twirled the lance a few times. Then he raised the lance, pointed it directly at him, and chuckled softly. He leaped onto the roof. Xiao Mu grabbed the lance and jumped straight at him. His hands tightly gripped the lance, stabbing directly toward him. The legendary martial artist gently used one finger to block his attack. He pushed the lance back towards Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu was astonished, thinking to himself, he has no luck, yet he can still defend with just his body. Xiao Mu's eyes flashed as he laughed madly, utilizing the void-devouring demonic force, and thought, if that's the case, there's no choice but to risk it all. His hand controlled the spear, thrusting it several times at the legendary martial artist, but each was blocked by the man's finger. While the legendary martial artist deflected the attacks with a single finger, he remarked, "The military spear technique specializes in breaking the tendons of the strong, and combined with the void-devouring demonic force, it is indeed an excellent way to use force against force." But, Xiao Mu lunged forward, quickly moving behind him. His spear thrust forcefully into the man's back. The tip of the spear, upon contact with his back, emitted a flash of light as if it had struck metal. The legendary martial artist remained still, saying, "A smooth technique. At such a young age, you've learned so many skills, but the void-devouring demonic force is a type of skill that harms the enemy 1,000 times while injuring yourself 10,000 times. Xiao Mu exclaimed in surprise, "The spear tip is being absorbed." The friction from the spear emitted light as the voice of the legendary martial artist echoed, "Aside from destroying your martial path." He forcefully flung the spear away, shattering it into many pieces, and yelled, "It's of no value whatsoever." Xiao Mu braced himself with his hands, leaning back and falling down. He used the Eternal Life Fist to initiate the technique, smiling as he struck his fists together, thinking to himself, "Impressive, truly worthy of being the leader of the martial path. A perfect opponent to farm points." He shouted loudly, "Old man, don't be arrogant, I only know one celestial demon dissolution." The legendary martial artist rushed towards him and said, "The Qiao family all use the Eternal Life Fist, yet they are still no match for me." His gaze sharpened as he shouted, "Not to mention you are all alone." He struck forcefully at Xiao Mu, sending him crashing straight down from the rooftop, shattering everything. Xing Xian and the young man in blue were startled by the wreckage before them, and he exclaimed in horror, "Xiao Junior brother." The other beside him sighed and said, "What a pity." Moonlight streamed through the hole in the roof, filling the dusty temple with a haze. The foot of the legendary martial artist approached where Xiao Mu had fallen, and he shouted, "Don't you want to know why the sacrifices are always others? Why is it not me, the legendary martial artist, who dies?" He looked down from above and replied, "Because you are weak." The face of the legendary martial artist turned sharp as he shouted, "People only know the reputation of the legendary martial artist, but they do not know that the legendary martial artist was not born a legendary martial artist." In his mind, the image of his youth when he enlisted in the army appeared, and he recounted, "In the first half of my life, my martial path advanced steadily, and my official career was also very smooth." The voice of the legendary martial artist shifted to a lower tone, until the immortal was defeated. He thought of those people and said, "I gave up my official position and wholeheartedly pursued the martial path, creating the holy martial spirit technique and seeking the 10 strongest martial experts in the world." He calmly recounted everything. "I taught them the complete holy martial spirit technique and promised a decisive battle 10 years later, where the final victor would absorb the martial paths of the remaining ones and ascend to the holy realm of martial arts." The legendary martial artist calmly glared at Xiao Mu and shouted, "Back then, the 10 top experts in the world could all have become legendary martial artists, it was just that I survived until the last moment. He loudly proclaimed, "The strong consume the weak, this is the greatest principle in this world, and it is also my martial path." His gaze swept over you, his voice dropping, "And you." Seeing Xiao Mu lying in the large pit, unable to move, he declared, "You are weak." Looking at the boy lying still, he said, "All your ribs are broken, and in addition to the dissipating of the celestial demon, you are no different from a dead person." The legendary martial artist turned to leave, saying, "Too weak, you don't even have the qualification for me to absorb you." Xiao Mu's hand on the ground twitched slightly, and a fist came from behind him. A loud pop echoed. He caught the fist with one hand and snorted, saying, "Struggling for one last time." The legendary martial artist looked at the detached arm, perplexed, lost an arm. A fist imbued with strength struck his left cheek hard. Xiao Mu used his remaining arm to punch him again, causing him to stagger to the side, shouting, "Threefold wave, the strongest wave, use 6 parts of strength." The legendary martial artist glanced at Xiao Mu, thinking, "This little guy." The boy raised his fist and rushed in, shouting loudly, "Second wave, unleashing 7 parts of strength." He felt a sense of admiration. To find an opportunity to counterattack, he even sacrificed an arm. He quickly retreated, thinking, "Although I am at a disadvantage and my consciousness is blurred, my body is still determined to fight back." Xiao Mu continuously punched while shouting, "Second level wave, unleash 6 parts of strength, second level wave, unleash 7 parts of strength." In his heart, the legendary martial artist secretly praised, "Such a mentality is rare, very rare." He rushed forward and punched the man hard in the stomach, causing him to stumble backward. The young man in blue exclaimed, "Xiao brother." Xing Xian whispered, "Yet the legendary martial artist is being suppressed." He looked at the fight between the two and said, "I heard that the Qiao family's secret technique is the 3-layered wave fist, using only 6 or 7 parts of power in a single strike, while within a very short time, when the power erupts, it will deliver a second blow. The 2 blows stack upon each other, like waves of the sea piling up, creating destructive power exceeding 10 parts. He watched as Xiao Mu continuously punched the legendary martial artist, excitedly cheering him on. "Xiao brother, go for it, defeat the legendary martial artist." He was punched but let out an extremely loud laugh. The eyes of the legendary martial artist glowed with bright red light as he laughed loudly, "Interesting, more interesting than I imagined." He raised his hand to grasp Xiao Mu's head and lifted it high, red light swirling around. The young man in blue shouted in panic, "It's the move that previously wiped out Wu Qing Xian. Xiao Mu is in danger." Xiao Mu is being choked by him, trembling all over as he asks, "Who do you look down on? Do you want to eat me now? I, Qiao Zhong, am the weakest in the Qiao family, and there are still many elder experts hidden in the house." The legendary martial artist looked down, pondering as he listened to the boy, "We are the generation that pursues the ideal of sacrificing ourselves for righteousness, while you, a martial saint who eats people, are truly unworthy." The 2 Xing Xian envoys stared at the scene inside. The young man in blue murmured in confusion, "What is Qiao Zhong doing? Betraying his family? No, that's not right. He must have another purpose. For instance, using the name of the Qiao family to issue a challenge to the legendary martial artist, wouldn't that be seeking death?" The hand choking him tightened, and he said, "Ha, if you are so eager to die, then I will grant your wish." Xiao Mu's head tilted to one side, blood spitting from his mouth. The legendary martial artist released his grip, forcefully dropping the boy's body to the ground. His voice rang out, shouting, "Xiao brother." His face was hard to discern as he shouted, "You too, continue to fear me and hate me." His stern voice echoed, becoming stronger. "One day, standing before me again, killing me is your only path to survival." The young man in green thought in shock, "Not killing me? No, not that you can't kill me, but it's just not the right time, waiting for fruits like us to ripen before he comes to pick." He pointed at the legendary martial artist and shouted, "I won't let you be smug, I will spread your actions today throughout the world." His hand emitted a green light that enveloped Xiao Mu, exclaiming, "Then spread it throughout the world." The green light radiated everywhere, and the legendary martial artist shouted, "I respectfully await all challenges." Xiao Mu awoke sitting on the roof, staring directly at him, asking, "Why don't you kill me? Do you want to use me as bait to lure the Qiao family?" Feeling uncomfortable, he roared inside. "Why don't you kill? Because this worn-out body of mine is already too weak, don't make me do useless work." He angrily raised his middle finger, shouting loudly, "Say it, you old bastard, it's not that you dare not kill me, is it?" Seeing the legendary martial artist drinking without responding, he shouted angrily, "That's right, you must be afraid of our family seeking revenge." He let out a mocking laugh, "A legendary martial artist, yet you're as timid as a scared mouse." The old man drank while replying, "Whether you want to live or die is your business, but whether I allow you to die is mine." Saying this, he put down his wine cup, wiped his mouth with his hand, and looked at the boy with interest. Xiao Mu lay back, tears streaming down his face, shouting, "I understand now, you want to see me live the rest of my life in a crippled body, living worse than death. You are truly cruel." The legendary martial artist smiled brightly, poured wine into a cup, and asked, "So? Are you just going to give up like that?" The boy cursed loudly, "Get lost, or are you going to give me a strike?" He brought the wine cup toward Xiao Mu and said, "Didn't you want to practice divine skill? Just help me finish one task, and I will give you the best." The boy took the wine cup in his hand and said, "Just before you wanted to fight to the death. Now you want me to do something for you?" The legendary martial artist pointed in one direction and shouted, "Don't rush to refuse, look over there, that's the scenic spot of Nanzhou. The Qingming mountain range." Xiao Mu looked at the light shining on that mountain range and exclaimed, "There is a Taoist temple up there called Xian Tianguan. Currently, the master of the Xian Tian sect is there, and the lights along the path leading up the mountain for worshipping are continuous." He sat still, snorted coldly and said, "The ignorance of the people is one thing, but recently even the De Yan emperor has had to go there to pay respects." He asked curiously, "That dog emperor is going to worship immortals? Has he lost so much of his spirit?" The legendary martial artist glanced at him and laughed loudly, "Immortals are just extraordinary beings. The emperor's act of worship has a significant meaning, you surely understand that. The actions of the Son of Heaven lead the people to follow, the whole country worships immortals, and the tide of superstition spreads. In the long run, the people will no longer stand tall." Xiao Mu fell into deep thought. Previously, in the secret letter from the butcher Zheng, it mentioned an assassination, and it turns out it was because of this. He looked at him and advised, "If you want to die, then why not achieve something great before you go?" Assassinating the De Yan emperor is currently facing the extraordinary beings of the Xian Tian sect. Xiao Mu quietly glanced at him in silence. The legendary martial artist placed a hand on his shoulder and promised, "If this succeeds, I will grant you an ultimate skill. Once you master the skill, you can come back to challenge me. If you die, your family can come to me for revenge, and I will take them all on. I can also pass on the ultimate skills to them." He clenched his fist and asked, "All right, kill the emperor, take your skill, and then kill you. What's there to be unhappy about?" In his heart, he silently resolved, "My grand plan to assassinate Emperor De Yan is finally being realized. One arrow hits two targets, what reason is there to refuse?" The sound of his laughter rang out joyfully. "Well done, indeed I did not misjudge you." From afar, his voice called out, "Speaking of this, why did you turn into Hu Old Man? Does Hu Old Man truly exist, or is he you?" The legendary martial artist replied, "He was the 10th strongest in the world back then. I defeated him years ago and borrowed his identity." Xiao Mu sighed and said, "No wonder you could hide for so many years." A pair of feet appeared, stepping onto the tree trunk. The legendary martial artist looked at the person who arrived and shouted, "Oh, you finally made it, it seems you've shaken them off." One of the Wu Ji Qi Xian, Wu Qi Zheng, who was wounded, heard him say, "But the process seems far from easy, Qi Zheng." The serious voice echoed, "To be fair, until the war with the immortal fails." A girl with a covered face quietly floated on the river. The heavily wounded Wu Qi Zheng said, "If one day I die, I will definitely not die because of you, the legendary martial artist." The legendary martial artist laughed loudly and asked, "Out of pity for your kind, You could try to kill me, but come on, your ambitions are not here. How many of them have come? A blue light enveloped Wu Qizheng. He quickly recovered from his injuries and replied, for people at the foundation establishment stage, indeed, the Xian Tian sect used Wu Qing Xian as bait to lure you out. The tools have all lost their effects, it's just for the final battle before the emperor worships the immortal. Xiao Mu looked at him, thinking to himself, did this person just clash with an immortal? Distracting, how can I distract? Moreover, it is clear that this person has been severely injured, yet he recovers in an instant. The legendary martial artist patted his shoulder and said, almost forgot, heal him, he still needs to go and kill the emperor. Wu Qizheng shouted in confusion, him. He quickly approached, getting close to Xiao Mu. Wu Qizheng's voice began to recount, so that's it. He lost one eye, almost all his bones are damaged, and he even lost an arm. He opened one eye to look at him and said, no need to look anymore, with that condition, it's definitely hopeless. He was startled to see Wu Qizheng raise a hand to his own stomach, stab it hard, and shout, it's fine. Xiao Mu gasped as he saw the bloody piece of liver in his hand and yelled, no way, bro, what are you doing? Wu Qizheng patted the liver on Xiao Mu's arm, instantly transforming it into a new arm and said, all right. Xiao Mu gasped, huh? He looked at the new arm in amazement and asked, no way. Do you think I'm Lego? He asked in surprise. Lego? Xiao Mu's pupils contracted as he was startled by a flash of blue light. He raised his hand to cover where the arm was lost, watching as the blood vessels there gradually regenerated. The wound from the cut quickly healed, and a ball at Xiao Mu's throat began to bulge. He bowed his head, dropped to his knees, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Xiao Mu looked at the newly grown arm and thought to himself, it has really recovered, this medical skill is perhaps even better than Wang Songhe's. My nemesis has gained yet another ally. Legendary martial artist stood up, extended his hand, and said, Qizheng, I leave him to you, cure him and let him get on the road soon. From above, they saw a carriage approaching. A voice announced, our target is on the way. Inside the carriage, the emperor opened the sword box and examined it. His hand silently brushed against the sword's body. At a tea house in whose city, a storyteller stood on stage and proclaimed, the story I will tell today begins with a handsome swordsman who does not wish to reveal his name. He pointed to the stage and said, it is said that a few days ago, the legendary martial artist arranged to meet the holy girl of the immortal sect, Wu Qing Xian, in a desolate area on the outskirts. The two fought fiercely like fire under the moonlight. Over there, someone raised their voice, saying, after that, the legendary martial artist forcefully pushed that holy girl down, ultimately squashing her into a human-shaped pastry. The crowd inside angrily slammed their tables and shouted, disgusting, he even spared the adopted daughter he took in. After nurturing her for so many years, they just keep eating until there's nothing left. Truly, they are vile beasts. A scarred man, arms crossed over his chest, asked, Ting Chao Pavilion, you are becoming less and less trustworthy, daring to speak nonsense about the legendary martial artist. Wu Qing Xian is a traitor to our martial path. The legendary martial artist clearly absorbed her internal energy to deal with the traitor. This is a great righteousness to contribute to the martial path. The man with the bun pointed at him and scolded, I disdain you, you are truly a fraud. We have no idea how many people have been deceived by the martial arts faction into practicing evil sect skills. Tomorrow when the legendary martial artist devours you, will you also think it's a contribution to the martial path? The scarred man shouted, what does that have to do with me? The legendary martial artist only absorbs the internal energy of martial masters of grade 3 or higher, while I am just grade 8. The man with the bun was about to draw his sword and shouted, sounds good, but once the legendary martial artist has devoured his 3,000 disciples, you will be next on the list. He yelled, you are lying. The Qiyang Taoist passing by that building heard the argument between the two. The legendary martial artist is the last hope of martial masters. If he can kill the immortal, he is here to smoke, so what's the problem? Ha, are you the dog of the legendary martial artist? Why are you so obedient? He shouted in. Skill of absorbing internal energy. On the other side, the three of them were urging their horses to run fast. Xing Xian asked in, Xiao Zhong, how is your injury? He calmly replied, it has completely healed. Mr. Wu's technique really can bring the dead back to life, bones and flesh restored. Xiao Mu turned around and asked, is this Mr. Wu also one of the 3,000 disciples of the legendary martial artist? During these days of contact with him, he hasn't said anything. Xing Xian replied, that's right, he is one of the Qi Xian of the legendary martial artist. Looking at Wu Qizhang's figure, he asked, Qi Xian. The voice of that person rang out, they are the few with the strongest cultivation among the current 100 disciples of the legendary martial artist, each possessing at least one unique skill surpassing even that of the legendary martial artist. He thought to himself, with 3,000 people reducing to just 100, how is the action of the legendary martial artist any different from the holy girl of the heretical sect, Wu Qing Xian? Xiao Mu turned back and asked, then is Mr. Wu's unique skill medical skill? Xing Xian envoy replied, I am not sure about this either. Wu Qizheng, walking ahead, said, as for healing techniques, that's true. You just recently accessed the blood and flesh transformation, so naturally, you won't be able to sense it. He heard this from behind and asked, blood and flesh transformation, isn't that a skill created by a legendary martial artist? He calmly replied, blood and flesh transformation is indeed a technique that can only be used by martial artists who have reached at least the third rank of divine cultivation. What you have in your hands is the basic version, and compared to the entire skill, it's merely a superficial embellishment. Xiao Mu's eyes lit up as he asked, so do I have a chance to obtain the true blood and flesh transformation? Wu Qizheng turned back to look at Xing Xian envoy and asked, is the rumor about the emperor in whose city true? Xiao Mu shouted angrily, hey, don't change the subject. Xing Xian envoy interjected, yes, this news comes from Mo Mingji, the sect master of Mingyu sect in whose city. He was once in Xing Xian envoy, so it must be true. That person holding the reins shouted, moreover, whose city is the closest to Qingming Mountain. Emperor Yong he has been escorted by Taoist Qi Yang and has made a stop in whose city, which is not surprising at all. He walked ahead and said, the emperor is like a slippery eel. If the news is not true this time, perhaps we will have to directly attack Qingming Mountain. Thinking to myself, it's not bad. Wu Qizheng coldly shouted, you are really interesting, attempting to assassinate the 19th life, yet you consider it an interesting job. Xiao Mu smiled brightly and said, if I don't return, that would be even better. He praised, with such a mindset, it's no wonder the legendary martial artist doesn't kill people. He joyfully said, don't worry, brother, if anything happens, I will shield you from behind, you just need to run. Wu Qizheng turned to look at him, and with a faint smile, said nothing. He looked ahead and shouted, the god of martial artists trains the spirit, and the martial saint absorbs it. You have great potential, you will surely walk the path of spirit training in the future. He responded with a sound. Oh. Wu Qizheng urged his horse forward and shouted, the legendary martial artist has pulled you into this matter to actually give you a challenge. If you pass, you will be trained as a seed of the martial path in the future. And if you fail, you will just become his food. Only if you survive can you be considered to have passed his challenge. He widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, what, is it mandatory to live? Xiao Mu urged his horse and shouted, wait, if I die, can't that be considered as passing? This isn't like what was said before, you can give the skill to the Qiao family, I have no objections. Wu Qizheng's voice called out, let's go to the Mingyu sect to meet Mo Mingji first. Xing Xian envoy, you go inform the legendary martial artist. Xing Xian envoy shouted, understood. He excitedly yelled, don't start changing the subject. At the foot of Qingming Mountain in whose city, there was a large building. Wu Qizheng and Xiao Mu stood in front of the Mingyu sect, and he asked first, anyway, it's one of the major sects under the Extreme Martial Arts Association, why is there no one at the gate? He also expressed his doubts, no one to welcome us, that is indeed strange. Suddenly, a loud crying sound came from inside the building, attracting the attention of the two. Wu Qizheng was startled and said, it's the sound of crying, and there's also the smell of blood. Xiao Mu asked cautiously, something has happened, Could it be that the immortal sect knows about our actions and set a trap beforehand? He stepped inside and said, let's go in and take a look first. If it really is a trap, then we can turn the tables. Pressing for information is not without its advantages. He smiled and asked, isn't this what I should be saying? How can a godly physician like you be bolder than me? The wind blew through the quiet space, with only the two of them moving forward. A door to a nearby room cracked open, emitting a faint stream of dark energy. Wu Qizheng and Xiao Mu approached the room step by step. Inside the room, a man was holding another man by the neck, lifting him high. A green aura flowed from the man being choked into the older man's body. He cried out, help, help. Finally, the older man let his arm drop and said, ah. He turned his back and asked softly, you have arrived? Mo Mingji's eyes sparkled with bright red light as he released his grip and dropped the lifeless body. Beneath his feet lay various other corpses scattered around. He turned around, pointing his claw at Wu Qizheng, and shouted, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Mu used 3 layers of literary surging waves to intercept the old man's attack. He grasped Mo Mingji's trembling arm and smiled, saying, let that divine doctor go, so I. Xiao Mu let go, throwing him far away. Then, he himself soared up to attack. He continuously threw punches at him. Mo Mingji mocked, using his hands to block all the attacks. Wu Qizheng stood at the doorway, watching the dust scatter everywhere, saying, Qiao Zhong, he is the master of the Mingyu sect, Mo Mingji. In his prime, he was a 4th-grade martial artist. Now at 70 years old, he has fallen to the 6th grade. Hearing this, Xiao Mu responded, he's only a 6th-grade martial artist, so what's he so arrogant about? Watch me torture him to death. He closed his eyes and continued, but Mo Mingji has drained the blood qi and energy from many disciples in the sect, so he may have restored some of his strength. Therefore, it is very possible that he has returned to the 4th grade. Mo Mingji raised his hand, sending a wave of purple energy toward him. But Xiao Mu promptly activated his armor, blocking some of the attack and crashing into the wall, standing still. Seeing this, Wu Qizheng asked with concern, Xiao Zhong, are you okay? With one hand on the ground, he replied, I almost died, could you not speak half the time like that? You wiped the bloodstain from your mouth and said, this 4th rank is quite strong. Is this guy really 70 years old? On the other side, Mo Mingji gathered dark energy around him, looking at you with a smile. He raised his hand and lunged forward, shouting, why resist? One hand slammed hard against the wall that Xiao Mu had just leaned on, yelling, you're clearly weaker than me, resisting is meaningless. Mo Mingji's complexion was full of sickness as he shouted, let me absorb your power, it would be better to save face for each other, wouldn't it? Xiao Mu quickly dashed away, thinking to himself, indeed, this old man from the martial arts faction has this ridiculous reasoning just like the legendary martial artist. His internal energy is stronger than mine by 5 or 6 parts, but as long as the heavenly demon dissipates, I can suppress him. He paused in front of Mo Mingji, thinking, but as Wu Qizheng said, I can't die in this test, I'll leave the heavenly demon dissipating for next time. Xiao Mu used the shadow step technique, swiftly moving in circles around him. Mo Mingji reached out to grab him, but he quickly dodged. Wu Qizheng watched Mo Mingji desperately trying to catch him as Xiao Mu pondered silently. Using the advantage of body movement to constantly move and wait for a chance to counterattack is not a bad strategy. It can still be effective against a normal enemy. He looked at the boy, but at that moment, Mo Mingji was not the type of person to act predictably. Instantly, a bloodthirsty red light appeared in his eyes. Mo Mingji immediately raised his hand and lunged quickly towards Xiao Mu, who only had time to lean back to avoid the attack. He gritted his teeth and thought, this old man has already seen through my body movement so quickly. One of Xiao Mu's hands pressed down on the ground as he used a powerful kick to strike hard at the old man's neck. At the spot where he placed his foot, bruises appeared along the ribs and spine of Mo Mingji. Seeing this, Xiao Mu laughed and said, the sternum is fractured, the advantage is mine now. Unexpectedly, the old man reached out and grabbed Xiao Mu's ankle, saying, "No, I have caught you now." Xiao Mu's eyes widened in shock, thinking, is this old man not afraid of death? Mo Mingji seized Xiao Mu's leg and slammed him hard onto the ground. Fresh blood spurted from Xiao Mu's mouth as he inwardly cursed, I'm doomed, I'm seriously injured and have no reaction at all. Xiao Mu watched the old man raise his hand towards him and silently exclaimed that it was not right, this guy. He immediately turned around and lifted his leg high to kick. Mo Mingji's hand grabbed the back of his head and pressed down hard, but Xiao Mu was not to be outdone, using his foot to kick the old man's chin. Inside, he continued with the thought of exchanging injury for injury. Both of them were pushed back a considerable distance due to the force. Xiao Mu sat up and looked at the old man, pondering. This was a match of offense and defense. If it had been earlier, having an opponent as straightforward as this would have been something he longed for. But now he had to survive, restrained and burdened. Fighting was truly uncomfortable. In his line of sight appeared the corner of Wu Qizheng's clothing. He looked at Xiao Mu to remind him, still not paying attention. Mo Mingji was currently not in his right mind and would not reason with you at all. Every strike he delivered was purely offensive. He wanted to kill you, and if you had any trump cards left, I advise you to bring them out soon. At the same time, Mo Mingji's entire body was enveloped in a dark purple mist, and his body rapidly swelled. His arms bulged with muscles, tearing through his sleeves and revealing tangled veins. Mo Mingji calmly shouted, if it doesn't become a seed, it will become food. His gigantic arms reached out towards Xiao Mu. He looked at those two arms, gritting his teeth and using the illusory shadow technique. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Mo Mingji's hands clapped together, trapping him inside with a loud slap. Wu Qizheng raised his eyes, thinking, is this the end? He frowned and shouted, it's over, obediently become my meal. Mo Mingji's eyes widened when he heard Xiao Mu's voice say, why should I think so much? Xiao Mu's whole body emitted a red glow as he forcefully opened Mo Mingji's hands, yelling, if you want to strike, then hit me hard. His entire body was enveloped in a bright red sphere. Using the celestial demon dissolution to push Mo Mingji's hands away, he quickly utilized his power to create a wave, stacking up the second wave. The power of the stacked waves continuously pushed him back. Xiao Mu laughed, raising his fist high and shouting, now this feels good. He unleashed the stacked wave with the second wave, delivering the final blow. A massive wave of energy surged forth, sending him flying backward a considerable distance. Mo Mingji stomped down onto the ground, kicking up a large amount of dust. He returned to normal, trembling all over as he let out a groan. Ugh, I am like this. Xiao Mu's foot stepped forward, stomping on him with a loud cracking sound. Wu Qizheng's voice rang out with an order, let him live. He looked from behind at Xiao Mu, who was holding on to the old man, and suggested, his wild energy has disappeared, so he's regained his senses. Shouldn't we clarify what happened here first? Xiao Mu glanced at him, pursing his lips in apparent displeasure. He lifted his foot off the old man, snorted, and said, consider yourself lucky. Mo Mingji clutched his chest and coughed weakly, saying, I had originally intended to die at the hands of a legendary martial artist so he could absorb my power. Now it's not bad that Lord Wu Qizheng takes it instead. Wu Qizheng asked, puzzled, you have abundant blood qi, although seriously injured, it's not life-threatening. There's no need to speak your last words, and explaining what happened is more important than those. The old man bowed his head sadly and said nothing, taking a long time before he slowly began to recount. Yesterday, I accidentally encountered Qi Yang, a Taoist from the Xian Tian sect, in Hu City. He was escorting someone from the emperor, so I quietly followed him. As a result, he directly approached my sect. Xiao Mu interjected and asked, is Qi Yang coming to silence you to avoid exposing the emperor's whereabouts? Mo Mingji shook his head in denial, no, I have investigated, and he is basically not worried about us uncovering the emperor's movements. He came here solely to investigate the prowess of the martial artists Ling Teju. His trembling hand clenched tightly as the image of Qi Yang gripping his son's throat appeared in his mind, disdainfully saying, this skill to absorb inner energy is nothing impressive, no matter how much you consume, you're just an ordinary brute. Mo Mingji extended his hand and shouted, "Stop, I will be your opponent, let go of my son." In his bloodshot eyes, he saw his son being completely consumed by flames, and a mournful voice resonated, "Son." Wu Qizheng and Xiao Mu listened in silence as he continued, "Not only did he kill many disciples of the sect, but my only son also met a tragic end at his hands. We searched for him desperately, but there was not even a chance to touch him." He calmly asked, "You lost your son and your lifelong efforts were destroyed, so you've lost your mind absorbing the power of the surviving disciple?" The corners of Mo Mingji's mouth slightly opened to respond, "It wasn't a mistake." He, looking haggard, continued, "It was intentional." As he spoke, many people appeared around the two, surrounding them. Xiao Mu got into a ready position and exclaimed, "Interesting, there are ambushers as well, you want to take both of us, don't you?" Wu Qizheng calmly looked at the newly appeared crowd. Xiao Mu watched the people step closer, thinking to himself, "These people come from different sects, and they are all experts, I cannot be careless." He took a defensive stance, thinking, being surrounded is too disadvantageous, breaking the encirclement first is the best strategy. Suddenly, to Xiao Mu's puzzled gaze, the surrounding crowd all knelt down. He, still bleeding, exclaimed in shock, "What is happening? We haven't even fought yet and they have all acknowledged their allegiance. Is my aura that strong?" Mo Mingji, kneeling, said, "Right now, I am just a small insignificant pawn, if not for the false information. How to lure the martial artist here? I am already old, so I might as well sacrifice this old body. I invite the martial artist to kill me first, and then go kill that mutant. They are all martial artists whose families have been destroyed because of the mutant, yet their minds remain steadfast." Looking at the kneeling crowd around him, he said, "I have taught them the martial artist spirit technique, and now I have restored to the 4th rank." Mo Mingji pounded his chest and shouted madly, "Now we have enough qualifications to become food for the martial artist, right?" A spark flashed in Wu Qizheng's mind as he said, "I can't understand why we have to die. For the martial artist." Mo Mingji looked down at the ground, shaking his head helplessly, and said, "We do not wish to die for the martial artist, but rather for the one who stands at the top of the martial path in this world." His voice resonated as he recounted, "In the past, when everyone was fighting against the mutants in the face of oppression, everyone volunteered to step forward, united by a common hatred. Now they bow their heads, flatter the mutants, build a sanctum, offer sacrifices, and pray to the celestial treasures for peace, hoping to avoid calamities." His voice then shifted. "However, how can the people know what is called a natural disaster, how much of it is caused by abnormal beings to win their hearts?" In Mo Mingji's mind, a scene emerged. At that moment, Qin Yang yelled, "Senior brother, Master told us to wait for the disaster to come down, why did he send us to distribute porridge for disaster relief?" Qi Yang burst out laughing and replied, "This is the path of incense offerings that the Master often refers to." He calmly said, "The Deyan Empire must be in chaos, it must not be stable, but it should not be too chaotic either. When the world is in suffering, the people endure hardships, only then will they offer incense to the gods, providing an endless supply of incense resources." Qin Yang smiled and continued, "If war and natural disasters lead to a sharp decline in the population, that is also not acceptable. Therefore, when they are on the brink, we must step in to help those in danger." Mo Mingji stood silently listening, and Qi Yang praised him with a big laugh, "Junior brother learns very quickly." Qin Yang humbly replied, "It is senior brother's good teaching." Returning to reality, Mo Mingji clenched his fist and slammed it down on the ground, shaking all over as he yelled, "If this continues, we will ultimately become livestock raised by abnormal beings." Xiao Mu silently stared at the old man, thinking to himself, "No wonder Wang Song he said that natural disasters have been happening continuously lately, it really is unusual. The people in the city have become displaced, losing their homes and turning into bandits, could it also be the immortals doing?" Mo Mingji stood up and shouted, "The path of the immortal is strong, the martial path is weak, the martial path lags behind the path of the immortal probably due to the passage of time, but there are also legends in the world about using martial arts to enter the Tao. Martial artists are the greatest hope for those martial artists deemed evil." The group simultaneously clasped their hands and shouted loudly, "We are willing to become leaders of the martial path, serving as a stepping stone to eliminate the abnormal beings, even if we can only shorten the distance by 1 or 2 steps, we are willing." Xiao Mu angrily stood up and slapped the old man, yelling loudly, "You are such a fool." Mo Mingji held his face and pointed at him, shouting, "You ignorant one, you completely understand nothing." Xiao Mu charged over and slapped both sides of the old man's face, shouting, "Shut your filthy mouth, if you cannot save yourself, even the heavens cannot help you, you have brought this suffering upon yourself and dragged others into it." He looked at the old man seriously and yelled, "You open your mouth to talk about saving the world, but it cannot hide your arrogance. If it is said that it is for the people, then does that not include your disciples?" Mo Mingji froze in place when he heard the boy's loud questioning. "Before they were drained by you, did you not hear their cries for help? How is what you are doing any different from those mutants?" Wu Qizheng looked at the boy, raised his swollen, red hand, and cried out, "It hurts, my whole hand is swollen." Mo Mingji couldn't believe it, stepped back muttering, "No, is this all for the martial artists?" He bumped into the legendary martial artist, who calmly asked, "Is this your final word?" Mo Mingji panicked and turned around, shouting, "Legendary martial artist." The face of the legendary martial artist was shrouded in darkness, looking extremely fearsome. His hand grasped Mo Mingji's face and pressed down hard. A green light emanated from the old man's body and flew toward the legendary martial artist. Mo Mingji also let out a miserable scream. The crowd surrounding them stood frozen, staring blankly at the old man's corpse turning into a skeleton, falling to the ground. The stream of green light entered the legendary martial artist's body. He pointed at the crowd and shouted loudly, "Do you feel powerless against the mutants? After all hope has faded, do you place your trust in the one called Martial Path Restoration? A group of minor scholars, wanting to be my stepping stones, you are not even qualified." The crowd with pale faces bowed their heads as he shouted, "Get out of here." The three stood still, watching the crowd scatter to escape. Wu Qizheng, leading, spoke up, "Since the news about the Mingyu sect is false, let's continue searching for the whereabouts of Yonghua Emperor." The legendary martial artist raised his hand to stop him, "No need." He turned back to him and said, "Other branches have reported that Yonghua Emperor has arrived in Qingming Town." Xiao Mu's voice rang out in response, "Qingming Town, then the Emperor must have already reached Xiantian Pass." His thin lips slightly parted as he said, "The assassination plan for the Emperor on the way is no longer feasible." Xiao Mu smiled brightly and exclaimed, "Now we only have one path to take, straight into Xiantian Pass to kill Yonghua Emperor." That evening in Qingming Town, Xiao Mu and Wu Qizheng stood before a tavern as a waiter extended his hand invitingly, "Honorable guests, please come in." Xiao Mu followed the waiter upstairs, questioning curiously. It is indeed strange that along the entire journey, there were no farmers or fields to be seen, only shops selling incense, paper, and candles. Could it be that the people here only survive by trading and renting houses to pilgrims from elsewhere? He let out a laugh and replied, "You two must be outsiders, right? We don't need to struggle with farming here." The waiter looked at the two with arrogance and boasted, "The immortals of the Xiantian sect have compassion for us living in hardship, so as long as we chant the sutras, pray daily, and ascend the mountain at the right time to worship the gods, we won't have to worry about food and clothing. Of course, this only applies to the locals, and obtaining a residency permit for the people in town is not easy." He held a second-class residency token for the locals in the town and said, "One must sincerely pray day and night, without interruption for 10 years, but compared to the ever-increasing taxes from the imperial court, this is truly a great blessing." The waiter tucked the token into his chest, beaming with a smile and said, "In other towns, taxes are collected for up to 20 years, and the people struggle to have enough to eat, so the gateway of Qingming Town has almost been trampled by the exiles from various places in Nanzhou." Xiao Mu rolled his eyes and snorted coldly, thinking, "It's just a sign, what's so scary about it?" As he stepped inside, he asked doubtfully, "If there's no production, where do the immortals get the money and food necessary for the people in the town to live?" He naturally replied, "The immortals have generous magical talents, perhaps they can create it from nothing." The waiter holding the lantern stopped and said, "We've arrived at your room. You two should rest well. If you need anything, just call me anytime. Hearing this, Xiao Mu calmly replied, okay. But in his heart, he silently cursed, receiving money for negotiating peace from the court to support their followers while letting the court bear all the blame. The anomalies are indeed very calculated. Wu Qizheng remained silent for a while, suddenly speaking, go over there and take off your clothes. Xiao Mu crossed his arms over his chest, warily looking at him, shouting, Mr. Wu, do you have some strange preference? Wu Qizheng looked at him and said, you previously used the celestial demon dissolution, your wounds are severe. I will help you heal. He took off his shirt, revealing an 8-pack chest, striking a pose while looking at him and saying, stop pretending, I know you only desire my body. Come here and relax. Wu Qizheng raised the sharp knife and shouted, do you believe I will kill you right now? Xiao Mu's voice rang out loudly, I'm just kidding, Mr. Wu, don't take it to heart. He thrust the knife into his own chest and said, boring. He reached out to touch his chin and looked at the green piece of meat in Wu Qizheng's hand, muttering, no matter how many times I see it, it still amazes me. The blood and flesh transformation is truly a miraculous skill. His eyes glanced at him gloomily as he said, is that so? Then you should try it. Saying this, with a look of confusion from him, a knife slashed into his chest. Wu Qizheng inserted that piece of meat into the wound on Xiao Mu's chest. The piece of meat sprouted tentacles and wriggled open the wound. They squirmed, trying to stitch it up. Wu Qizheng looked at him, holding his chest, explaining, your external wound is fine, but the internal wound caused by the demon disintegration technique is quite troublesome. The meridians are damaged, so when my blood and flesh enter your body, it can directly repair the internal damage. Xiao Mu smiled brightly and shouted, so does that mean I will be able to use the demon disintegration technique freely in the future? He rolled up his sleeves to prepare to wash his hands. He replied, I advise you not to be reckless. The meridians will take at least 3 days to heal completely. Of course, this will not affect your plan to assassinate the emperor. He put on his clothes and asked, 3 days? Do you know exactly when the emperor will go on his visit? Wu Qizheng took a towel to dry his hands and replied, on the 1st of next month, the emperor will hold a ritual to offer incense to the gods at an auspicious hour. He put his hand in his pocket and said, the action is coming soon, I'll entrust this skill to you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu immediately jumped up in joy. Wu Qizheng placed the book Blood and Flesh Transformations on the table. Seeing this, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Blood and Flesh Transformations, it's the comprehensive skill you mentioned before. Xiao Mu grabbed the book, excitedly shouting, is this really a gift for me? Mr. Wu, you must not regret this. He secretly thought, unlimited recovery combined with heavenly demons dispel, then I will be invincible. Wu Qizheng calmly replied, of course. The system screen appeared, Blood and Flesh Transformations, loading. He turned to look at him, cautiously asking, but there's no reason to show such enthusiasm. Either a villain or a thief. Is this the intention of the legendary martial artist? It smells suspicious. Wu Qizheng calmly replied, just consider it my intention. He excitedly shouted, what do you mean just consider it yours? Don't speak half-heartedly like that. He turned and walked away, shouting, Qiao Zhong, including those from the Qiao family, are all heroes who value righteousness over life and death, but I hope you care more about your own life. Wu Qizheng stepped towards the door and said, the legendary martial artist has always been tough, only believing in himself. This time, what tricks he has and how strong he really is, even I am not clear. Xiao Mu questioned, are you afraid I would be misled by him? Wanting to sacrifice for righteousness, but ending up dying in vain. Just like Mo Mingji, he fell silent. The boy looked at him and exclaimed, true sacrifice for righteousness is admirable, something I desire yet cannot achieve. But Mo Mingji is not like that, and neither am I, rest assured, my goal is simply to obtain the skill that the legendary martial artist promised me. It's not really about selling your life to the legendary martial artist. Wu Qizheng's hand touched the door, pushed it open with force, and said, many people like you believe in the words of the legendary martial artist. After saying that, he stepped out the door and remarked, but they are all dead. Xiao Mu stood silently, watching him leave. He put his hand on his head, thinking, Wu Qizheng seems quite friendly towards me. Is he someone I can empathize with, or is he hiding a scheme? Looking at the night scene outside, he told himself, I seek a quality death, but I also have my own principles. I and the martial arts faction are fundamentally not on the same side, nor can we be called allies. 3 days later, the Xian Tian sect was bustling with pilgrims shouting, the auspicious hour has arrived. The emperor appeared in the crowd alongside Chu Xing. Xiaomu thought as he was pushed in the crowd, there are too many people. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended to be a guest coming up the mountain. There were complaints resonating, don't push anymore. He turned to look behind him, thinking, the martial artist's spiritual sense definitely has perception. There must be someone from the martial arts faction among the myriad guests. His gaze darted to the back, silently pondering. Surely the legendary martial artist is among this group of people. As the emperor was ascending the steps, Qi Yang's voice rang out, calling loudly, wait. He raised his hand and said, what lies ahead is the grand hall of my immortal ancestor, martial artists are not allowed inside. Qin Yang next to him also said, please let the emperor go up alone to offer incense. The emperor frowned at them and after a long moment finally spoke, issuing the order, you stay here. Zhu Xing clasped his hands and replied, understood. The emperor entered the courtyard of the Xian Tian sect alone. He held 3 incense sticks in his hand and bowed his head, thinking, I certainly know that cooperating with the Xian Tian sect is no different from colluding with a tiger to seize its territory. The emperor held the incense, looking at the incense burner before him, pondering, if today I were just an ordinary visitor coming to worship the immortal, perhaps there might still be a chance to turn things around in the future. His figure stood alone before the massive incense burner. Qi Yang glanced at Qin Yang and nodded. From the tall tower, the sound of a bell echoed, resonating everywhere. From inside the grand hall, a stream of golden light shot straight toward the emperor. Golden rays slowly flew out from within it. They went straight into the space between his eyebrows, and a sound rang in his ear. Yonghua Emperor. The elder of the Xian Tian sect appeared before the emperor. A voice rang out asking, why do you not pay your respects upon seeing the immortals? The elders opened their eyes simultaneously and shouted, why do you not pay your respects? From the left side, eyes also opened and asked, why do you not pay your respects? Why do you not pay your respects? The emperor stood straight, hearing the voice, why do you not pay your respects, ringing in his ears, thinking to himself, I have been deceived. They used the pretense of an alliance to lure me here to offer incense, but in reality, they want the world to know that I kneel before them. His brows furrowed tightly as he murmured, no, I will not kneel, I absolutely cannot kneel. Behind him, a cliff appeared at his heels. He was startled and turned around, seeing a bottomless abyss behind him, with bright red beams of light rising from below. The emperor's eyes widened in shock. Beneath the abyss, a crowd of figures like wraiths reached out and shouted, please, your majesty, bow to the immortals. Please, your majesty, bow to the immortals. The people below the abyss, their faces twisted like demons, continued to shout loudly, please, your majesty, bow to the immortals, please, your majesty, bow to the immortals, please, your majesty, bow to the immortals. The sound echoed everywhere. Inviting your majesty to worship the immortals, inviting your majesty to worship the immortals. Chu Xing was startled and thought to himself, what is going on? He turned to look at the crowd behind him and saw that they had all knelt down, looking puzzled and contemplative. A bell rang out, all the pilgrims seemed to be possessed. Do they know that your majesty is here today? No, they shouted in unison, inviting your majesty to worship the immortals. Inviting your majesty to worship the immortals. Your majesty, worship the immortals. Chu Xing wanted to rush in, but was stopped by Qi Yang, so he could only shout loudly. Your majesty, these pilgrims have issues, do not listen to them. Your majesty, your majesty. The pilgrims with their dark eyes shouted towards the emperor, inviting your majesty to worship the immortals, inviting your majesty to worship the immortals, inviting your majesty to worship the immortals. His eyes gradually went vacant as he thought, even the people have sided with the way of the immortals. At this point, continuing to resist is futile. His knees began to tremble and buckle, and the thought crossed his mind, perhaps complete submission to the Xian Tian sect is the only righteous path. From behind, the members of the martial arts faction still stood by, watching the emperor gradually kneel down. The long-haired young man gripped his sword tightly. Will that emperor really kneel? The man with the bun said, bear with it, don't ruin the grand scheme. Suddenly, Qi Yang swung his sword past the two of them. Fresh blood splattered. He raised his sword, looked at the two of them, and fell to his knees saying, all the guests who have come here today are believers nurtured by Qingming village. A seed has long been sown in their hearts, waiting for the right moment to sprout. Yang pointed his sword at the crowd, laughing as he said, and those silent guests right now are the assassins of the martial arts faction. His eyes narrowed as he said, those foolish mortals, do they think they can destroy our immortal sect's grand scheme? I want you all to open your eyes and see Yonghua Emperor kneeling before us. The emperor trembled all over, 3 incense sticks fell to the ground. Qi Yang's voice echoed, at that time, Xian Tian sect will reign supreme over the world, forever ruling for eternity. A shadow suddenly appeared on the bell atop the tall tower. That person kicked the bell hard, causing it to sound a loud echo. The bell flew towards the emperor standing below. Qin Yang quickly rushed over, shouting, who dares to cause trouble? He used a sword to break the falling bell. The emperor trembled all over, looking at the dust before him. Qin Yang remained silent. At that moment, Chu Xing rushed over, worried, and asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? The emperor exclaimed in agitation, it's too dangerous. Just now, my mind was disturbed by the immortal sect. Who helped me? Xiao Mu jumped down from above and replied, no one helped you. I came to. He grasped the spear, his eyes turning red, and charged forward, shouting, kill that person. Qi Yang turned around to look at the astonished group from the martial arts faction and exclaimed, who is that reckless fool? Can he just rush in like this? Is he looking to lose his life? The emperor was startled, silently thinking, it's him. Qin Yang raised his sword, radiating a blue light, and shouted angrily, you lowly sword cultivators dare to ruin the good plans of my Xian Tian sect. He conjured a large illusion of a blue sword high above and shouted, I will tear you into 100 pieces. His eyes were cold as he shouted loudly, slash. That enormous sword quickly struck down towards Xiao Mu, the sword Qi carrying terrifying power slicing forward, with dust and smoke swirling everywhere. A large, smoky gap appeared in front of Qin Yang. The emperor and Chu Xing looked ahead, and as the dust settled, the martial arts faction members stood in shock. Qin Yang summoned his sword and said, you have offended the Xian Tian sect. His thin lips parted slightly as he shouted, kill. The group of pilgrims rushed down from Xian Tian temple, shouting loudly. There's a fight. Elder Qin Yang was reprimanding the martial artists of the martial arts faction. A curious person shouted, really? Let me go see. Another person yelled, you're daring enough to watch a fight between immortals. If you get caught up in it, you'll only end up dead. Run away quickly. Qin Yang stood alone, staring at the ground that had split before him. Chu Xing glanced over there, thinking to himself, not yet at the divine level, he can't predict the situation. Under this sword formation, he will definitely die. Qin Yang looked at the people in front of him and said, do you understand clearly? This is the difference between immortal and mortal. He raised his sword and coldly directed it at the crowd, saying, today, none of you will leave here alive. From behind, Xiao Mu appeared, holding a spear, and shouted, aren't you cold standing so high up? Qin Yang immediately turned around and raised his sword to block the attack from him. He fell to the ground, while Xiao Mu stood upright with a spear on a nearby pillar. Qin Yang was taken aback and couldn't believe it, exclaiming, impossible, his vitality clearly just disappeared. Looking at Xiao Mu, his eyes turned red as he charged forward, questioning loudly, why is his vitality even more terrifying now? Xiao Mu gripped the spear tightly and shouted, great immortal, are you scared now? He swung the spear down, forcing Qin Yang to continuously retreat and actively dodge his attacks. Xiao Mu smiled faintly, thinking, although I can't defeat him, I can hold on. In his mind, He reflected on his version as Xiao Mu 2.5, who was previously struck down. In the past, I was eliminated immediately, but it turned out exactly as I wished. Not only did I receive a generous reward, but my body was also shattered by sword chi, saving me the trouble of cleaning up. The system screen appeared, displaying, death evaluation, soul under the sword of the anomaly, skill reward points for this death 56 points, remaining skill points 50 points, life points available 54. Number of revivals in 7 days. 4 out of 5 has spent 72 points to exchange for blood and flesh transformation, achieving minor success at 100%. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, taking this opportunity to complete the minor success of blood and flesh transformation, I will gain infinite recovery. Xiao Mu picked up the spear, his entire body radiating a red aura as he charged forward, calculating in his heart. Now, as long as I can control within the range, I can definitely freely use the celestial demon dissolution. With the remaining 4 resurrection chances, even if it costs them all, I can prolong until I defeat you. Xiao Mu gripped the spear tightly and thrust it fiercely towards Qin Yang, forcing him to awkwardly lean aside to dodge. Just as his spear was about to pierce Qin Yang's chest, an invisible wall suddenly appeared, abruptly severing the spear in two. Startled, Xiao Mu shouted, "Golden body protection." Qin Yang raised his hand, charged with blue energy, pointing at him and coldly saying, "I'm just playing with you, brat." He used the 10,000 method sword formula, unleashing a wave of blue energy directly at Xiao Mu's body. Xiao Mu collapsed into a deep pit in front of him, impaled by Qin Yang's sword. The members of the martial arts faction exclaimed, "Damn, is this the power of an immortal?" The blonde person beside him said, "The martial artist is about to reach the 3rd rank, to them, he is just a toy." Qin Yang let out a cold huff and mocked, "With your heart pierced by the Qin Ming sword, even if you are immortal, you cannot survive." Suddenly, a beam of blue light struck fiercely towards him, causing dust to fly everywhere. Qin Yang also jumped back. He was startled and looked behind him. The wound on Xiao Mu's chest was visibly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His voice rang out, praising, "Indeed, it is a sword god, even the great immortals must steer clear of its blade." He picked up his sword, stood up, and laughed loudly, "But although it is a good sword, the swordsmanship is nothing to write home about. That move just now was slightly off." In his heart, he laughed aloud, thinking, "Ah, how could he hit me? I used the blood and flesh transformation to move my heart away." Xiao Mu's eyes lit up as he raised the sword and said, "Let someone like me, a martial fool, teach you how to use a sword." He charged forward with the sword, employing the pure yang infinite sword. Xiao Mu leaped up, raising the sword high, kicking up sand and gravel, and slashed towards Qin Yang. Xiao Mu raised his sword and swung it horizontally, causing him to extend his hand to block. He swung the sword sideways, and the members of the martial arts faction, seeing him drive back the yang, immediately shouted, "Go, kill this scoundrel, let this scoundrel know the prowess of our martial artists." "Amazing, junior brother, if you win, I will praise you for the rest of your life." The emperor, observing the situation, couldn't help but furrow his brow, thinking, he was able to counterattack, perhaps the martial path can indeed stand against cultivating immortals. Meanwhile, Qin Yang looked at the blue sword light before him, gritting his teeth in disbelief, thinking to himself, "How can this be? How dare he create chaos on my turf relying on my treasure? If I fail, the face of the Xian Tian sect will be gone, and the senior brother and elders will definitely punish me severely." He stood still, summoning a blue talisman, and told himself, "I cannot lose, even if I exhaust my essence, I must kill him." Qin Yang used the burn talisman, summoning a phantom blue dragon above his head, which opened its mouth wide and charged straight at Xiao Mu. The dragon engulfed him, causing Xiao Mu to let out a heartbreaking scream. Qin Yang, surrounded by green light, laughed loudly and shouted, "My evil dragon fire can completely turn you into ashes, even if you're a martial artist training your spirit, there will be no body left. Just watch me." A system notification appeared, remaining lives within 7 days, March 5th. Xiao Mu grabbed a sword from the flames and charged straight at Qin Yang, his eyes emitting a red glow as he shouted, "Then I really have to thank the great immortal. Even the cleanup will be exempted." To show my gratitude for the immortal sending me on my way. In his gaze was the image of him charging forward. Qin Yang could hardly believe it, murmuring, how is this possible? Suddenly, Qi Yang appeared behind Xiao Mu, forcefully pushing his head down to the ground. He looked up at Qin Yang and scolded, useless, you can't even handle a nameless little nobody. He stammered in response, I was careless. Xiao Mu glanced back, thinking, I can't move anymore, is he really Qi Yang? He feels even harder to deal with than Qin Yang. Qi Yang turned and looked at the emperor threateningly, Emperor De Yen, please rest assured. The Xian Tian sect will absolutely not allow these assassins to harm a single hair on His Majesty. And all along, he has always known the rules of propriety, so, he bared his teeth and said to the emperor, you will certainly bow down to the Xian Tian sect to express your gratitude, right? His face darkened as he clenched his fist, thinking, this is blatant intimidation, they are openly threatening me. Today I must either bow to the immortal sect or die at the hands of the assassins. Chu Xing immediately stepped forward and shouted, Your Majesty, I am here, you don't need the protection of the Xian Tian sect. Qi Yang feigned surprise and exclaimed, oh, even if you are a god-refining martial artist, you cannot stop so many assassins. Suddenly, from behind the crowd, a dark figure let out a loud cough. The legendary martial artist spat out a mouthful of phlegm, quickly charging straight towards Qi Yang. He immediately stood up, dodging to expose the emperor and Chu Xing behind him. Chu Xing instantly shot out a throwing dagger while shouting, Your Majesty, be careful. The throwing dagger, upon hitting the phlegm, instantly shattered into many pieces that fell down. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, one cough could break my throwing dagger, could it be? Qi Yang immediately jumped up, aiming at the legendary martial artist, laughing loudly and shouting, you let your subordinates run amok and still couldn't hold back your hand. The old rat in the sewer has finally emerged after hiding for 40 years. The legendary martial artist emanated a red light from his entire body, stepping forward. Xiao Mu, kneeling, watched him approach, pondering, indeed, this assassin is no simple matter. His brows furrowed as he thought, assassinating Yonghua Emperor under the eyes of the Xian Tian sect is as difficult as reaching the sky. A person like the legendary martial artist cannot place all hope on me. It is best if someone creates chaos and waits for an opportunity to strike, and I am the one leading the way. Qi Yang stood in mid-air, spreading his arms, laughing and shouting, today is the day Yonghua Emperor pays homage to the immortals, and also the day the immortal sect completely wipes out the enemies. Junior brothers, come here quickly. Immediately, from behind him, various beams of light appeared. From the different lights, the disciples of the Xian Tian sect quickly surrounded him. His voice echoed, follow me to kill the legendary martial artist. A flame appeared in Qi Yang's hand as he looked at the legendary martial artist and said, you are at the top of the martial path, mortal. For decades, you have indeed made progress, but it's a pity that you have fallen into the paths of evil that deserve to be eliminated. His eyes turned black, emitting bright red light as he shouted, I am the path of evil, and you are the path of the celestial. The entire body of the legendary martial artist radiated bright red light, striking out in all directions, stirring up dust everywhere. His arm emitted a red light as he shouted, is it evil or celestial? The legendary martial artist looked down at Qi Yang from above, smiling, you must win to have the right to decide. Qin Yang formed a seal to create a sword, shouting, senior brother, I was careless earlier, I hope senior brother can give me another chance. Qi Yang next to him laughed and exclaimed, oh, you're using that move. In front of Qin Yang, hundreds of sword shadows formed swirling circles around him, aimed at the legendary martial artist. His face was cold, full of ruthlessness, as he shouted, you are at the top of the martial path, this is the strongest sword technique I have painstakingly practiced for 30 years. Qin Yang pointed forward, and hundreds of sword shadows simultaneously struck towards him, creating a large bright sphere. He shouted, if you have the guts, then take my move. The disciple of Xian Tian sect, holding a feather fan, said, no wonder he is the senior brother Qin Yang. The power of this sword formation is truly astonishing. The person holding the fan laughed and said, I originally intended to spar a few moves with the leader of the martial path, but unfortunately, that won't be possible. As the dust gradually cleared, the legendary martial artist stood firm. He chuckled mockingly and asked, 30 years of cultivation, huh? His entire body was enveloped in a red light as he brushed off the dust and asked, just to sprinkle a bit of dirt on me. The legendary martial artist gestured towards the group from the Xian Tian sect in front of him and exclaimed, all right, let's not waste any more time. His eyes gleamed with a red light as he waved his hand and commanded, come at me all at once. The entire group from the Xian Tian sect, armed with different weapons, charged straight toward the legendary martial artist, shouting, such arrogant talk. One person wielding a large fan fanned vigorously in his direction, creating a powerful gust of energy. Another opened a gourd, releasing a torrent of purple flames. Another launched a charm that unleashed bright golden lightning bolts aimed forward. The combined forces struck down, resulting in a massive explosion, the light radiating out and obscuring the surroundings. As the dust settled, the group was shocked to see the legendary martial artist standing before them unscathed. The man with black hair couldn't believe it and exclaimed, how is this possible? How can a flesh and blood body resist the magic weapon of our immortal sect? The disciple holding the large gourd shouted, and he isn't even scratched. Is he really human? Chu Xing watched the battle unfold from a distance and couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he's a legendary martial artist. Has the enemy's move prediction been used so adeptly? In his mind, he recalled the image of the legendary martial artist swiftly dodging all attacks and thought, predicting the movements of the mutant, using body movement with extremely small adjustments to evade each strike accurately, making it seem as though his body isn't moving at all. This requires a combination of physical and mental coordination to reach a divine level, otherwise, just a single mistake will mean death. His hand tightened into a fist, radiating a bright red light, and he asked, are you done performing? It's my turn. The legendary martial artist summoned his internal energy and threw a powerful punch forward. The punch grazed Qi Yang's face, blowing his hair back, and fresh blood sprayed out from somewhere, splattering onto his face. Dazed, he reached up to touch his face, glanced behind him, and shouted, the blood isn't mine. Behind him, a headless corpse was trembling, raising its hand to prepare to chant a spell. Seeing the body of Qin Yang fall, everyone immediately shouted, Senior Brother Qin Yang. The crowd, including the emperor, looked on in confusion and disbelief. The martial arts faction members quickly drew their swords, and Chu Xing rushed forward, standing in front of him. The group raised their blades and charged towards the emperor, shouting loudly, the time has come, kill. Chu Xing held 5 throwing knives in his hand and yelled at the emperor, Your Majesty, leave this to me. You should quickly take refuge in the palace. He shouted and threw the throwing knives towards the oncoming attackers. Xiao Mu ran quickly to stand up and wondered, something is wrong, everything feels too smooth. The martial arts faction members gritted their teeth and shouted, damn it, there's no way to advance, it's expert god refining. He turned to look at Qi Yang hovering above and silently pondered, the Xian Tian sect surely has more power than this. Moreover, Qi Yang remains calm and looks entirely composed, they must have backup plans. The legendary martial artist raised his hand, eliminating a disciple of the Xian Tian sect, then quickly bore down on the emperor through the crowd of Xian Tian sect members. His eyes dark and glinting, the legendary martial artist laughed loudly. The strong are like gods, the weak are like demons. His entire body radiated immense power, knocking away the crowd and quickly ascending. The eyes of the legendary martial artist were bright red as he rushed upward. Chu Xing stood in front of the emperor, sweating coldly upon seeing this. The legendary martial artist jumped and raised his fist toward the fleeing emperor, shouting, Yonghui Emperor, where do you think you're running? Chu Xing quickly threw out a throwing star with great force. The legendary martial artist landed a powerful punch to his stomach, his voice booming, if you interfere, I will die. The emperor turned his head to see him collapse, shattering the stone steps, and immediately shouted in worry, Chu Xing. Chu Xing clutched his stomach, his face pale, yelling, Your Majesty, hurry and run. The legendary martial artist reached out toward the emperor, shouting loudly, Can you escape? Suddenly, inside the great hall, a ball of bright golden light emerged. It gradually grew brighter, creating a swirling beam of light that shot outwards. That light formed a wall, blocking the path of the legendary martial artist. Additionally, it created a mist that enveloped the emperor, causing him to cry out loudly. The legendary martial artist jumped up, using force to break through the wall. A black vortex spiraled with a small ball radiating bright red light in the center. From it, a face formed with large, pitch-black eyes that emitted a bright red glow. It extended its hand and shouted loudly, "Martial woman, you have made a great mistake." The entire group of martial arts faction cried out, "That's a monster's face, how are we supposed to fight this?" The eyes of that face shone with bright red light, shouting, "To kill the immortal with a mortal, is a great rebellion against the Tao, deserving of being punished by 5 strikes of thunder, with both body and soul annihilated." It opened its mouth wide, generating a bright red lightning bolt aimed downward at the legendary martial artist. The echoing voice shouted, "Mortal, die." The lightning struck him, causing him to throw his head back and emit a mournful cry. The lightning hit all the people inside the Xian Tian sect's mystic courtyard. Xiao Mu quickly used the shadow escape technique to flee. His face was covered in dust, and turning back, he thought, this is just their backup trick. No, it's the opening move. These strong ones have just been watching the fun from the beginning, and if it weren't for Qi Yang being too weak, they wouldn't bother to intervene at all. Looking at the legendary martial artist enveloped in bright red lightning, people thought, with magic at this level, I wonder if the legendary martial artist can withstand it. His buff quickly healed and was then struck by lightning, disappearing just as swiftly, repeating this process. The legendary martial artist raised one hand to the sky, standing tall within the rain of lightning, his hand directed at the emperor and Chu Xing. His eyes were completely white, with half of his face scorched by the lightning. The emperor looked at the legendary martial artist, suspiciously thinking, he's looking at me. Behind him, Xiao Mu happened to run by just as the lightning continued to strike, completely enveloping the legendary martial artist. The dark clouds parted to reveal a beam of light shining down, dispersing the dust below. Before the emperor's eyes was a massive black pit, the figure of the legendary martial artist completely vanished. Chu Xing clutched his chest, his eyes wide as he said, "How can this be? Legendary martial artist, he really..." The emperor lowered his head and exclaimed, "He's dead, the martial path has finally lost to the immortal way." Qi Yang, with a smiling face, shouted, "The leader of the martial path has committed blasphemy, encountering the heavenly punishment. He will have to endure 5 strikes of lightning while shouting in the air." His voice resonated throughout the hall. Hearing into the ears of the entire populace, turned to dust, both body and soul perished. The crowd at the foot of the mountain immediately rejoiced. It's great that he's dead, the world will no longer have any legendary martial artists. That demonic man-eater has long deserved to be struck down by 5 bolts of lightning. The martial arts faction members slumped down, falling into confusion and murmuring. It's impossible, how could a legendary martial artist die? He is our greatest hope in opposing the aberrants. After striving for so many years, he finally reached the 3rd rank, only to end here. Xiao Mu stood tall, looking at the crowd, thinking, it's hard to believe that someone as strong as the legendary martial artist ultimately fell to an immortal. In his mind, he envisioned the legendary martial artist in contemplation. For martial artists, the legendary martial artist is the embodiment of past generations of strong martial paths. Like a brilliant sun illuminating the path of martial artists. Now that brilliant sun has faded. The hopes of the martial path vanished in an instant. The resounding words in their hearts have completely dissipated. Xiao Mu sighed, feeling emotional. The victor is a celestial being, the vanquished is a devil. This boomerang came too quickly. Suddenly, a flame appeared, incinerating a martial artist in front of him. The person could only let out a pained cry. Qi Yang, surrounded by flames, floated in midair and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow me to kill this rude, blasphemous martial artist." The disciples of Xian Tian sect immediately shouted, "Understood, Qi Yang, senior brother." The flames rushed quickly, stirring up dust, headed straight for the Wu Cuc group. The voices of the Xian Tian sect echoed, "Kill." One person, feeling dazed, looked at the 2 martial artists who had died before his eyes, sweat pouring down like a stream. He muttered in fear, "Even legendary martial artists die at the hands of these strange beings. What good does practicing martial arts do us?" The so-called use of martial arts to punish the wicked is just a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water. A voice declared, "The martial path has perished." Xiao Mu appeared in front of the man, using his hand to block the incoming sword. His eyes were filled with determination as he said, "Things in this world have never gone as humans wish." Xiao Mu rushed forward to intercept a lightning strike meant for one person, saying, "To give up because of a little trouble and let others kill at will." He raised his hand to block a sword, shouting loudly, "You all came for a great cause, how can you easily give up? It's just that the legendary martial artist has died, without him, can we not succeed?" The corners of Xiao Mu's mouth curled into a faint smile as he shouted, "Even if we have to die here today, so what?" He turned and swung his sword, asking, "Before we die, shouldn't we take a few immortals down with us?" The crowd tore off their clothes and immediately shouted, "We are all third-rate martial artists, can he really do it?" "I can certainly do it." Heavenly Demon Dissolution. Another person added, "How can we let a junior look down on us?" 8 gates open. The martial arts faction seized their weapons and charged forward, shouting, "Attack, fight with them, even if we die, we must not die in vain." Xiao Mu rushed in first, slicing at the crowd of immortals. The group shouted, "For the martial path, kill." The Emperor and Chu Xing looked down at the battle scene below. Chu Xing said, clutching his chest, that Xiao Gai actually replaced the legendary martial artist and awakened the fighting spirit of the martial artists once again. The Emperor remained silent, not saying a word. His eyebrows furrowed. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect that there are still warriors in this world who bravely confront the immortal sect without fearing death. If only the martial path in this world could unite, perhaps we could also deal with the path of immortals." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew toward the Emperor. He was drawn into a vortex inside the temple. The Emperor raised his hand and shouted, "Chu Xing." He turned and yelled, "Your Majesty." The Emperor was sucked inside and crashed against the wall of the hall. Chu Xing rushed to kneel beside him, anxiously exclaiming, "This humble minister deserves death for frightening your Majesty." The Emperor propped his hands on the ground, saying, "I am fine, it was just a fall." The statue in front of him lit up, proclaiming loudly, "Yonghua Emperor." The Emperor's eyes widened, thinking, it is the statue that appeared in the previous illusion, but this time it is real. The statue's eyes opened, revealing golden pupils, and it glared at him, shouting, "Kneel down." He gritted his teeth and resisted, thinking, finally, "Are you not pretending anymore? You are directly forcing me to kneel before you." His supporting hand pressed down so hard that the ground cracked, and he deliberated internally. "Finally, are you not going to pretend anymore? Forcing me to kneel before you. But why are they suddenly in such a hurry? The legendary martial artist is dead, surely no one can stop them." A voice rang out, shouting, "Do not kneel." Xiao Mu burst in with red eyes. Chu Xing was taken aback and turned to ask, "It's you, you're not dead yet." He stomped on the ground, gaining momentum and shouted, "You want me dead? It's not that easy." Xiao Mu raised his sword, emanating a red light towards the statue. He lifted his hand, raising the sword high, and shouted, "Even if we kill Yonghua Emperor, there will still be Yongsong Emperor and Yonggui Emperor. Instead of that, let's destroy the statue, leaving the Emperor with nothing to worship and permanently ending the disaster." He yelled forcefully, slashing down with strength, and a stream of golden power emerged from the statue to resist him. Chu Xing widened his eyes in surprise, thinking to himself, is he really going to break it? How can a person be so resolute? This is simply seeking death. Xiao Mu's body bore numerous wounds, with fresh blood flowing from his mouth. The wounds on his body gradually began to heal. Healed, the veins on his abdomen surfaced, then quickly began to heal. The red power emanating from Xiao Mu's body clashed with the force radiating from the idol. Zhou Xing broke out in a cold sweat, startled, thinking to himself, it's impossible, his meridians are still self-repairing while being continuously damaged, and his realm is rapidly advancing. 3rd rank, 2nd rank, 1st rank. He's almost catching up to legendary martial artist. He glanced at the idol, which was gradually cracking, thinking to himself, unlike the immortal statue, its power is weakening rapidly. Xiao Mu's eyes sparkled, and he shouted, "It's just a broken rock, what's so scary about it?" He yelled, "Break it for me." The power within him exploded, splitting the idol in front of him in two. As he chopped the idol in half, a surge of power emanated from it, spreading everywhere. From that surge of power, all the idols were shattered. That force rapidly descended from above, spreading everywhere. Qi Yang quickly broke through the door from the outside, opening his mouth and shouting, "Who is it? Who dares to touch the Xian Tian sect's main hall?" His eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Mu, with a smile on his face, pointed with a broken sword at the destroyed statue behind him and said, "Well, why did you only arrive now? You built this place illegally, and I helped you tear it down, so why don't you thank me?" Qi Yang, upon hearing this, angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, "You are just an insignificant ant, yet you dare to insult the immortal sect." Qi Yang's entire body radiated a red light as he yelled, "I will crush you to dust." Xiao Mu quickly assumed a provocative stance and shouted loudly. By now, he had just finished absorbing the flesh and blood of Mr. Wu, so his power was overflowing. "Who could take you on?" Suddenly, a wave of black energy with a red hue appeared, wrapping around him. The black energy grew thicker, quickly binding his hands and feet high above. Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and struggled, thinking, "No, this is not Qi Yang's magic. Could it be those immortal statues?" The black energy lifted him high up, and immediately, the elders of the Xian Tian sect appeared around him, their voices booming, "Mortals who despise the immortals are greatly disrespectful. Entering the Jiu Yuming mansion will lead you to eternal oblivion." Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and listened, the sound in his ears repeating incessantly. His teeth were clenched tightly together, forever sinking into the depths of oblivion. He chuckled softly, mockingly saying, "Pretending to be gods and demons, which faction of fairies are you from?" His arm trembled as he raised a finger and said, "You are nothing but freaks wearing the skin of immortals, using the name of immortals for self-glorification. There are no fairies in this world, just a group of freaks sitting on the altar." Xiao Mu pointed at his own head, laughing loudly, "A bunch of freaks with minds different from others, who don't consider others as people." Qi Yang pointed a finger at him, conjuring a sword, and laughed loudly, shouting, "Ha, you seek death." Xiao Mu, not afraid, shouted back, "Even if I die today, I will make your false immortals live in suffering." He raised his arm high, the sword aimed straight at him, shouting, "Then I, the immortal, shall grant your wish." The emperor quickly stepped in to intervene, calling out, "Immortal, please wait." Xiao Mu, being suspended, looked at him in surprise. Qi Yang angrily shouted, "Yonghui Emperor, what do you mean by this?" The emperor stood straight, looking at him, and asked, "Before worshipping the immortal, can the immortals of the Xian Tian sect allow me to ask a few questions?" Qi Yang calmly replied, "The elder has not said anything, which means he has agreed." Xiao Mu looked at his figure from behind and silently thought, "What kind of nonsense is that damned emperor up to now?" The emperor turned his head to look at him and asked, "Xiao Zhong, it seems that you are not a subordinate of the legendary martial artist, so why are you here?" He closed his eyes and smiled, replying, "I already said, I'm here to kill you." Xiao Mu opened his eyes to look at him and shouted loudly, "Moreover, I came here for a little bit of courage." The emperor's eyes widened as he asked back, "Courage?" He was tied up with his hands and feet in mid-air, his voice calm as he explained, "The legendary martial artist is dead, and the people in the martial arts faction are mentally collapsed, as if they have lost everything, unable to continue fighting. And you are the emperor of Diyen, the whole world will look to you." His voice resonated, reaching even the foot of the mountain where the martial arts faction and the people of the Xian Tian sect were fighting. "If you kneel, the entire country from top to bottom will imitate, and in the end, people's hearts will disperse." Xiao Mu looked straight at the emperor and shouted loudly, "If you want to kneel, you might as well just die." The emperor looked at him and calmly said, "Do you really want to let me die?" He looked at him suspiciously and asked, "But even the legendary martial artist who held the martial path has died. What good is this fiery spirit of yours?" Xiao Mu disagreed and replied, "The dead are dead, but the living should never give up." His gaze became determined as he shouted, "The legendary martial artist is dead. By his logic, that means he was weak. You can't blame others. If the leader of the martial path in this generation is not enough, then there will be the next generation, and the one after that." Xiao Mu looked straight at the emperor and asked, if those who came before do not dare to sacrifice and only know how to compromise and kneel, how can we expect future generations to have strong integrity? He took a deep breath in silence. Xiaomu gathered all his strength and shouted, "From now on, let me bear the martial path, let me be the leader of the martial path." His voice echoed to the battlefield at the foot of the mountain. "Let me be the leader of the martial path." The man from the martial arts faction holding the sword was taken aback upon hearing this. Another person, being held by the Xian Tian sect by the neck, suddenly burst into loud laughter. The young man with the bun laughed loudly and said, "Well done, little guy." Qi Yang raised an eyebrow mockingly and said, "You," and then burst into laughter. "The one who wants to bear the martial path has become a prisoner under the true immortal sect, truly deserving." Xiaomu laughed when he heard this, opened his mouth wide and shouted, "One tree cannot make a mountain. If I can't do it, there will still be someone to follow in 1,000 years, sooner or later they will catch up to you metahumans." Suddenly, a beam of bright yellow light emanated from the emperor's waist, startling him and making him let out a voice of confusion. The emperor looked towards his waist, wondering, this feeling. His hand reached out to grasp the sword hanging at his side that was emitting bright yellow light. The emperor raised the sword, and with his other hand, drew the sword from its sheath, the bright yellow light illuminating the statues within, causing them to shut their eyes simultaneously. The emperor raised the sword that was emitting bright yellow light and shouted loudly, "It is the human king's sword." Qi Yang looked at the sword, exclaimed in surprise, "Yonghua Emperor, can you control the human king's sword? How dare he bring the human king's sword here?" The light flashed through the dark energy, causing it to release its hold on him. Xiaomu fell to the ground, supporting herself with one hand, and looked up to ask, "What is the human sovereign sword? Is it really that powerful? Can it even affect immortal techniques?" The emperor gazed at the sword emitting a bright golden light in his hand, thinking to himself, "The founding ancestor has blessed this, I made the right bet." Inside the sword, images of the establishment of the Dayan Empire were reflected, and the emperor's voice echoed as he narrated, "The founding ancestor of the Dayan Empire conquered the world from horseback, possessing not only the strongest army of that time but also being the strongest martial artist in the world himself. After the founding ancestor passed away, the sword he carried became the human sovereign sword, worshipped in the temple, just like the national jade seal and the nine-continent cauldron, becoming a symbol of the royal power of the human clan. It contains the fate and national fortune of Dayan." He raised the human sovereign sword to the sky, causing it to radiate a golden light straight up, thinking to himself, "If today I cannot awaken the human sovereign sword, it will be the end of the line. With no other options left, I want to see how much the immortal sect fears getting involved with the fate of the emperor." Tian Xing elder on the clouds witnessed this scene and shouted, "Is this really the support of Yonghua Emperor? I have truly underestimated him." Elder Sun stroked his beard and said, "That sword was originally just a mundane object, it absorbed the fate of the earthly emperor only because it has been worshipped for many years." A green-haired elder pointed below and shouted, "The fate of the emperor is an illusory and vague matter, being involved with it does not necessarily affect the lifespan of cultivators like us." Elder Tian Xing crossed his arms and shouted, "Then you should give it a try." Elder Sun fell silent, saying nothing more. After a long while, Elder Sun shouted with force, transmitting his voice, "The Yonghua Emperor's veneration of the immortal is a significant undertaking related to incense and offerings, it cannot be stopped halfway." From above the temple's peak, a voice echoed, telling him, "Qi Yang, take action." Qi Yang hesitated and shouted, "Elder, but..." Suddenly, from above the sky, a figure in a Taoist robe appeared, shouting, "Dear Taoist friends of the Xian Tian sect." Qin Yi raised his hand to stroke his beard, amiably asking, "How have you been lately?" Elder Sun smiled brightly and greeted, "Taoist friend Qin Yi of the great Tao sect of Zhongzhou." In his heart, he silently contemplated, by this time, it is definitely not a coincidence. We have unintentionally revealed that Yonghua Emperor has joined the immortal sect. The voice of Sun Elder echoed, recounting, "The 9 major immortal sects each occupy their own territory. The Great Tao sect and Xian Tian sect are located close to each other, establishing temples to receive incense offerings from the people of the various regions. The Great Tao sect is the sect with the deepest roots, receiving the most offerings among the immortal sects in Zhongzhou." He thought anxiously to himself, the plan to deceive the world has been exposed, so Zhang's sect in Zhongzhou and Tian Wujing will surely face danger. No wonder that little guy was able to destroy the statue of the master. It must be because the master is no longer strong enough to resist. Qing Yi clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "Dear Taoist friends, I will not speak much further. The matters concerning the master of your sect in Zhongzhou have all been revealed. The major immortal sects are already aware of this, and the matter of Yonghua Emperor joining the immortal sect has come to an end." Su Elder anxiously asked, "What is the current state of our master?" The elder calmly replied, "This matter can be dismissed, your master will naturally return safely." Xiao Mu looked at the sword in the emperor's hand and inquired suspiciously. "From the very beginning, you didn't intend to bow, did you?" He cast his eyes on the golden figure of the immortal king Wang Jian before him. He replied, "As a sovereign, I cannot kneel, I just cannot." For in his heart, he was thinking, "I indeed have no certainty, this time it is merely thanks to luck." The emperor's brows furrowed, lost in thought. He observed the boy stretching and silently speculated, is it really due to luck? The summoning of the immortal king may be related to this person. Suddenly, a bright golden light descended from above onto the ground near him. Qing Yi, standing ahead, spoke, "Yonghua Emperor, the matter of bowing to the immortal emperor ends here. This was an act by those in the Xian Tian sect and has nothing to do with our immortal sections." He smiled kindly, extending his hand towards him, asking, "Yonghe Emperor, do you wish to return to the imperial capital Zhongzhou with me?" The emperor immediately smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Then I shall trouble you, great immortal." He felt fortunate in his heart, thinking, in the end, I do not have to kneel. Elder Tian Xing, seeing the two of them, fell into deep contemplation. The emperor has left a backup plan. Could it be that he secretly notified the great Tao sect and other immortal sects beforehand? Xiao Mu cautiously approached the old man. The Tian Xing elder thought to himself, if not, why is it such a coincidence? He waved his hand and shouted, "Hey, have you forgotten something? Hey, hey." The elder was furious when he heard Xiao Mu's voice ringing in his ears. The Tian Xing elder struck with a fiery palm towards him, shouting loudly, "This person is deluded about the immortal body and deserves to die." Seeing that, Xiao Mu joyfully raised his scorecard and shouted, "Great, it's Tian Xing, my score is saved now." The emperor raised his hand and called out, "Immortals, wait a moment." Xiao Mu looked at him with confusion while internally shouting, "You're ruining my good plans." Hearing this, the Tian Xing elder shouted, "You want to spare this one? Do you think the mortal emperor is protected by fate and is different from before? Don't forget, there are still many days to come." Xiao Mu pushed the emperor away and yelled, "Xiao Zhong, have long since disregarded life and death, why do I need the emperor's protection? I only regret not being able to tear apart the true face of all you freaks sooner." Inside, he was screaming to tear the emperor apart, cursing loudly. "Speaking of speaking, doing of doing, don't joke about saving me." He sheathed the sword and replied, "No." The emperor lifted Xiao Mu with one hand and said, "This person plots to kill the king. According to the laws of De Yen, he must be imprisoned in the heavenly prison and then beheaded as a warning to others." With his hands clasped together, the boy cried out, "I almost changed my view of the Yonghua Emperor. I didn't expect him to actually be a good person. Today, I am surely going to die." Elder son clasped his hands together and bowed, saying, "That will do. Upon entering the imperial capital, I trouble friend Qing Yi to supervise. It also serves as a warning to the world, those who offend the immortals commit grave sins and cannot survive." Qing Yi remained silent, stroking his beard without responding. He glanced at the shattered deity statue and said, "Friend Taoist, do not worry." Qing Yi led the emperor down the mountain, hearing the gathered people shouting, "Oh my, to meet so many immortals at once, quick, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming." The crowd shouted in unison, wishing the immortals boundless fortune and longevity, living indefinitely like the heavens and earth. The emperor glanced to the side and thought, since ascending the throne, this is the first time I can directly bargain with someone from the immortal sect. On the other side, Xiao Mu was being monitored by two disciples of the Xian Tian sect while wearing a yoke, pelted with cabbage leaves by the crowd, and shouted at. That villain Xiao Zhong dares to offend an immortal, yet the immortal has spared his life. Truly, it shows boundless compassion. Master Ling Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted, with 2 immortal sects gathered here among the 9 great immortal sects, it surely cannot be good news. Those of us who cultivate according to ancient methods should not get caught up in these affairs. Xiao Mu and Sister Shui brushed past each other. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and turned her head back. She raised her hand to lift the silk ribbon, opening her eyes with difficulty. Sister Shui remained in that position without saying anything, only catching a glimpse of a corner of his robe. She saw his figure, his hands placed behind his head as he walked away, and her voice rang out, Xiao Mu. Sister Shui grabbed the girl with 2 buns and shouted, Senior sister, that person just now. She was startled and turned back, a sound of doubt escaping her. With her hands tightly gripping, Sister Shui asked, was he handsome? Before her eyes was the image of Xiao Mu tasting the raw egg that had stuck to his hand with his tongue. She was shocked and at a loss for words. The girl with 2 buns scratched her chin and smiled awkwardly, saying, I couldn't see the person clearly because he was injured, but he looked quite handsome and seemed to have the surname Xiao, just like me. What was his name again? It should be Xiao Zhong. Do you know him? Sister Shui's legs became unsteady, and she immediately shouted, Be careful, your eyes are not ordinary. Even though you have started on the path of immortality, using a still eye is still a burden for you, and you could fall even on flat ground this time. Sister Shui anxiously thought to herself, Injured, what has he done? What has he? Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of a dandelion floating by. The dandelion danced in the air, and she thought, the world turns and changes endlessly. As long as his life has not ended, we will surely meet again. She gently pursed her lips and smiled. The girl with 2 buns supported her as they walked forward and asked, Junior sister, you still haven't answered my question. Do you know that person? Sister Shui replied firmly, I don't know him. At a mountain peak at sunset, the legendary martial artist sat in front of a tomb when a pair of feet appeared behind him, calling out, Foster father. The legendary martial artist raised a finger to the tombstone and shouted loudly, There is no need to call me a foster father. He opened his mouth slightly and said that there were no more legendary martial artists in this world. The legendary martial artist used his other hand to write on the tombstone the words, Wu Qizheng's grave. Wu Qizheng, I've already told you, is your fatal weakness, so it is obvious that you will use blood and flesh to disguise yourself as me, dying because of me. Even if in your heart, you don't think you died because of me. The one who came was the foster son of the legendary martial artist, Wu Qiankun. Foster father, I don't understand if Qizheng's sacrifice is worth it. Why don't you go to the mountain gate and kill that Yonghui emperor yourself? The legendary martial artist replied, Killing this Yonghui emperor will only bring another one next. If that's the case, it is better to use the death of the legendary martial artist to buy time for the martial path, find a way to defeat the aberrants. First, to take this opportunity to probe the abilities of the elder of the Xian Tian sect, such a sacrifice is worthwhile. Secondly, the martial artist's Ling Teju is at a standstill and needs time to continue reasoning. He wrote 2 more lines on the tombstone, The righteous path walks with the art of strange and ghostly techniques. Wu Qiankun asked again. Just hide, why pretend to be dead? The members of the martial arts faction who participated in that assassination act all. The legendary martial artist stood up and interrupted, In the world of martial arts, there's no need for any legendary martial artist. I have dominated the martial world for 40 years, and the number of martial artists following my path is increasing, yet no martial practitioner has ever been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. People only know how to blindly admire the strong, seeing me as the banner of martial ethics. However, once this banner falls, they will act as if they don't know how to make progress, like a dog that has lost its owner. My existence has become an obstacle. What people need is the continuous emergence of masters who surpass me. Only then can they resist the path of the immortal. Wu Qiankun said, Does the adoptive father want to stimulate martial practitioners to become self-reliant? But what if it has the opposite effect? The legendary martial artist sighed and interrupted again, Who knows? No matter how bad it gets, It can't be worse than a legendary martial artist suppressing the martial world for 40 years, right? By the way, what about Xiao Zhong? Is everything going smoothly? Wu Qian-kun replied. The heavenly prison of the imperial capital is tightly monitored. It would be a bit tricky to pass on the martial arts manual to him. The legendary martial artist pondered. I cannot go back on my word. I must give this martial arts manual, and it must be done appropriately. The fierce seeds of martial arts fear no death like this. Perhaps it is time to try other paths to the Tao. He suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, the heavenly prison. Wu Qian-kun, you should do it this way. Yes, do it like this. Wu Qian-kun's face changed. He cleared his throat. Ahem, like this, he will die, won't he? The legendary martial artist laughed. Haha, do you think that kid will be scared? Alright, no more talk about this. You've done well with a few recent tasks. Make sure that the assassin of the great Tao acts in a timely manner. To let that Qingyi Daoist come to Nanzhou. While I am not here, the martial arts faction will be under your management. Wu Qian-kun immediately clasped his hands and bowed. Understood. The legendary martial artist said nothing more. His figure flashed and then disappeared. Wu Qian-kun stood there, staring at the gravestone for a long time. Qi Zheng, you always told me that I am very much like my adoptive father. We are all little martial artists. But we cannot guess the meaning of the connotation. 2 days later, at the Lord's residence in Yen City, the legendary martial artist disguised himself with a different appearance to meet Wang Songhe. After all, we're old acquaintances, can't you at least offer me a cup of tea? Wang Songhe replied, it seems you haven't died yet. The tea is reserved for guests, and since you came without being invited, you cannot be considered a guest. The legendary martial artist said, years ago, I left my position to practice martial arts, and you, Wang Songhe, also left your official duties to pursue the path of immortality. 40 years have passed, I am a true martial artist, you are a false lord. Where is your Tao? Can you achieve immortality this way? Wang Songhe replied, what do I need immortality for? I only cultivate spells, not immortals. If the path of immortality is strong, would cultivate immortals. If the martial path is strong, I would practice martial arts. What I desire is merely a prosperous and peaceful world, with a rich populace and a strong nation. The legendary martial artist retorted, your martial path talent is ordinary, and following the path of immortality, you don't even know how to flatter. In this lifetime, that's all you will achieve. Wang Songhe shot back, indeed, I can't compare to someone like you, whose hands are stained with fresh blood after slaughtering nearly half of the martial world. Pretending to borrow the name to assassinate the emperor, in reality, it was just a temporary act of pretending to be dead. Humph, nothing in this world can be harder than my fist, except for your grandstanding and eloquent demeanor. The legendary martial artist took out a storage bag and threw it to him to catch. Wang Songhe was somewhat surprised, a storage bag from the immortal family, what's inside? The legendary martial artist replied, your fists. Wang Songhe opened the bag and immediately noticed a book. Profound Heaven Scripture. This is the foundation establishment scripture of the Xian Tian sect cultivators, along with talismans and magic weapons from the immortal sect. Where did you get these? The legendary martial artist answered, over the years, while I haven't killed many immortal Tao cultivators, I managed to gather some inheritance from the immortal Tao. These things are much stronger than the mediocre techniques you practice. Although Wang Songhe was very eager, he still pretended to be lofty and declined. There are countless martial artists willing to guard the door and run errands for the immortal Tao temple, hoping that one day they can receive these things. This gift is too precious, legendary martial artist said. Don't get me wrong. The mutant has a hypothesis about the fate empire of mortals. It is said that the emperor in the mortal realm has fate on him, which is why the emperor cannot achieve immortality. Even if the emperor practices the Tao, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. No matter how much progress you make in your cultivation, if you succeed in the future, you still won't live too long. Consider these things as offerings at your grave in the future. If that's the case, then please accept your good wishes. Wang Songhe immediately gathered everything. The legendary martial artist was also at a loss for words, saying, foolish one, cultivating immortals is to restrain the mutants. This path requires countless years, with a limited fate, you certainly cannot walk this path. Wang Song, he replied, if I can enlighten the people's understanding, why worry about the mutants leading the people astray? Your martial path relies on sacrificing lives to gain time. I cultivate the immortal's path to save precious time for the people. If our paths don't align, we won't share the same ambition. Wang Song, he then curiously asked, by the way, who died for you? The legendary martial artist was silent for a moment before answering, an enemy. Over here, it was pouring rain. Wu Qizheng took his umbrella and walked to his own tombstone. As long as my death can benefit you at the last minute, is that considered righteous? I told you, even if I die, I will never die for you. Even if you are my biological father, the blood and flesh can be separated, waiting for the opportunity to be reborn. Though my strength is limited, it allows me to conceal the intuitive sensing of the martial artist's spirit touch. The blood and flesh transformation was perfectly synthesized, and I had entrusted it to Qiao Zhong before, hoping he could recognize the extraordinary aspects of this secret technique. I hope that one day in the future, he will kill the legendary martial artist. Meanwhile, in the heavenly prison, Xiao Mu was still happily pretending to be a cat. Oh, this skill of Wu Qizheng truly has marvelous uses. Wu Chang couldn't bear to watch anymore and slipped into the shadows to leave. Seeing this, Xiao Mu became annoyed. What kind of look is that? Do you see me as something filthy? Don't run. Today, I'm going to tease you until your skin comes off. Suddenly, there was laughter. Ha ha ha. The cat you are raising has quite a sense of intuition. I don't know where it crawled into this heavenly prison from. Xiao Mu looked over and saw an old man shackled in chains sitting and reading a book. Xiao Mu held the cat and said, where else could it crawl in from? Of course, through the window. Don't be fooled by its size, it's actually a fake fat. It can fit through such a small window. And how should I address you, old man? Seeing you in this prison yet still able to read so many books, your background must be impressive, right? The old man replied, Hi Wu Nai, as for my family background, that's not worth mentioning. I've been here for 30 years and am familiar with everyone here. Xiao Mu thought to himself, the martial artist Ling Taiju definitely has intuition, could he be a member of the martial arts faction? But looking at his aura, he seems to only be at the 9th rank. Is that so? Then you could be considered the elder brother here, so please take care of the younger brother. Hai Wu Nai then handed him a book and smiled. Haha, it feels like we just met, but it seems we've known each other for a long time. I have this medical book. Although it cannot save your damaged meridians, at least it can help reduce your pain somewhat. Xiao Mu thought in surprise, it's strange that he could see the problem with my body at a glance. This old man is not simple. Suddenly, someone dropped a rope down and said, Xiao Zhong, Lord Wei requests your presence. Xiao Mu stood up, no need for medical skills, after all, this body of mine is beyond salvation. Hai Wu Nai asked in doubt, the world's #1 divine Dr. Wei and personally invites you, what crime have you committed? Xiao Mu replied casually, killing the king. This statement left Hai Wu Nai stunned. Xiao Mu continued to climb the stairs and left the cell. Hai Wu Nai put the book down and wondered what background this person had. At this moment, Wu Qiankun's figure appeared in a flash. Hai Wu Nai, long time no see, how have you been? Hai Wu Nai was astonished. Wu Qiankun, why are you here? Wu Qiankun briefly replied, have you found a successor for your skill yet? Hai Wu Nai shook his head, what is so strange about that? If there is a suitable heir, what are we still doing here? Wu Qiankun leaned against the wall and said, if there isn't, the legendary martial artist wants you to transfer the skill to someone. The two Wu Nai glanced at him, questioning, is that really the intention of the legendary martial artist? Who is it? Xiao Zhong. Over here, Xiao Mu was taken to another room. The Wei Lord has brought you here. Alright, you may leave. Xiao Mu immediately sat in the chair for torturing prisoners. You want to torture me? Hurry up, just frown once and I'll lose. Wei Yin's gaze was icy. It is you who plotted to assassinate the emperor. Seeing his predatory demeanor, Xiao Mu felt even more excited. This pressure, the martial artist has a stronger spiritual sense than Chu Xing. Wei Yan slowly approached. You're quite capable, I've wanted to meet you to see what you're like. Xiao Mu secretly rejoiced. Here it comes, this time it's going to be good. Unexpectedly, Wei Yan just patted his shoulder and laughed. I heard you insulted the unusual person from Xian Tian's sect, that's truly intimidating. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, His Majesty only sent me to find out about the Qiao family matters. Xiao Mu had a bored expression and didn't want to talk. Could it be that the emperor doesn't intend to kill me? Wei Yan led him to a table with meat and wine, with various delicious dishes, and replied, how could that be? You are a condemned prisoner, and without questioning, you have already been sentenced. They have prepared a lavish banquet over there, we can eat and talk at the same time. Xiao Mu became cheerful again. So this is the last meal, then I'm at ease. Let's go. I will definitely speak without reservation, telling everything. About 2 hours later, Wei Yan finally finished the statement. Qiao the hero meant that your Qiao family is a large clan that has lived in seclusion for many years, constantly drifting without a settled place. The ancestors lived in remote mountainous areas or on distant islands. The descendants are not numerous, but the family rules are very strict, often with teachings passed down, rigorous from training. The ancestors were not prominent figures, they were experts in the martial path, living simply, indifferent to fame and fortune. Xiao Mu raised a wine jug, took a big gulp, and nodded. That's right. Wei Yan immediately put the testimony away in his coat. If one doesn't witness it firsthand, it's hard to believe that such a family exists, treating death in the right way as a family tradition. The Qiao family truly is a rare and strange clan. Thanks to the great hero Qiao today, I will send someone to take you back to the prison right away. Xiao Mu looked at the chicken on the plate and asked, can I take this chicken with me? Wei Yan smiled, of course, I will wrap it up for you now. You are too generous. After that, Xiao Mu happily picked up the chicken and left. Wei Yan stood there, watching him thoughtfully. At that moment, a guard approached, facing Xiao Mu, with both hands cupped in salute. Great hero Qiao, I am Fong Yuan. I just heard all about your family's story, and it truly is a loyal family that deserves respect. If you have any requests in the future, just let me know. Having said that, he came over to carry the chicken. Great hero Qiao, this chicken is heavy, let me carry it for you. Xiao Mu was at a loss for words, is this for real? A mere guard like you is being so polite to a death row inmate like me? Fong Yuan smiled, of course it's reasonable. Since childhood, I have admired heroes like Qiao, the great hero. After returning to the cell, Xiao Mu took the chicken to the room of Hai Wu Nai. Here, old man, I brought you this good item. Hai Wu Nai was astonished, this aroma, could it be the honey-roasted chicken from the tavern in the capital? No effort means no reward. This is... Xiao Mu interrupted, I don't like to be in debt of gratitude. Hai Wu Nai was puzzled, is it that medical book? But you haven't used it, right? Xiao Mu replied, I appreciate the intention, that is enough. Hai Wu Nai admired secretly, indeed a straightforward man. His words could probably turn back time to 2 hours ago. Hai Wu Nai said, Xiao Zhong, isn't he sentenced to death for offending the immortal sect? Living day by day, even if he masters my skills, what good will it do? Wu Qian-kun replied, during 30 years in the heavenly prison, didn't you also live day by day like that? Was your 30 years wasted? Hai Wu Nai continued. But my skills are not like the traditional martial paths of old and are still incomplete. Practicing haphazardly would lead to overdoing it at best. At worst, the body could explode and result in death. Wu Qian-kun said, whether to teach or not is the martial arts faction's decision, but in the end, it still depends on his wishes. As for whether to practice or how to practice, that also depends on Xiao Zhong's thoughts. Back in the present, Xiao Mu lay on the ground, indulging in food and drink, taking a nap before heading to the execution ground to meet his fate. The two Wu Nai sat and watched him, thinking to themselves, I never expected this child, even as his death approaches, could still be so carefree. He then activated his technique, a faint greenish light swirling around him. On the other side, Wei Yan praised, Xiao Zhong is indeed a person of strong character, no different from Hai Wu Nai. Fang Yuan carried a stack of books and replied, "Indeed, my lord." Wei Yan thought to himself, Qiao Zhong's testimony about the Qiao family is full of gaps, saying it is nonsense wouldn't be too far from the truth, but the rumors about the Qiao family in the martial world are not lies. It would be truly difficult for His Majesty to find information about the Qiao family. That's right, how has Mr. Hai been lately? Fang Yuan replied that he was still reading books and seemed to have been promoted to the 8th rank recently. Wei Yan was taken aback, isn't that the 9th rank? He is over 80 years old but can still advance. On the side of the prison, Hai Wu Nai's momentum was increasing, startling Xiao Mu awake. The 8th and 7th ranks were continuously rising. Hai Wu Nai, Xiao Zhong, someone told me to pass on all the knowledge I've accumulated in my life to you. Xiao Mu thought to himself, it seems the skill promised by the martial arts faction has arrived. Then I won't be polite anymore. May I ask what kind of supreme divine skill it is? Hai Wu Nai replied, it's not exactly a supreme divine skill, but it can be called a technique for immortality. Ha! Xiao Mu listened, his mouth agape. He suspiciously asked, the skill you intend to teach me, could it be the immortality fist? Hai Wu Nai replied, the Qiao family's immortality fist, speaking of which, you also have the surname Qiao, right? So do you know where the immortality fist originated? Why does this particular martial art have the characteristic of blood qi not weakening with age? Xiao Mu pondered and replied, I've heard that it's because of an immortal who achieved enlightenment teaching it. Wait, an immortal? Hai Wu Nai laughed. Actually, in the 9 great immortal sects, there is a school called the Chongqing sect. The practitioners of the Chongqing sect once studied the combination of martial path and immortality, and later developed the Eternal Life Fist Classic. However, this path has not been fully realized, so the Eternal Life Fist Classic was abandoned and eventually fell into the hands of the Qiao family. Hearing this, Xiao Mu felt a bit sad, thinking, the Eternal Life Fist is a path that has not been opened up yet. Furthermore, it has been abandoned by those cultivating immortals with long lifespans. Wait a minute, earlier Mr. Hai said he would teach me a technique for longevity, so has the not fully realized path of the Eternal Life Fist already been traversed? Hai Wu Nai slowly reached down to touch the ground, and immediately, sprouts emerged and quickly grew and bloomed. For those who practice martial arts, it's normal for blood qi to diminish in old age, but if blood qi can continue to be strong, what would happen if we continued to break through? Xiao Mu finally understood that this was how it was. The principle of the immortality technique is like a balloon shaped like a person, storing blood qi throughout the body to slow down deterioration and prolong life. However, once it deflates, the stored blood qi will quickly be lost, leading the body to swiftly deplete. Although the risks are high, if one has the courage to maintain it, they can extend their lifespan. In this way, Master Hai actually does not need to hold back and can still increase blood qi. Next year will be stronger than the last, and the more blood qi you increase, the longer you can live. It truly is an immortality technique, so what is this skill called? Hai Wu Nai took out a scroll and replied, I call it the Human Tao Sutra, but the skill is not yet fully developed, so for now, let's call it the 2D Mountain King Sutra. Xiao Mu was at a loss for words. Old man Hai, can you even get this done? A skill that has 2 names, it must be that to practice this skill, one has to complete this first, right? Hai Wu Nai laughed. Initially, I named this skill the Mountain King Sutra, but because the Mountain King is too small to encompass my martial path philosophy and humanitarianism, I changed the name to the Humanitarian Sutra. In my imagination, this skill will be a martial path skill that anyone can practice. Even those with poor talent, as long as they have enough perseverance, can cultivate it, it will just be a little slower. Therefore, the Humanitarian Sutra is not only a means of immortality for martial artists but also a means of immortality for the martial path. Xiao Mu found it hard to bear the dazzling righteousness of the man, thinking, it's too glaring, annoying, and yet I fell for it. Hai Wu Nai sighed and continued, however, this skill was created by me, and it's still not complete. Learning it could lead to straying down the wrong path and overdosing to death. A smile appeared on Xiao Mu's face, so what? It's just death, I, Qiao Zhong, welcome it. Hai Wu Nai loudly asked, all right. If that's the case, are you ready? Xiao Mu immediately extended his hands in response. Everything is ready. But Hai Wunai asked further, speak of your dream, no, your ideal martial path. Why do you practice martial arts? Xiao Mu was at a loss for words. Why does it need clarification? Hai Wunai replied. Of course, because I truly do not understand you. You have killed the king and are already a death row prisoner, yet you still aspire for immortality. Isn't that a contradiction? Xiao Mu sat down and responded, is there a need for a reason to wish for immortality? Who wouldn't want to live forever? He thought to himself, what a hassle, just make up a reason to trick the old man and be done with it. After a moment of silence, he sighed and continued, I practice martial arts simply because I want to become stronger. My goal is to make my fists bigger and harder. Hai Wunai looked slightly disappointed and thought, could it be that he is just a legendary martial artist? But Xiao Mu stood up and said, because the world has too much injustice. Only when my fist is strong enough can I stand up and use it to make things fair when faced with injustice. If my fist is not strong enough, if one lacks the ability, rushing in may not only bring personal harm but also fail to save others, potentially bringing disaster to loved ones. Therefore, what we seek is merely a clear understanding of the principles of humanity. Upon hearing this, Hai Wunai seemed to realize something, with a look of surprise on his face. After Xiao Mu spoke, he felt quite awkward, with goosebumps all over, and he scratched himself. Oh dear, I've said it all, does Mr. Hai have any more questions? Hai Wunai offered the Book of Human Tao, following his heart to seek the Sword Tao truth. Indeed, it is something worthy of pursuit. It belongs to you now. Thank you very much, Mr. Hai. Xiao Mu accepted it, secretly thinking that coming to this world, experiencing countless deaths, each death was telling him one thing. Life is hard for the people, the hearts of the people are ignorant, the world is unfair. If one does not seek to rise above it, anyone can lead to one's death. There is a joyful death, but there is also a death that one cannot accept. The unjust anger had long built a solid wall within my heart, and sooner or later, I would break down this wall. At this moment, Fang Yuan was holding a wine jar that had fallen straight from the upper floor. He suddenly realized something was off and quickly raised the wine jar to explain, I slipped because I was too focused on listening. Hero Qiao only took a chicken. I was afraid he might choke, so I brought the wine over, not intentionally eavesdropping. Tu Wunai said, he already knows about the humane scripture. What do you plan to do about him? He thought to himself, although Qiao Zhong's meridians are completely severed, it's still easy to kill a jailer. Xiao Mu turned to Fang Yuan, grabbed the wine jar, and replied, deal with? Why should we deal with him? You and I are just prisoners in this heavenly prison. Moreover, this heavenly prison isn't run by us. It's normal to have a jailer keeping watch. Besides, don't you want to achieve immortality on the martial path? Then it should be shared so that everyone can practice. That's what the humane scripture is all about. How about the two old men have a drink? Tu Wunai's face showed a smile, a cup of wine for a soulmate is never enough. He thought to himself. I do not mistake people, only regret that both you and I are soon to die. The development of humanitarian efforts takes a lot of time and effort. Every time we advance a level, the time required increases exponentially. I have been in the heavenly prison for 30 years, only reaching the 4th level. From there on, everything is just speculation. Before I die, you have fulfilled my dream of preaching, so I have nothing more to regret. A few days later, in the imperial palace, Yonghua Emperor stood looking at the Human King Sword in deep thought. Human King Sword. The founder named this sword Human King Sword. What does it really mean? At that moment, Xiao Zhong appeared. The Human King Sword suddenly emitted a sound. What is the reason for that? The records say that the Qiao family is a hidden major clan. There seem to be many clan elders, right? Unfortunately, Xiao Zhong has not yet reached the 3rd rank of divine cultivation. This hidden clan will probably struggle to develop. At this moment, Chu Xing entered, with both hands cupped in a bowing position, said, Your Majesty, there is news from the heavenly prison. Recently Hai Wunai has broken through in the heavenly prison. He has reached the 7th rank. He and Xiao Zhong also had a lot of contact, and the two often whispered to each other. Yonghua Emperor said, "Hai Wu Nai, this person has been in heavenly prison for almost 30 years now, hasn't he? He was originally the Minister of Rights, and now he is over 80. If he doesn't get out of prison, he might die of old age in heavenly prison. Forget it, let him go." Zhu Xing nodded, "Yes, Your Majesty, but how should we deal with Qiao Zhong? Recently, people from the Great Tao sect have been urging us again." Yonghua Emperor turned around and replied, "Execute him." The next day, Xiao Mu was taken to the execution ground for beheading. Nevertheless, he stood tall and fearless. Fang Yuan thought silently, "Qiao Senior, you will live forever in my heart." The warden of heavenly prison, Qin Shiqing, said, "The criminal Qiao Zhong has assassinated the emperor and insulted the immortals, a crime that cannot be forgiven. By the order of the emperor, execute him." He immediately threw down the order token, and the executioner pushed him down. "Hurry up and kneel." Xiao Mu replied, "Killing is just a matter of a fingertip. Take my life if you wish, but my knees are firm. Kneeling is not an option." The bystanders began to discuss, some expressing hatred, others offering praise and admiration. "This is the first time I've seen someone at the gallows who won't kneel. Facing death but still refusing to admit wrongdoing, this wretched man is indeed stubborn. About to die but unyielding, he is a true man." The executioner, along with a soldier, approached to force Qiao Mu to kneel, but it didn't work. Is he still trying to show off even when death is imminent? "I've been in the gallows for many years and I can't handle a junior like you." Qin Shiqing stepped forward and shouted, "Get out of the way, a bunch of useless people. To act so mighty before dying." Xiao Mu sneered, "Then let me show you what it means to be mighty in death." Qin Shiqing kicked, shattering his knee. "With a broken leg, you can only kneel." But when he looked again, he saw Xiao Mu still standing, not kneeling, and even remained expressionless. "Listen here," he shouted, "I am Qiao Zhong, I do not bow to heaven, I do not kneel to the earth, and I will certainly not lower my head to admit wrongdoing to that wretched emperor and his band of freaks." Everyone around couldn't help but exclaim, "My gosh, his bones are sticking out. In this world, how can there be someone who is not afraid of death?" But facing the emperor and the extraordinary beings, even a few lives are not enough. Qin Shiqing hurriedly shouted, "What are you standing there for? Cut him," the executioner said, "but he hasn't knelt yet." "Don't worry about that, just cut." Following the order, the executioner swung down, blood sprayed out, and Xiao Mu's head also rolled to the ground. Jiang Shen stood in the crowd, watching this scene, and thought to himself, "The tree of the hurricane grows in the weeds." The last words before leaving of Qiao great hero, Jiang Shen understands now. "I will not disappoint the expectations, I will spread the legacy of the Qiao family." Fang Yuan tried to suppress his sorrow and wiped away his tears. "Qiao Senior." He recalled the conversation before they took Qiao Mu away. "Qiao great hero imparted martial arts to me. The great kindness has yet to be repaid. The benefactor has left this mortal world. Junior is indeed useless." Xiao Mu sighed, "If you really want to repay me, then give me some silver. Under the leaning old tree in the dilapidated cemetery, it will be taken away by someone from the Qiao family when the time comes." Returning to the present, he tightly gripped the spear, secretly thinking, "Qiao great hero, rest assured, whatever the junior has promised you, I will definitely accomplish." Meanwhile, in the sky, a woman sat on a magic weapon resembling a mirror, quietly observing, "Interesting, I remember the Qiao family." At this moment, Xiao Mu stood before the Destiny Master Lock in his sea of consciousness. "I can't wait, I wonder what the reward for death will be this time." The system announced, S-level death cycle evaluation, bell ringing forward, the reward for this death is great perfection points. Accompanying skill gift 200 points, remaining skill points 200 points, number of resurrections in 7 days remaining April 5th. Xiao Mu was excited. Oh, it's S-level, hurry and give me my reward." The system announced again, Eternal Life Sphere cultivation completed, Heavenly Demon Dissolution Grand Law completed, Blood and Flesh Transformation completed, Stealth Step completed. Ha, worthy of an S-level reward. 2D Sun Vong Kin reached the 5th level, Ba Ven Deep Lang Kin achieved Treep Lang, and martial artist Lin Te Quiet has made minor progress. In addition to these 3 mysterious martial arts skills related to metal, all other skills have been fully mastered. Xiao Mu suddenly noticed the blood qi status at 70%. Blood qi, is this a refresh notification? Moreover, it has decreased, he thought. I feel like my body has just undergone 60 years of training, and 60 years of martial arts practice is equivalent to several lifetimes in other martial arts realms. That's why blood qi is declining. La Van's adjustment of this powerful skill has surpassed the body's capacity, hasn't it? No, it must have dropped to the lowest point, but when practicing 2D Sun Vong Qin to the 5th level, the blood qi has recovered to 70% compared to its peak. At that moment, a chain link of the life lock cracked and broke. After the first chain link was broken, each death will award double skill points compared to before. The system no longer displays the lifespan balance. The deduction of life points will be based on the evaluation of death and will be deducted randomly. Each death will result in a deduction of life points. If there are any opinions, the host can use one appeal. If the appeal is successful, they can revive that life. Xiao Mu's face was full of question marks, thinking, what does this mean? In the past, each time I died, I only lost 1 year, but now can I lose my entire lifespan at any time? I'm risking everything to increase my benefits, but that also brings greater risks, right? The system then announced, warning, detected that the host is at risk of brain overload, immediately forcing exit from the sea of consciousness. Hey, can't you give a hint? Then Xiao Mu was forced to revive by a spring, saying, so it turns out I have already cultivated the 2D Shan Wang Jing to the 5th level. Tu Wu Nai said he had only reached the 4th level, but unexpectedly I've surpassed Wang Hai Wu's 30 years of research in just an instant. He then leaned down to look at his reflection in the water. Moreover, my appearance still retains the look of my 20s. I previously thought it was due to blood qi. Now that I look back, perhaps the system has adjusted me using the eternal life technique and 2D Shan Wang Jing, and the anti-aging effect has reached its maximum. Moreover, the 2D Mountain King's scripture of Hai Wu Nai is still incomplete. If we continue to interpret and practice it, perhaps the effectiveness could be even stronger. Later we will study it gradually, but for now, let's go claim the remaining reward first. That night at the graveyard, Fang Yuan was digging in the dirt. Dig a little deeper, the aspirations of the great hero Qiao cannot be taken away by those stray dogs and cats. At this moment, Xiao Mu approached from behind and said, what are you doing? Fang Yuan was startled and frightened, kneeling down to bow. Esteemed seniors, I apologize for the disturbance, please forgive me. Xiao Mu laughed, you really came here. What an honest little brat. When Fang Yuan looked up and saw him, he was delighted. Great hero Qiao, Xiao Mu said, looking so happy to see a ghost, are you not afraid I'll harm you? Oh, is this big package for the Qiao family? Fang Yuan replied, the great hero Qiao is a remarkable genius in life and a heroic spirit in death, why should I be afraid? Xiao Mu smiled, unfortunately, I am not Xiao Zhong, but a fellow clansman of his. My name is Qiao Shuanglin. Fang Yuan understood, so that's how it is. Anyway, the dead cannot come back to life. Hello Qiao Senior, Junior is Fang Yuan, the warden of the heavenly prison. When Xiao Mu opened the cloth bag, he found a martial arts manual and a lot of silver inside. Such a large amount of silver, and there's also the Book of Benevolence. This is different from what was said. Fang Yuan said, in the prison, Qiao Senior taught me martial arts, and this silver is a gift for the Qiao family according to the agreement between me and him. As for the Book of Benevolence, the 2 old men hope it can continue to shine brightly in the hands of the Qiao family. Xiao Mu thought to himself, this kid not only has money but is also honest, he can be a good companion. But a valuable martial arts manual like this, don't you really want to keep it for yourself? Fang Yuan quickly waved his hand, how can that be? It's a keepsake from Qiao Senior. Moreover, having a keepsake from a loved one taken away is truly the greatest injustice in life. At this point, his expression grew slightly melancholy. Noticing this, Xiao Mu asked, oh, do you have something on your mind? Share it with me. Then Fang Yuan sat down to reminisce and began to tell. My family was originally a merchant clan in the imperial capital. Even though I am not the biological child of my parents, our entire family still lives together in harmony and joy. My father, thanks to his sharp eyes, could identify treasures and appraise items, becoming the wealthiest man in the imperial capital. However, fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. A few years ago, my father stumbled upon the Blood Sun map, a precious artifact that could help martial artists break through in their training. Little did we know, this very thing would lead to disaster for my father. After my father passed away, our family's assets were divided by the Wan family in the imperial capital. My junior sister, Fong Fong, also went missing. I became a prison guard partly to use my connections with the officials to search for my junior sister. Later, I learned that the martial artist was a subordinate of the Wan family named Jian Gui. I initially planned to take revenge, but then the family master of the Wan family, Wan Ronghua, managed to ally with an expert from the Great Tao sect. At this point, he sighed. Xiao Mu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little guy, you can't do anything about this deep-seated grudge." Fong Yuan clenched his fists, "The vengeance for my father must be avenged." Xiao Mu smiled, "Then let me handle it." Huh? He thought, Blood Sun diagram, high-level martial artist, Great Tao sect, this is definitely the handwriting of the sect. Just thinking about it makes me happy, my great saber has been craving for action for a long time. Fong Yuan panicked and waved his hands, that is the Great Tao sect, even the Holy Emperor does not want to confront them directly. Senior, please think carefully, this is a matter for the junior, I cannot trouble you. Xiao Mu replied, "It's simple, just follow the Qiao surname like me." Huh? Fong Yuan looked bewildered, "Is that really possible?" Xiao Mu smiled, "Good child, don't worry, I will definitely help you deal with Wan Ronghua." On another side, Elder Qing Yi appeared in the air, and Qin Shi Qing immediately knelt down and bowed. "I pay my respects to Elder Qing Yi." Elder Qing Yi stroked his beard and said, "Qin Shi Qing, over the years you have worked for the Great Tao sect, we can see your dedication." Qin Shi Qing replied, "You give me too much praise, it's just a small matter." At this moment, that person appeared from the middle of the air. "It's a small matter, you are indeed too humble, killing your wife to prove your enlightenment. This level of awakening is truly not something an ordinary person can achieve. Unfortunately, you still lack spiritual roots and fundamentally have no talent for the Tao of immortality." Qin Shi Qing heard this and knelt down to bow his head. "This humble person knows well his foolish talent, but I wholeheartedly seek the Tao, hoping the immortal will show me a bright path." The other person thought to himself, "An extremely fanatical person who can see through at a glance offers no help for my enlightenment, it's truly boring." Elder Qin Yi said, "Although your talent cannot cultivate immortals, have you ever heard of the rumor about entering the Tao through martial arts?" Entering the Tao through martial arts? Qin Shi Qing asked in confusion. Elder Qin Yi nodded. Indeed, after the legendary martial artist passed away, martial artists in the world became like headless dragons. If you can succeed, you could become the one to carry the martial path of the world. At that time, you would have the hope of representing the immortal sect Great Tao sect, establishing a great reputation, and becoming a king. Such achievements are far more extraordinary than merely becoming an outside disciple of the Great Tao sect. Qin Shi Qing immediately knelt down and kowtowed, thanking the immortal, promising to obey the immortal's commands from now on. Elder Qin Yi thought to himself, the Yonghua Emperor has drawn the human king's sword, but dealing with it is simple. It is enough for the De Yen Empire to perish, and the national fortune to dissipate, then the human king's sword will surely lose its brilliance. At that time, this royal position can immediately be inherited by a puppet like you, establishing a celestial nation on earth belonging to the Great Tao sect. Now there is one more task for you to handle. Dao Zhen, it is up to you to deal with it. Having said that, his divine form vanished. Qin Shi Qing kowtowed, offering his respect to the immortal. Dao Zhen clasped his hands and bowed. "Yes, master." He then turned to Qin Shi Qing and said, "Wan Ronghua, the most esteemed merchant in the imperial capital, is one of the important sources of incense for our sect. The observation of heavenly omens suggests that he is about to face a calamity, but this matter is not too big." Qin Shi Qing understood the implication and clasped his hands in a bow, pledging to dedicate all his efforts for the immortal, not hesitating to sacrifice. Dao Zhen then patted his head like a dog. Indeed, so obedient. He thought to himself, even if he is just a boring mortal, if constantly stimulated, he will eventually become interesting. For the time being, you are just a toy for me to relieve my boredom. Qin Shi Qin clenched his fists and thought, endure. Only by making achievements can I have a place in the immortal sect. I must protect Wan Ronghua. A moment later, at the execution ground, Hai Wu Nai approached where Xiao Mu had been beheaded, holding a flask of wine, and then poured the wine onto the ground. Xiao little brother, we met too late, it's a pity that we have fate but no destiny. Today, as soon as you leave, the Emperor already wants me to be restored to my original position. Tisk, magical powers fool people, but it's alright, the 2D Mountain King's Sutra has already been handed over to the Qiao family, just as you said, with the new fire inheritance, in hundreds of thousands of years, there will come a day when the fire will burn across the sky. In the sky, Dao Zhen quietly observed and scribbled something down. Hai Wu Nai has repeatedly failed in the imperial examinations, receiving guidance from a legendary martial artist and viewing martial training as a shortcut to becoming an official. After the incident with the immortal that angered Yonghua Emperor, he spent 30 years in heavenly prison twice, his body like a fleeting dream between heaven and earth, but his mind was extraordinarily steadfast, devoted to glorifying humanity. In the end, is it delusion or lofty ambition? To be continued, this story is more interesting than the one about the fake legendary martial artist that the master once told. After Hai Wu Nai left, Dao Zhen flew down. Speaking of Qiao Mu, even Hai Wu Nai held him in high regard. Who exactly are you? What is your background? Let me see. He took some of Qiao Mu's blood left on the ground and drew a talisman, but the charm dissipated immediately after he finished drawing it, which surprised Dao Zhen a bit. There is no soul. He laughed. Haha, interesting, really interesting, there's a new character to write about, how delightful. On the rooftop, Wei Yan quietly sat observing, thinking, great Dao sect, Qin Yi, Dao Zhen, Qin Shi Qin, the legendary martial artist just died, all sorts of demons and monsters are daring to come out. The next day, Xiao Mu used the pseudonym Lu Renjia to rent a house. Mr. Lu Renjia, this is the old residence of the Fong family that you wanted to rent. Xiao Mu nodded. Yes, very good, I am very satisfied. The landlord was delighted to hear this. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. That's great. I didn't expect this house, which had someone die in it, could be rented at the original price. Xiao Mu nodded. Alright. He thought to himself, I've easily gained access to the old house of the Fong family, now it's my turn. Last night, Fong Yuan had told him, you mentioned that your house still has a treasure map. Yes, the treasure map is divided into the sun and moon map and the blood moon map. The sun and moon map was hidden away by my father. Jian Gui hides daily within the Wan family, only a divine artifact can make him manifest. The blood moon map is the best choice. I cannot reveal my identity, so I have to trouble the senior, the treasure map is right inside. At this moment, Xiao Mu had entered and approached to open the secret compartment of the study. Inside, there was indeed a scroll, found it, great success. He then tucked the scroll into his robe. Finished. But Xiao Mu remembered Fong Yuan's words, moreover, the relics of loved ones being robbed is the greatest injustice in life. Since it has come to this, let's leave a gift for that little guy. He sat cross-legged in place and began to interpret the humanitarian sutra, but after a short while, he was swallowed and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough cough cough, I almost overdid it. The two gentlemen were absolutely right, this interpretation skill is extremely dangerous. It's alright, it's just a little blood, I can do it again. Xiao Mu quickly adjusted his sitting posture, collected his energy, but after sitting for a while, he unconsciously let out more than a dozen farts. Xiao Mu comforted himself, a little awkwardness is quite reasonable, but it seems like I leaked a bit. He sat for a bit longer and then his liver almost fell out. Exploding liver, after all, it's the pinnacle of martial arts, it's normal, reasonable, keep going. But soon after, he lost 2 teeth, just a few teeth fell out. It's nothing. After a little while longer, he started to pee blood. Normally, it's just a normal occurrence, blood in the urine. After a while, one of his ribs cracked, shot out, and pierced through the wall. Oh no, I accidentally let my rib fly out. A moment later, Xiao Mu, disheveled and exhausted, stood up. It's nothing, it's just that the strength of the 2D Shan King scripture is a bit, this time it's mainly because I'm too strong, having a profound inner energy isn't necessarily a good thing. At this moment, Xiao Mu hung a rope, then placed a chair underneath before standing up and leaving. Let's just consider this a test of the new system's promotion rules. Even if I unfortunately fall and die on the road for the rise of humanity, it won't be in vain. System, you better be reliable and help me start over. After saying this, he kicked the chair and hanged himself. Half a month later, news of his death spread throughout the city. Is the ancestral home of the Fong family Yen Wang Hall? The owner cried out. Heavenly kill, 8 people have already died in half a month, a total of 8. House prices have fallen to a fraction, and at first no one wanted to rent. No one is buying. Our achievements, our salaries. His friend waved his hands and said, sorry, that's too shocking. However, it's really strange to say, all the tenants who moved in there died in very bizarre ways. Did we really provoke something unclean? Should we invite a Taoist to take a look? The other guy said, aren't you all sold out? I don't care, we've been bosom friends for many years, you have to help me sell it. Sell your own head. Everyone knows that someone died in that house, only a ghost would buy it. At this moment, Fong Yuan walked up and said, I'll buy it. The guy immediately asked, really? How much are you offering? Fong Yuan placed a banknote on the table, according to the current price 100 taels, bring out the house sale contract. The 2 guys immediately recognized him. Fong Yuan, is it you? Are you kidding? It wouldn't even buy a house for 1,000 taels, and you want to take it for 100 taels, plus considering the relationship I had with your master. Before he could finish his sentence, Fong Yuan took the money and turned to leave. If it's not for sale, then that's that. The guy hurriedly pulled him back, wait. He turned his face, quicker than flipping a hand, and said, with the old relationship between me and your master, this house cannot be sold to you. Fong Yuan signaled with his hand behind him, thinking, Xiao Sr. is indeed as insightful as a god. What he said about me bringing money today to reclaim the old house really worked. The guy cheerfully waved his hand, let's go, I'll take you to receive the house. Xiao Mu, disguised as a passerby, sat at a table in the back drinking tea, silently thinking, it's not in vain that I die in your house every day. He opened the system panel, death evaluation level D-, human resource. Skill points awarded for this death, 4 points. Remaining skill points, 4 points, usable lifespan, 54, number of revivals in 7 days left, 1 out of 5, blood chi status, 66.6%. In the past few days of experimentation, the deaths rated low have not yet reached the threshold of fatality, only deducting a few months. Looking at the evaluation of deaths below level A or S, the risk of fatality is low. During this time, all the skill points have been consumed, and the 6th level of the 2D Mountain King scripture cannot be explained. Without progress in the 2D Mountain King scripture, blood chi will continue to decrease after each revival. However, there is a direction, at least the process is faster than Hai Tianya predicted by several decades, so we must continue to strive to quickly complete the humanitarian sutra. Somewhere, a girl stood in contemplation. Gidge, now that you have money, can you buy back the old house of the Fong family? She sighed, thinking, seeing your life better than in previous years and seeing you live quite well really makes me. Suddenly her expression changed, becoming sinister, my heart aches like a knife, even more than losing money. At this moment, a fat man came from behind and embraced her. Fong heir, it's time to go home, we are already at the door, why not go see your brother? The woman pouted, Master, he only followed his unfortunate mother to marry in here, how can he be considered part of the Fong family? Moreover, before dying, my old father left a large inheritance for him too. Ignoring the father-son relationship, I also do not want to have any further connections with the Fong family. The fat man laughed. Haha, Fong heir spoke well, being a concubine of Wan Ronghua is far more esteemed than being a lady of the Fong family. The master is right. Over here at the old Fong family home, the 2 of us, Xiao Mu, are sitting at the stone table under the large apple tree. Xiao Sr., these 2 apple trees were deliberately sought out by my father back then, He even had us plant them ourselves, so that we siblings could rely on each other like these trees. Now that we've regained our home, I only hope to find my little sister soon and bring her back home. Xiao Mu comforted, it's just a matter of time. Next, we should deal with those two enemies of yours. Fang Yuan placed a bamboo tube on the table and asked, so what does Senior plan to do? Are you secretly spreading news about the Blood Moon map? Xiao Mu replied, why are you being so secretive in business? Where did your father used to sell antiques? Fang Yuan looked confused. The next day, Xiao Mu disguised himself as an old man. He hung the Blood Moon painting on a stick and went around the street shouting. The Blood Moon painting is an ancient artwork from hundreds of years ago, worth thousands of taels of silver, no bargaining, come and see. But passers-by regarded him as a scammer. Where did this old fraud come from, daring to attract people's attention in the imperial capital? That's right, that painting has a flashy style, how could it be worth so much money? However, among the crowd, a middle-aged man noticed him. A moment later, on some mountain, a man wearing a red demon mask split a large rock in half. Is this true? The middle-aged man cupped his hands and bowed. True. The old man said personally, moreover, when the painting is opened, it looks exactly as described by the Lord. Jian Gui thought to himself, so it turns out the Blood Sun painting is just half of it, no wonder I have made no progress despite studying day and night. It seems that the sun and moon must come together to reveal the mystery within. He then asked, where is that old man? That night, Xiao Mu slowly entered a deserted alley, and Jian Gui was waiting for this moment. He immediately drew his sword and charged forward to slice it down. But he suddenly showed signs of fear, quickly leaping back several dozen steps. He thought in confusion, what is happening? Why does my intuition tell me that after the strike I just made, I will be the one to die? He felt that the old man in front of him was absolutely someone he could not provoke. Xiao Mu's voice was cold, foreseeing the enemy's opportunity, a martial artist with divine training, it seems you are Jian Gui. Jian Gui, pushed back by his imposing presence, had to plunge his sword into the ground to steady himself. Is he targeting me? This is absurd, when did I provoke such a powerful blood chi monster? But clearly, he isn't even a martial artist with divine training. I have admired you for a long time, Xiao Mu said slowly as he walked forward. Jian Gui hurriedly said, wait, it seems we have never met before. Xiao Mu thought to himself, aside from legendary martial artists, this is the first time I've fought with a real third-tier martial artist with divine training. Today, I'll personally experience it, don't let me down. He then focused and gathered powerful blood chi into his fists. Jian Gui was terrified, his hands clenched into fists. What kind of joke is this? Cultivating the body to cultivating the spirit is a breakthrough from 0 to 1. The distance between you and me is too great, how can I bully an old man? I take my leave. He thought to himself that he couldn't confront this old monster head-on, he needed to scare him first. But Xiao Mu did not stop and charged forward fiercely. Ha, very well, let's see just how great this distance from 0 to 1 really is. Jian Gui was sweating. Damn it, I wanted to scare him, why is it turning out like this? He quickly waved his hands, no, in front of you, of course I am 0, you are the 1. But when Xiao Mu threw this punch, the blood chi suddenly dissipated, and the atmosphere became silent. Jian Gui immediately turned and ran. Why did he suddenly freeze? Never mind him. A good opportunity, just run.